Hello everybody, welcome to another beautiful day of StarCraft 2 action. Sorry, I was a little late starting off the timer just because I'm trying to get everything sorted. I got some of the replays a little bit ago for this day. I was just trying to make sure I had a rough plan of what we're doing so that we could make the most of the cast and actually, you know, spend time casting and not just derping around figuring out what's going on, because well, I'll just give it to you straight. This is the Olimoleague, sponsored by Chiswick. Chiswick is a new Korean streaming platform. We're not allowed to cast this tournament live unless we cast on Chiswick. We're not going to do that. That doesn't make any sense for us. It was casted earlier by Cranky Ducklings and Crank and so on that platform, but they are the complete sponsors of this, so it completely makes sense that they can do that. So what we're going to do is Crank and Olimoleague are super nice to us, and they said, hey, you can have the replays and you can cast later in the day, which is exactly what we're going to do. So these games were played in the last 5 to 6 hours. Literally earlier today, obviously, we need the whole tournament to finish, and I gave it a little bit of wiggle room as well to make sure that the tournament would finish and we'd be okay to be able to go live today. The beautiful part of what we've got is that we have access to the entirety of... Yeah, we have access to basically the entirety of the bracket of replays. So we can actually cover more replays and more games than we would have covered if we'd done it live. So we're actually going to get to cover a bunch of matches. There's going to be no downtime apart from me just chitter-chattering to fill, you know, a minute here or a minute there, run some ads that were, you know, needed and so on. And we can just go cast everything. So yeah, I've selected a few matches from the round of 16 to cover. Once I've casted the round of 16 matches I want to cover, I'm going to go pick out the round of 8 matches we want to cover, and then we'll cover both round of 4 matches and the grand finals. So we're going to definitely do round of 4 and finals, all of that. I don't know which round of 8 we're going to do because I don't know the results. Obviously, we can say we're going to do the round of 4 and finals without knowing the results so far. What I did figure out was there wasn't anything before the round of 16 we wanted to cast. So we're going to start in the round of 16, and we're going to start with Trap versus Oliveira. Then we're going to cast Rogue versus Hero, and then we're going to go into Zoun versus Byun. I'm just going to update this on the YouTube chat. Now, I do know that there's also there we go, put that in there, pin that message. Sorry, getting confused. I do know that there's players such as Clem signed up to this as well. I did look at the player list on Wikipedia, but that's as far down Wikipedia I went. So like I say, we're going to do for sure Trap Oliveira, Rogue Hero, and then Zoun versus Byun. And we're just going to go from there and see what the round of 8 gives us. Maybe pick a couple matches from there. And this is all on the PTR as well. So these are all PTR matchups too. So like I say, we're going to go in that order. So while this is a replay cast, we can actually, like I say, really kind of make the most of it and cast a whole bunch of the round of 16. Usually we get to cast one round of 16 match. What that means is that we should really get in and start casting. Otherwise, we're going to be here all day. Well, there's nothing really wrong with that. But that's something that we should probably just go and get into and figure out and all of that wonderful stuff. So, without any further ado, let's go cast some Olimoleague. I'm super excited for this. Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to quickly reset my my goals stuff that's on the screen. So give me 1 moment. Reset goals, reset, perfect. Just have those resets. So that's all sorted for later on. All right, perfect. Let's go cast some StarCraft 2. Let's do some Olimoleague. It's been a long time since we've covered some Olimoleague action as we jump into the bottom left corner of the map with the red Terran player Oliveira, and in the top right, our blue Protoss player Trap, as we kick off and get ready to rumble. Game number 1 of this best of 3. As we see what's going to happen here on ley lines. Get this kicked off, get this started, and see what is going to happen. Opening match of the day. Trap vs Oliveira, round of 16. So round of 16 is either round 1 or round 2, depending on if you got a bye or not. I believe this was actually round 1 for these guys. Like I say, I've not looked at the bracket in depth because I did not want to spoil myself. So I've only looked at certain parts of the bracket. I did not look at it in depth. because obviously we want to cast this completely spoiler-free. That's the whole plan of this evening. Did Wardy say Clem participated? Yes. I have been told there are Clem replays. I do not have anything from Clem in the round of 16. I don't know who he plays in the round of 8. It's all a surprise to me. And yeah, so good to be back on the PTR. We weren't on the PTR yesterday, just due to our sponsored, our partner's request that we can't go do PTR games for their stuff. A little complicated, but just run by that. So cool to be back on the PTR and enjoying some games as we kick off onto the ley lines for Trap and Oliveira. Excited to see what this best of 3 is going to look like. Trap, to me, has begun to look very, very good lately, you know, but consistency has been a question mark. I feel like sometimes Trap looks absolutely incredible, but still struggles so much early game. It's so weird to me to see someone come back and not just kind of be good early game still, but then kind of struggle later as the game goes, and their mechanics get worn down. It feels like Trap works better the later the game goes, and that it's the early game that's really his issue still. So I feel like that's a big note, especially in a PvT against someone like Oliveira, who absolutely will make the early game difficult, or they will make your early game miserable. They will do anything they can to make this Protoss player not enjoy the first minutes on ley lines or whatever the map they play in this best of 3. So excited to see how that pans out. Look at this beautiful part of replays. We don't even have to sit through the pauses. Beautiful. Alright, command center coming up. We get that on the way. The factory coming through. A couple of Marines are coming up. The warp gate coming in. Twilight Council building. Stalker on the way out. And we just got ourselves settled down as a probe will begin to chrono boost Hellion. And a couple of Marines and the starport all on the way out as well. Early game just going to be looking pretty normal. Twilight Council, as the Zealot and the Adept do actually get up and into this base. The Adept with the Zealot swiping the Marines is going to do very well. The SCVs will get the Adept, but the Zealot gets the Marine. Hellion will pop to clay cleanup, but this is SCVs that are going to be in some trouble. Can we target by the low one? We cannot. Okay, a little bit of chaos at the very start here between Trap and Oliveira. I mean, 5 Marines go down for a Zealot and an Adept. I feel like that's pretty reasonable. We do have the Adept coming back over. Hitting that Hellion a little bit. The couple of Marines will step up. They're going to go back onto this Adept as well, taking a few more shots there. Warp gate finishing in a few moments. Again, the Hellion and a couple of Marines still coming out. Liberator and Cyclone producing an orbital command about a pop. Gateway goes down as well, as we'll just see the warp gate morphing in. Couple extra gates just coming on by. Couple, well, the Lib and the Cyclone coming up as well. 2 more Marines coming about. Yeah, I'm kind of excited. I mean, like I say, kind of excited for this stream because it's replays. I know that maybe sounds weird to you guys, but like, this is super exciting to me because we can just go game. There's not going to be any of this, oh, we got to wait for this series to finish, and they play like a 40-minute game and we're sitting around. Like, we just get to sit back and enjoy StarCraft 2 for the next 3, 4, 5 hours, depending on how long these games are. Yeah, super exciting to just be able to do this. And yeah, it's nice to be able to cover the Olimo. Shout out to Crank, Oliveira, and everyone who's Olimoleague who's involved in making this happen. And yeah, the sponsor as well, Chiswick, new Korean streaming platform. It makes sense that we're not allowed to stream it live, but amazing that we can still cover the replays and bring you guys the tournament and the action. And a rare evening stream for me. The last time I streamed at this time of day, it was probably quite a while ago. I don't stream at this sort of time very regularly, which is funny because actually, usually we do get very good viewership at this kind of time of day as well. So it's definitely a little bit of an interesting one. It's my first ever YouTube stream at this time of day as well. So if you're watching on the YouTube, hello, how are you doing? You have 100 of you over there. A quick early reminder to if you are on the YouTube. Scroll down, hit that like button real quick. Takes a moment, helps us out massively. Let's make it a big one today. As we have our Liberator going to sit in that upper right-hand corner just behind the mineral line. +1 attack and a couple more Marines are just on the way up. It must be nice not to focus on admin stuff. Yes, actually, not having to like, even when we get to like the replay section of like my events where it's like, oh, we did like 5 matches live, now let's do the replays. Even just having to invite all the other casters and making sure everyone's in the lobby, it's so nice to sit back and just chill and fully focus on just watching and enjoying some StarCraft 2. Like, this is kind of a rarity for me. You know, it's a rare occasion, especially lately. I don't think we've really covered other people's events much at all recently, so it is really nice for me to just sit back and be like, hey, look, I just get to, like, load in the games, not worry about it, enjoy the games. What a beautiful evening. You can tell why I'm excited, right? Basically, TLDR, Wardy gets to be lazy. All right. Well, Combat Shield did go down. The Stimpak is not hurt, and Combat Shield will restart as Trap gets a little aggressive with a few initial Blink Stalkers. We do have the Robo Facility Chrono boosting out the Warp Prism and 5 additional gates coming online. Warp Prism plus 1 attack all coming through as well. The charge is about to complete. More Stalkers continue to gather together here. We'll see the Stalker's going to go for this Siege Tank. There's not a lot of Stalkers. It does take 2 volleys, but we don't lose a Stalker there. The Marines in the bunker being the only other damage output meant the Stalkers don't take enough to go down. That's an amazing little win for Trap. Gets a tank for free. Some HP bars kind of traded out, but that's not the end of the world. Yes, those Stalkers are weaker in theory, but a lot of the time Stalkers, their weakness doesn't matter so much because they regenerate the shields anyways, so it's a pretty minor factor as long as the Stalkers stay alive, which is going to be the case. As our Prism gets down to the bottom side. So that's going to be setting up to dive in toward the main in the next few moments. I'll look to see what we can do over the next few moments. As we do have the Bioforce going to start stepping out as well. Plus 1 attack and Combat Shield coming through. Ghost Academy coming online. The Prism gets ready to drop into this main base. We do have another scan out the front. A couple of Zealots getting dropped in here. They're going to go around and jump onto the Siege Tank. So that goes down as well. Bio and the Widow Mines coming across. A couple more Marauders coming through as well. We are going to be seeing now Command Center also coming up right now. Rest of the Bio moving around. Again, our plus 1 attack and extended thermal lance coming in currently. Did Mary quit SC2? There's just not been any tournaments that Mary would typically play in. So, while I don't want to say that Mary has not quit, because I don't know, I didn't ask him personally, I feel like we would have heard something if he had. Saying that it's because he just hasn't played, there's literally been nothing Mary would have played in, right? Like, tournaments of this size are not something that Mary plays in at all. It's very possible he's just sitting back and taking a bit of a breather, and if some larger events get announced eventually on the circuit, I'm sure he'll be playing once again. So yeah. Oliveira stepping up. Here on Leylines, we are obviously on the new maps as well. 6 new maps. Not sure what exactly the veto or map selection process was for Olimoleague. I was just going to see a couple force fields going down. The Bio going to get kept back. A couple ghosts coming through. Seeing a couple of Zealots actually dropping into the base. Going to see more Zealots warping in off this Prism. Here we go. It's going to be seeing action there, but that gets cleaned up pretty quickly. Good defense from Oliveira, as we do have plus 1 armor coming through. The concussive shells coming up. A couple of additional Vikings coming through also. And Trap has done a good job throughout this game so far of just being able to kind of take a presence on the map, be kind of forward in his positioning, and just put himself in a good spot. Do you feel like the Stalkers did very well early? Oliveira's never really made it to the other side. And definitely a map here, Leylines, which I feel like is definitely on the larger side of life, which typically is very good for Protoss and PvT. Because just size is typically, I mean, it's just different. You know, it gives you plenty of time to get in position for Terran coming about. If the Terran starts to take momentum and splits up, and you have to kind of split your army, then that's going to be rough for you. So yes, like, once the Terran gets, you know, if they give the Terran momentum, then that's tough, but there's a lot of ways in which you can stop momentum because of the size of the map in your favor as well. There's a reason Goldenore was a very Protoss kind of map as well. It was a good size for Protoss. Yeah, Terrans typically don't like the larger maps, even though it maybe spreads the Protoss out a little bit more, and I would say the bases are pretty well spread on this map at the very least. I actually think Trap could have expanded more forwards if he wanted to kind of keep a more kind of compounded kind of group of bases, although I guess that would open some kind of dead airspace. Like if he took this base and this base, he's kind of more kind of collected together, but then dead airspace into the main base and down up here might be, well, I guess there still is a factor down here, but yeah, there are some positives and some eases. You know, by kind of taking the 12 o'clock, you kind of deny any drop play into the main, other than, you know, from elsewhere, like from the natural kind of area, I guess. So I guess while it is further away, it does make your main base that much safer in itself. So yeah, a couple different ways to look at that, basically. As we are going to see Oliveira. He is going to take the forward base. Terrans love to take a forward expansion. They love to hold out on the middle of the map and do as much as they can there. And that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do now. As the Bio pulls back, a couple of Vikings up in the sky. Going to regather ourselves in. The Zealot goes down. A couple of Medivacs coming across. DTs are going to step forward as well. Zealot Stalker Colossus Sentry down the right side. That's going to be a good set of force fields. Bio unit's going to take some hits. good cleanup right there as Oliveira losing SCVs at the same time. DT's on the third base, Zealots in the natural, and the Prism goes into the main base. We're going to see a few more Zealots warping in. Another Viking just pops out. Going to start to work on the engineering base here. And it does look as though the Zealots are going to continue on to the planetary fortress. SCVs are going to get a repair. As you see, a couple more shots coming through. Stalkers get there. Viking goes down. 2-2 and ship weapons continuing up. There's 26 SCVs killed. Trap's just playing a very good game. It's not, I'm not gonna lie, it's not a super exciting game. It's just a very solid game from Trap where he is controlling the fights, he's controlling the moves, he's controlling the positions. He is doing, in my eyes, everything correctly here so far. So Trap is getting it all done right up until now. As an army of his gets into the center once again, gonna maybe take a step up into the middle. A few more Zealots join in, +3/+2 on the way up as well. Continuing to get gathered there as... I mean, Trap is maxed out against a 170 supply Oliveira. This looks like we may have Protoss victory in game number 1. As the bio coming back through, Stalker's going to try for a Viking. Not quite getting there just yet. A couple more shots coming by. Bio going to split. Good disruptor shot to the bottom side. That's a great example of a disruptor shot. Not killing everything, but still being significant. Now those Marauders can't stim again, so they're trailing behind the army. I love that. You know, so many people are like, it's so boring to see disruptors hit things and not blow it up, but actually... I kind of like this. It's not as devastating as it, you know, once was, but it's still pretty darn bad. What it disallows is someone to hit a disruptor shot and back away and just purely benefit from that without taking a fight. But what it does allow is if you hit a good disruptor shot and engage into that, you're going to take advantage of Marauders that are low HP, that they can't stim anymore, etc. I think that's a huge deal, so I actually kind of like this change. I still think maybe it should kill in the middle, like a bit more damage in the middle, and then kind of the damage decreases as you move out from the center of the disruptor shot. I honestly don't think I hate the change. Maybe that's just my Terran speaking, getting blown up by disruptors, but I mean, some of them still get blown up anyway, right? I don't know, I kind of like the idea of it. Not, you know, just necessarily talking whether we needed to make Protoss worse in that regard, but I think in terms of like design of the game, I think it's better. Ace goes down, we lose a ton of tech units as Oliveira comes in from a weird angle, definitely gets Trap in a bit of a weird spot. Trap has so many Zealots, we're going to raise the depots there. I mean, just going to do what we can, essentially. As Oliveira chases this army down, Trap will just say, okay, I'll just kill as much as I can and hope I can rebuild an army in time. 2 new Colossus on the way, he's got 1.8k, 1.2k in the bank to spend. And as he starts to spend that money, he should be alright. The Medivacs are pretty low on energy as well, so the healing is not really there. And the Zealots are making it a struggle to get out of this base, and you know, Oliveira's just going to say GG. He's lost a ton of SCVs during this, and Trap takes a pretty darn beautiful game 1 where I think it's very fair to say that Trap kind of came in here, controlled it from the first couple of minutes, and just kept control of it throughout the rest of the game from that point onwards. A very comfortable start right there as we get ready to go into game number 2. Alright, second game coming up in a couple of moments. Just going to be... get this ready to rumble. I'll get this hosted in a sec, guys. Just at the start of the day, I do have to be a little careful on ads. We didn't actually get as many ads in pre-stream as usual, which means that we have to catch up on one set right now. So I'll just play those, just in case we have something quick. What's up, Level? Olimoleague. What year is it? Thank you so much for the 74-month resub. This is peak StarCraft 2 again, man. Man, I love Olimoleague. I didn't cover Olimoleague for a long time. There was a base trade TV tournament. I covered it a little bit on a base trade TV sometimes when I co-cast with Rifkin back in the day. But then when base trade TV moved on, we did become the Olimoleague caster. I think we only really casted Olimoleague when it went monthly. It was originally a weekly event. I think we only casted Olimoleague when it became monthly, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to do some Olimoleague digging. I think the last time it was here was like... I don't even know. I actually think it goes so far back we don't even have like the casters specified on Wikipedia. That's crazy. That is wild. Yeah, there were a bunch of like invitational Olimoleagues as well, like special versions. That was kind of fun actually back then. They did a few things with the Olimoleague towards the end of its life cycle. The problem was players just stopped playing in Olimoleague and the online circuit kind of diminished down. It wasn't really kind of supporting anymore, and I think Olimoleague got a little bit busier as well with other projects, so it was tough to keep Olimoleague going. But yeah, amazing to see it come back. As we got ourselves in the top left-hand side, the red Terran. This is going to be Oliveira. In the bottom right, our blue Protoss from Gen G. This is Trap. Wardy, do you make more dollars if I don't skip the YouTube ad and don't mind watching if it makes you more? I genuinely... Okay, I'm going to just assume that it probably would make me more money if you watch it or don't skip it, but I don't actually know. Like, I don't have, like, hard evidence on that, but I would assume it does make you more. I think if you, like, skip it, it gets... less gets paid out or something. I actually don't know how that works exactly, but I wouldn't base it on my assumption. I'm sure if you googled it, you might find a very quick answer, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure. The Olimoleague, a Korean tournament. It was always held on the Korean server, but this is no longer like restricted to Korean server. I think that's kind of right in the modern day and age. I think it's, well, obviously this is today as on the PTR, but I think it's kind of right in the modern day and age of StarCraft 2. I think we're past the point of I think it's fair to say we're past the point of having kind of region lock tournaments. I'm definitely stepping away from them, I think. I enjoyed a lot of the region stuff that I did in the past. It gives us more matchups. And maybe I will if, like, there's certain reasons why. I mean, you can still make something kind of favor to a certain region by running at a certain time and so on, but I don't know if I really love the idea of making stuff region locked anymore. I didn't do it a lot. Usually we did like a European server, and oftentimes it was like a European server event, then a Korean server event and stuff, but I think nowadays, like, why not just make it open to anyone that wants to play a lot of the time, right? Yeah, I don't know. That's how I'm kind of feeling about things. Maybe that changes if the circuit... I think if the circuit comes back and certain... Like, say, for example, the circuit comes back and GSL is on for a couple of weeks, then maybe I would run a European tournament then, because I know most of the Korean players don't want to play because they're playing in GSL, right? I think that sort of stuff maybe makes sense, but unless circumstances like that come around, I'm kind of against the region locking and so on. As we get settled in to game number 2, we've got Twitch on your phone and YouTube on the computer, double the Wardy. Damn, watching Wardy in every way possible. What's up, hello Zergling, WardiTV is always PKSC2, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 92-month resub. Welcome back, good to see you guys. For these live matches, they were played earlier today, so Olimoleague was played, I think it officially began like 6-ish hours ago. It wrapped up probably about 2 to 3 hours ago, there or thereabouts. I got the replays about an hour ago, so these are fresh off the PTR. That's why I'm casting it today. I want these to be fresh. I want these to be kind of, you know, I want this to have a live tournament feel, essentially, in a situation where we're not allowed to actually cast it live, basically. So, doing our best to bring you the live experience. The only downside is you guys can't check out the bracket, because it has spoilers on it, but such is life. You just have a couple of adepts going through. Actually, that's going to be pretty bad for Oliveira, losing both the Marines with the Cyclones out. Hey, someone build a freaking Cyclone! A man build a Cyclone! Ah, the old Cyclone here. As he comes through and he picks that Adept off. Damn, it's been a while since we've seen a Cyclone in the PTR. I mean, Cyclone early can still be okay at turning things around, doesn't do as much DPS as it did before. Has any game benefited from region locks? Yeah, I think the European server in StarCraft 2 massively benefited from region locks, actually. I think it just didn't work so well in NA because the region locking in NA was not hard enough. So in Europe, to really play in like the European tournaments, because when they region locked it, they did like a soft region lock, whereas like you had to you could just pick your region at first. And so Koreans participated, obviously in NA, they could play from Korea. Whereas in Europe, the Koreans, if they really wanted to play in the European region, had to move to Europe to play on good enough ping, right? And because of that, you know, the few Koreans that did play in Europe generally just raised the skill level of the region. I think StarCraft 2 did benefit from region locking to some extent. I just think it wasn't done correctly, personally. I think the region locking was good to an extent, but yeah, it just could have been done a lot better. They kind of went half and half with it initially. And I think that was kind of an issue too. I also think they did it at too high of a level. I think they should have had like some smaller version that was more region lock focused, and then the higher level was still kind of open to all. I know, like, I mean, I don't know how they would have done this, but like if they made Challenger region locked, but the main portion of like the main like back in the day we had like a 64-player European Challenger mode and then like 32-player Premier League, right? If like the 64-player Challenger was European region locked, and then the 32 players of Europe played against like the top 24 of America, the top 32 of Korea, I think that would have been the right approach instead of the way that they did it. But that's all good. We are past that now. We can't change the past. I mean, this is really just getting some hypothetical thinking. You guys hitting the deep topics in the first half an hour of the stream today, guys. You guys know we're only 27 minutes in. We don't have to go through the philosophy of StarCraft 2's existence in the first 27 minutes. I think we can step back and take a moment, you know. Stalker's actually going to get stuck in here a little bit too deep on the commitment. Multiple Stalkers going down, and Trap, who was so good last game. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's been doing well here, and losing those Stalkers there is really a turnaround from Oliveira. So yeah, Trap was doing very well, just that was a mistake, and Oliveira capitalized, and much needed, because things were getting a little bit out of hand. He was starting to take a lot of damage. Bio tank, a couple of the medevacs will start to come across the map as well, so just going to make their way over here. Stepping across, extended thermal lance charge coming through as well. The biotank medevacs all around the right hand side, and the Stalker's going to get back in the middle where they're going to get rid of one more Marine. Plus one attack and concussive shells just going to finish in the next few moments. We do have ourselves the bio units getting back into the middle here. Again, we get ourselves the extra sentry warped in, the charge about to finish, some thermal lenses coming through, and Colossus is coming up as well. Extra few gateways coming about, and our forge building from Trap. Yeah, I mean, honestly, losing a few of those units does give Oliveira quite a bit of supply right now, and he is going to come across 23 army supply up in the game, plus one completed. He is up against two Colossus. That is the saving grace, plus the sentries, and the ability to force field here will be a big deal, as Oliveira kind of split too soon there, and then the way he split was weird. He's like, 5 Marines go forward and they will die, and the rest of the units took a step back so they couldn't exactly chase. Fire coming up, a couple Widow Mines coming over, Stalkers stepping about. Do have ourselves the +1 armor upgrade coming through, +1 attack coming in on the forge as well. I will step up once more, just going to go back and forth again. Trap just going to sit here out the front. Do have ourselves the Oliveira aggression has really not been able to go anywhere. Those Colossus have held strong for Trap, who now, with 3 bases up and a Dark Shrine on the way, taking a big step into the mid-game. Interested to go Dark Shrine now. Now, obviously, Dark Shrine is oftentimes an earlier kind of investment to try and do damage, you know, quickly early. Or it's a later investment where you've got more money. This is basically like saying, hey, instead of adding a second splash damage option alongside the Colossus, I'm going to invest into harassment now. It's a very brazen play, because from Trap's point of view, you go into this right now and you're going to essentially say, right, I'm going to go into these DTs, and this could have been a Temple Archives, this could have been Storm, this could have been Disrupted Production, but instead he's going to put it into the harassment. They can still morph into Archons. It's just you could have also had Archons after you'd stormed, you know? So it's definitely an investment. It's definitely a decision made here from Trap, and it'll be a fun one to see play out. See if those DTs can be impactful at all. SCPs transfer across toward this third base. Again, Dark Shrine about to complete. Disruptor is going to be on its way as the bio gathers back up. The Prism going to move out. Vikings and Ghosts on the way through. Another Marine or 2 on the way up as well. A couple extra SCVs coming in. This 2 DT is going to finish. The Disruptor about to come online. Marine is going to go after the Prism, which is going to be a good spot just to see that that is there. Is a pretty major plus, actually. Nice to be able to just get a little bit of a vision on that. Stop the Prism from getting in. The Prism did start to kind of rip you apart in that last game as well. A little pause from Oliveira. Again, the benefits of doing the cast 5 hours later. We don't have to sit through those pauses. You see how much more StarCraft we fit in instead of just waiting around? I'm telling you guys, today is the all StarCraft never-ending stream. Marauders coming about. There's that turret coming up. Shots come in. Marine goes down. He's going to keep swiping. 14 SCVs get killed off. Going to dive into the natural. Is going to get that DT grabbed as well. Vikings come back through. Prism still up to the top side. +2 attack. +1 armor coming in. The army gets back out into the center. Oliveira making a push to the bottom right. Zealots warp to the 12 o'clock. Again, disruptors, gateways, batteries, all being made right now. As we do have the Zealots going to come around the back, so in they go. At the end of the day, these DTs, I think, did absolutely well enough. We've now made it 2 disruptors as our additional tech and AoE choice. This Protoss army is really where it wants to be. Oliveira is struggling supply-wise, work-wise. Zealots in the main base. And, yeah, I do not think that this is going to become a good fight for him at all as the Vikings continue through. The couple Colossus here going to be in a little bit of trouble. I mean, obviously no battery overcharge. Colossus can't just be kind of overcharged to stay alive a bit longer. I mean, Oliveira makes a very good shove forward. We'll open a few more DTs. A few Archons will be brought in. Obviously, across the map, we're clearing everything, so no reinforcements coming about. This really is as good as it gets on the other side from Trap. He just needs to stabilize back at home. The DT here now is, it looks as though we are out of EMP/scan, so that DT is actually getting quite a few shots off. We do use 1 EMP there. We're actually going to just deny +2 attack. Disruptor gets to go up the ramp, going after Marauders. Oliveira not paying attention, letting the Disruptors hit, and Trap is going to be able to clean up. So Trap takes the 2-0 in the best of 3 and opens up our Olimoleague 229 scoring. So Trap is going to get to the second round of the competition. We'll check on in with him in a little bit, I'm sure, in the round of 8. So he moves to the round of 16. We'll play the round of 8. Again, I'm not sure against who just yet. That's our first one wrapped up. We're actually going to be going to Rogue versus Hero up next, actually. So I love this matchup. This is a very exciting one in my eyes. Rogue versus Hero, very fun series, usually. You know, I mean, 2 titans of the StarCraft 2 scene in years gone by. And, yeah, that's going to be, I think, a very fun best of 3 coming up here between these two. As we get that ready to go. Why make Ghosts 3 supply while HT and DT are still 2 supply? Because Ghosts are extremely good, and DTs and High Templars have not been deemed extremely good, most likely. You came for Wadecraft and got non-stop action? Yeah, pretty much. I'm just going to give it like 30 to 60 seconds for the ads to play. Usually, you know, I run the ads just between the games. We just keep going, but keeping going usually means like hosting a lobby, inviting the players, check they're ready, invite the casters, go, loading screen, etc. Right? In this situation, we actually just click watch. So I'm going to give it like 30 to 60 seconds before I click watch, just to give the ads a little bit of time to play out so they don't overlap too heavily. That's a very simple choice. So, yeah, that's just what we're doing. You got me talking for a little bit. Then we're going to dive right on into Rogue versus Hero, our second round of 16 matchup. Then what else we got coming up? Zoun versus Byun coming up after that. I think that's going to be a fun one as well. Then we're going to dive into some round of 8 action after that as well. So, yeah, very exciting set of matches on the way. I think I've talked for my 30 to 60 seconds. Let's start getting into this and getting going. Man, I can't believe the YouTube is popping off viewership-wise. We are coming up to 300 viewers on YouTube in the first hour of the stream. Is actually kind of nutty. As we get into this best of 3, in the top right, our blue Zerg player is Rogue. And in the bottom left, it is going to be our red Protoss player, Hero. I actually just want to take a moment to mention a couple things on the YouTube. First of all, we tried to upload our first ever YouTube short today. So if you want to check out that, that is uploaded. And you can check out that. We're going to experiment with that a little bit. I'm not sure if we're going to stick to it or anything, but we will see. And also, last night I went through the time to actually update the YouTube members kind of stuff. It's been a while since I set that up. It kind of set up a long time ago and forgot about it. So there's now a whole bunch of different emotes available for YouTube, for members of the channel. You guys can drop a GG or Wardy Hype or Wardy Alley in there, or some Creep Spread, Pylons, Drones, Stim Packs. All of those emotes available. I do have more emotes I can add, but we don't have enough members yet. So a great way to support the channel is actually becoming a YouTube member. I also set up some different tiers, so you can actually get access to the emotes on a cheaper price plan than what we originally had set for members. And then there's basically steps up in the members just in case you want to go above and beyond and support essentially the tournaments a little bit further. So that's a thing on YouTube. If you're feeling like being generous and supporting, you can click the join button beneath the stream. And it's usually next to the subscribe button as far as I understand it. And yeah, you can support by becoming a member on YouTube. I actually think we're one member away from getting an 8th emote. So, you know, if that ain't gonna if that don't convince you, if you don't want another StarCraft 2 emote to spam in the YouTube chat, well, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, just thought I'd mention that because I put some work on it last night. My next goal is to get the YouTube. I figured out how to get the YouTube like members and super chats like integrated to pop up on the stream. It's just a little bit more long-winded than I thought. I thought I could basically combine it with my Twitch notifications, but you have to have like a separate overlay. So it was just basically I put some time aside to do it yesterday. I went to do it. I had to stop to figure out why I couldn't do it, and now I figured it out. So now next time I put 10 minutes aside, I'm going to get that fixed and sorted out. So that's going to be exciting as well. So yeah. Anyways, just me yattering away during the first couple of moments here as we get into Rogue Hero, game 1 of this best of 3, and looking to see what's going to happen. I mean, honestly, what a great series. Hero has been really, really good lately, honestly. He was very excited to play some PTR. He messaged me yesterday before the WardiTV Monday event, and he was like, "Hey, Wardy, today PTR?" And I was like, no, sorry, today live server. I'll have a PTR later." And he was like, "Oh, so sad." He's like, "I want to play PTR. Finally, can beat Terran." So, Hero's excited about the PTR, which is really cool. So excited to see him play today. And excited to see some Rogue. I've not casted Rogue in a little bit, because I don't think he's really... He said he didn't want to play the PTR Cup last week. And, yeah, he didn't want to play the PTR Cup last week, and he's not really been playing our Monday event. So I haven't actually got to cast Rogue in a hot second, but it's been fun to watch him play. A player who's returned from the military and has found his kind of groove quite nicely again. Maybe not quite the dangerous and deadly Rogue of before, but still absolutely up there. Someone you can tell was one of the very best before, and is definitely on track to return there as well. Well enough to say I would say that this would be a competitive series. I would definitely be surprised if Rogue won the series, but I don't think I'd be surprised if Rogue took a map in the series. Especially on a new patch. Rogue is one of those Zergs that on a new patch, well, I mean, Rogue's entire playstyle is about doing things you don't usually expect. So you change the patch, you change the way the game's played, you play on different maps, and Rogue probably looks at this and says, "Oh, perfect. I can just figure out what to abuse." You know? That's what Rogue has made a career out of. Doing things that other people don't expect. So new patches for Rogue don't really hurt him like it usually hurts Zergs. So, yeah, very funky there as the Void Ray does get rid of a Creep Tumor. Thank you, Cormac Collender, for the 4-year resub. As look at the Fleet Beacon on the way from Hero. So Hero's going to play 2 base Fleet Beacon, and he's going to rush up to some early game Tempest, I imagine. I'm going to get that on the way here on Leyline's big map. Just going to accelerate into Sky Toss, I suppose. I guess we'll see what will happen. Kind of wild as the Fleet Beacon comes through. The Stargate coming up, a couple of depths on the way. Stalker will begin to fire onto the Overlord, so a little bit of damage being done there. Stalker will just ping, Overlord will fall. Nice to clean those out. Obviously, Rogue trying to get some information, especially good to clean it out before he gets to that natural. He didn't see any of this. So the Stargate number... Yes, sorry, that is both Stargates. Yeah, I'm blind. Never saw the Stargate, although saw the Oracle and the Void Ray, right? But definitely didn't see the second Stargate and the Fleet Beacon. So now, blind to that follow-up, and Hero taking the forward base with the Rich Vespene as well. By taking this base and having Tempest, being able to fire out into the center is very powerful. This actually might be a really cool play. Take that Rich Vespene, get, you know, double gas with only 1 gas worth of workers. Just accelerate the economy a little bit. Uncle moves about. The Void Ray coming through. The Adepts are going to shade upwards. Queens are going to be there. The Void Ray turned around again. And push back. A couple more Tempests coming out as well. Need to get those going as the Oracle gets pushed back in the middle. Extra roaches coming through. The Queens are producing. Drones are coming online. Okay, and you get that Tectonic Destabilizers. Bonus damage to the structures. That is what Tectonic Destabilizers does still, right? Just bonus damage to structures that didn't get changed. I'm trying to think if that's something that got changed at some point, but it's been a little while since I actually saw a Tempest upgrade. I'm pretty sure it's just bonus damage to the structures. As we do see our Tempest continue to move out into the center here. Going to get a couple of creep tumors as we go, and we'll see how some of this initial damage output goes. Going to get straight to the front. And yeah, you can see the bonus damage to the structures there straight away, hitting that hatchery nice and quickly. And already getting some chunk damage onto it. Going to see the spores in a similar situation, so spores are going to drop pretty quickly here. And the Tempest able to do quite well. Just going to continue to aim for those Queens. Queens will be able to try and help push back as they take a step back towards the Tempest there and trying to turn those around again. There's another Spore Crawler going down. The Queen's continuing through, and Oracle drops a Revelation once more. Tempest continue to be chased out over to the left-hand side. On the bottom of the map, we've got a Roach counterattack from Rogue. I love it because I think, you know, so much investment currently is across the map. Even if there is some defense here, there's likely you can get some damage done. Force Field's going to be ready in a second, though, as the Sentry warps in. Kind of funny with Energy Overcharge as well. Nowadays, you only need one Sentry because you can Energy Overcharge the Force Field repeatedly for quite a while. In this case, there's actually, I didn't realize there's two more Void Rays over towards the base on the right side. A few Lings are going to slip by. I think Hero can manage this for the most part. The Queens do get underneath the Tempest as Hero gets distracted on the other side of the map. 5 Tempests is a great number because it does put you towards the area of one-shotting those Queens. We do lose some of the Tempest firepower. There's now 4 Tempests remain. They're going to come back towards the base still. That's the problem is, yeah, Rogue, you let these Tempests kind of sit around and that hatchery will go down eventually. That will become a problem for you, so got to be very careful there. As a bit more Roach Link continues to move through. The Tempests are going to step up once again. Hatchery is back to taking just a little bit of damage. And the Queens are going to come through there again, so more shots coming by. The Queens are going to push the Tempest back to the left. +1 attack and Blink both coming in. Corrupt as Queens and the +1 flyer attack upgrade in production as well. Trying to re-engage forward. 2 Tempests go down immediately. We're actually going to lose everything here. He tries to dive for the hatchery, but the transfusion was good to help it stay alive. And that is an unsuccessful dive as we give up the Tempest for not really any reason. I feel like Rogue was getting bullied in this game, but we just lost every single Tempest hero. Why are we giving our Tempests away, buddy? It's so unnecessary. We didn't have to do that. What did the Tempests do? Bunch of Roaches still coming up. +1 flyer attack upgrade, +1 missiles, and Roach speed producing as well. Revelation goes down. Stalker Void Ray gets in the center. Creep Tumors will drop. Queens are slightly more expensive, which is kind of funny in these defenses as well, because usually you just want to mass Queens. Now Queens are a bit more expensive, so defending this stuff, I guess, is a bit more expensive than it was before. Stalker's hitting, Queen's taking damage, Roach Lane coming over. Stalker's taking hits, Ling's getting pushed. +1 missiles, Groove Spines, Hydra's still on the way, Lurker coming up as well. And Roach is going to jump back on the Stalkers again, a few more warping in, 7 of them in production. Is Forward Gateway going to provide those faster warp-ins in a world you do not have a robo facility? As the Corruptors will get rid of an Oracle. It's going to be interesting because we're fully switching into that just +1 Blink Stalkers. This transition is kind of aimed around someone who builds a lot of Corruptors, and so eventually you have these Corruptors that are now kind of, I don't want to say dead weight, they will still get rid of the Void Rays, they have still be useful against the Tempest, but there's supply that doesn't have much to do against the Stalkers at least. Thing goes down, we go back towards the top. Going to aim ourselves in toward this hatchery. Remember, that was low from earlier, so while Hero didn't kill it beforehand, he will look to get it now. Will the Hydra Roach Ling be enough for Rogue defensively as he makes his way to Lurkerden and Hive? He does come down this other ramp as well, so able to jump onto the Stalkers a little bit more quickly. The Corruptors will focus on the Voids, and once we get rid of those Voids, Corruptors can Caustic Spray, even if that is just the gateway here, right? Caustic Spray down the reinforcement point would maybe not be a terrible choice. Corruptors are struggling to get rid of the Void Rays, though. They continue to sit there and do very well for themselves. We re-engage in again right now. Corruptors looking to do as best they can. The Void Rays keep on dying. I think it's going to continue forward. The Stalker's going to continue to step back. We continue to push on in here as the Stalkers take a step away. Pylon batteries continue to go down. We'll see another Zealot. Corrosive Bow coming through. Extra Zealots on the bottom side. Stalkers just blink up once again. Hydra Ravager going to go after those Stalkers. The Zealots are going to come over as well. Continue to fight. Corruptors actually do caustic spray down the base, so hey, they do put themselves to use. Rogue only 40 supply ahead right now. I fear that he doesn't have a ground army good enough any longer. Where is the ground army? Currently it's drones. Drones are not really an army. They are a mobilized workforce. I love the sentry warping as well here because we're getting to the point where there's just not that many Zerg units, and one thing you'd love to do is just start chipping off a few of them here and there to make sure that it never gets to a good mass. It does two things, right? You can either cut the army in half to get away, or you can cut the army in half to capitalize and get some kills. So I love the Sentry Edition. I think they're going to find a lot of value. Hatch taking some shots. Roaches and Queens coming over. Stalker Sentry still stepping backwards. Ling Roach. Muscular Augments coming through. Our Stalkers get back to the top. Well, Raptors, by the way, across the map haven't gotten rid of another base here. So another location going down. Rogue supply blocked currently as Hero swings around the bottom side. Corruptors come back into the middle of the map. It's pure roaches at this point. It's just not good enough. Sorry, I lied. There's 3 lurkers as well. I don't think those 3 lurkers are ever going to make a difference in this, though. I mean, to be fair, Rogue supply is still kind of there. I mean, the fact that so lot of it's in Corruptors, his Stalkers are not breaking through the lurkers will give you a position. Wow, Rogue's actually going to turn around. I kind of thought Rogue was dead, but Hero has no bases. So Hero's just out of mining because he didn't ever rebuild. You know what? In the back of my head while casting some of this, I kind of felt like Hero had another base. I kind of completely disregarded that he's just on 3 base here, and that he kind of didn't replace the 3rd, and he didn't replace the natural, and so he's kind of out of money. And in that situation, the few lurkers that can come into play are so good. Because I actually think if Hero is still on an economy at home, he builds enough Stalkers that a few lurkers don't really matter. And that's why my casting was incorrect in this game, because I have this assumption that his economy is much better than it is back at home. It really isn't. And that because of that, he runs out of steam, so a handful of lurkers are so freaking effective. Yeah, very cool ending. As I think I did misread that situation quite heavily. Damn. GG's. Alright, game number 2 coming up as we get ourselves into Whispers of Gold, going to be the second map. Alright, we're going to kick this off in a moment, guys. Get this started. Yeah, it's okay. Guys, it's okay to realize you're wrong sometimes, you know? It's okay to realize you're wrong. Yeah, I mean, I thought he was in trouble losing the Tempest, but then I kind of felt like Rogue didn't have a good answer to the Stalkers for a long time, and the Corruptors really struggled to be effective for a while, too. Then the Corruptors got 1 base, and I still was kind of in the kind of idea of disbelieving against his ground army. But when he got the 2nd base and Hero's army just stopped growing anymore, I wonder if Hero doesn't lose the natural and he at least keeps that base mining. I wonder if he can afford just enough Stalkers to be influential. Because eventually he just ran out of steam, like couldn't warp in anymore. So yeah. Kind of a, yeah. Kind of an interesting game. Looking back on it, very fascinating one because, like I said, you've got that kind of decreasing economy of Hero to consider with those bases going down. Very cool game. Rogue gets the map win to open up this series. There was that moment as well where he dove the hatchery and he just doesn't get it. I wonder if he gets that hatchery any sooner as well than Rogue. It just like, I feel like there's a lot of tipping points in that last game that just really could have really swung things so heavily the other direction as well. Yeah, the hatchery living a super long time obviously gives Rogue a much better shot when Hero gave so much to get rid of it and then you don't. But if he gets rid of it, the investment to get rid of it might have just been fine. Yeah, very cool. A super cool game. I love games that make you really kind of stop and think, and sometimes, like I say, you get taken down, you kind of lead yourself down a hole. I definitely did that in this one, where I was just like, yeah, I was pretty convinced Rogue's army wasn't good enough, and I just wasn't, you know, respecting that Hero wasn't building himself up so much as well. The beauty of StarCraft, it's so easy to get lost in it sometimes. As a couple drones pull, the probe will take a couple of nibbles. We just have ourselves the Overlord and a couple of Lings on the way. Not too much happening. Risk is a goal. We are forced to take the third hatch location as rogue, so the probe was successful in the hatchery blocking. The next in Cybercore building as well. And the drones will begin to transfer over to that right-hand side. So they're going to go on a journey over there. Since we can't look at the bracket, what is the format of this tourney? Great question. Yeah, I should have written that somewhere, but it's just pure single elimination. So yeah, pure single elimination. So when you see the round of 16, like this is basically just a one-day cup. Everything gets played in a day. So we're covering some round of 16 matches right now. We're going to do Rogue versus Hero and then Zoun versus Byun. After that round of 16, I'll let you guys know which round of 8s we are casting. And then which round of 4s from there. I don't know what the round of 8 looks like because I'm casting this spoiler-free myself. I just... Excuse me. I just looked at the bracket and saw which matches looked cool. I said, hey, if I was casting this live, which matches would I try and get into? I basically just wrote down all of those and then checked we had the replays for them. And that made the list, basically. So yeah, I don't know how any of these games go. We might have a couple matches which are absolute bombs, and you're just like, Wardy, why did you choose to cast this? Well, I didn't know, you know? I had no idea. I didn't know either. You have Ling Speed about to finish. Oracle coming in, the Warp Gate producing. That Oracle pops, and the second Oracle is going to begin to Chrono Boost out as well. So Oracle number 2 on the way across the map. When was the last time Byun won a Wardy Cup? It's been a little while. He used to be the king of WardiTV events, but yeah, Byun, Max Specs and Clem have been taking those titles lately. I think Byun did win one of our Monday Cups, but yeah, it's definitely not been in the last month or so. A couple of probes going down across the map, but I kind of like this Oracle Adept harass. So much potential as we shade into the main base. Yeah, that Link's still in the main over here. Let's watch these Adepts. They don't go to the mineral line. They actually just pull back to the corner where Ling Queen is going to get there and play cleanup. So the Adepts go down. Oracle escaped up through the top. Another Oracle just in production as we get ourselves settled onto the 3 Oracles. I love what Hostum, what was it, Hostum? I actually think it was Lambo I was talking to. Because I really felt as though we'd seen a lot of players playing less triple Oracle, and I think that was true from what I'd seen on the PTR. And basically the idea was I'd seen a lot of players cutting Oracles because 1 Oracle or 2 Oracles can get more energy off energy overcharge, and so you can cut the 3rd Oracle and hit other tech more quickly. And I was like, oh, is this the new meta? And I talked to Lambo about it, and Lambo, very intelligent guy, says, actually no, because of no battery overcharge, it's very likely that Oracles, the 3rd Oracle, is more important than ever before, right? So more important than ever before, like extra Oracles coming in. And in this case, we're going to see Hero going to the 4 Oracles. Okay, are you guys ready? So you know the stream begins to get a little bit silly when the 4 Oracle comes to play. The question is, will he build more Oracle? Oh, okay, I'm not going to go there. But real talk, I mean, the idea is, like I say, because of no battery overcharge, maybe the Oracle is even more important than before, and you can keep them with a lot of energy. Like, while you have more energy on 1 or 2 Oracles with energy overcharge, you can also have 3 Oracles or 4 Oracles with more energy than before as well, right? So, yeah, Oracles are still just a great unit. I think from the selection of games I saw, I definitely felt like we were going to see less, but what Lambo said made a lot of sense, and we're definitely starting to see now, as I think players kind of even settled down on the patch, and they've had their fun being like, oh, 1 Oracle into tech, and all of that kind of stuff. They've had their fun there. Now they're experimenting back with, like, okay, let's play some more serious, more standard styles that will guarantee us into the later game without the trickery of the fast attack that the Zergs weren't ready for in week 1 of this PTR. Because we are in this beautiful game of StarCraft 2 where you throw up a PTR, and this PTR obviously is going to have its own meta, right? It's going to change a little bit, but the meta is going to shift based on, you know, how the players want to play. And at first, people are excited to try all the cheeky new things, which is like, hey, what can I get away with right now that I struggle to get away with on the live server, right? What does this patch let me do? And you tried all of those things, so it's, you know, a little bit more aggressive because you're like, oh, can I do this? Can I do that? And then as the PTR develops and those tricks stop working because people are like, okay, you can do that now. I know that time and I can prepare for it. Then you turn back into, your kind of more standardized styles. You know, more defensive play styles. Styles that are going to take you later into the game and deeper and more reliably into that kind of late stage. Doesn't that just make you love StarCraft 2? Isn't that just such a great thing that we have, like, we honestly have had, like, a meta develop over the course of a week on the PTR. And it's not just like, yep, new patch, this is what people do now. It's like, it changes, it develops as people play. God, this game it's fascinating how this game works. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and love StarCraft 2 and really just appreciate how great it is. Kind of swooning over StarCraft 2 today, aren't I? A little bit. Stalker's just going to get in. Plus one and blink about to finish here, so our Oracle count has been cut down to 2. The Ling's going to run by. Hit a mineral line here where... And this is exactly one of the reasons why Lambo said the extra Oracle is more important, because without the battery overcharge, Ling run-bys are going to be so much scarier. So yeah, without the battery overcharge, Ling run-bys are much scarier, and hence the Oracles, you know... And hence the Oracles are more necessary to help you defend in those moments. Obviously, if you lose a couple of Oracles, that opens up the Ling run-bys a little bit, because then Hero has less Oracle-based defense to play with, so definitely a factor. As our Stalkers come through, the Bane's setting up on that right side. Extra Lings in position. Now we're going to be seeing the Stalkers just going to step up. A Queen going to go down. A few Lings and Roaches going to step forward as well. See, this Ling is going to get to work. The Oracle's going to sit there. Roaches continue up. 13 probes going down as Bane's hit the other side of the map. 5 more Stalkers warping in. Adepts on the other side going to get a couple drones, but not much more as they're forgotten about as everything else gets chaotic. Hero going to press through, though, and I feel like Hero's going to be able to get a few more Lings and maybe actually be able to have momentum. He has the Stalker step up on Whispers of Gold. This map is interesting because there's no low ground necessarily. You can go one side of the map to the other without going up or down a ramp. And that means the Stalkers have a lot of chance just to keep on pushing and going in. In this case, they're going to back away and they go down a ramp and up a ramp in that process, just with the pathway that they take, because the rocks aren't cleaned out in the center. But yeah, obviously just kiting away there. The Lings make it very difficult for the Stalkers. With the Lings in front, the Stalkers end up in a lot of trouble a lot of the time. Going to see that Ling Roach continuing through here, trying to get on top of those Stalkers as well. I'm just going to see the Stalkers there going to grab an Overlord as well. Where's Rogue's tech? He's going to go +2 melee and Bane speed. He's already got an Infestation Pit, but I don't know what he's using that for. It's kind of a weird game, right? Like, he's playing +2 melee. He's quite Roach Ravager heavy. The Infestation Pit came down and it's never really been used. I wonder if he had a plan. And then he's like, actually, these Stalkers are starting to do a little bit too much, and I kind of just need to build units. And so he started tech, and now he doesn't get to use that tech. And he's obviously not had units straight away because he tried attack and he hasn't done anything with it. So I feel like things might be getting a little funky for him now. These Stalkers committed to kill that base, which is great and all, but it does cost you a lot of Stalkers. If those Stalkers never got that far forward, you don't lose anywhere near as many of these. Rogue double expanding to a 4th and 5th hatchery now, using that Infestation Pit to open up into Hive. 4th base of Hero will take some shots, but I actually don't think there's enough Roach Ravager over here. There's no Storms just yet, but a few seconds away. Stalker count's still good. And again, this is just Roach Ravager. I do not see this being good enough against these Stalkers. Here's the Lings, though. I love the Lings. The Lings are always going to make this a lot scary. We drop one Storm down. The Lings will drop. Wasn't that many of them. I still think we're just in good Stalker numbers. We eat a Corrosive Battle on the way back as we have saved the Nexus. It's a revelation on the Roach Ravager. I'm kind of surprised the Oracles didn't just activate. Could have chased those Ravagers down. I guess it didn't matter because we're going to kill them anyway with the Stalker Blink. And Rogue stepped too far onto the other side of the map there. Hero gets a cleanup. And Hero is going to push Rogue all the way home on Whispers of Gold. Hero down a game in this best of 3, looking to bounce back in our round of 16. What a stacked tournament, by the way. Hero Rogue, kind of round 1, or I think it is round 1 as well, round of 16. It's kind of nutty. First round, Hero Rogue. It's a pretty good matchup, guys. It's a pretty good matchup. Adrenal Glands is building as well, by the way. +1 Carapace also in production. We do see 26 additional Zerglings coming out right now as the Oracle gets to the top right. Spore Crawler burrowing in right there, getting positioned. I love the drones. Sorry, the Spore Crawler building. The drones are burrowed just to hide and stay safe until the Spore's ready. Protect them from that Oracle. Cute little move from Rogue, as he is definitely in a location in the game where he could do without losing extra drones. And while they're not mining, that's not great. But it's better to not have them mining right now than not have them ever mining again. So I don't hate that. Extra Bane Ravager morphing. Adrenal Glands coming through, so that's all the Hive has really been used for, getting Adrenal Glands up. Don't get me wrong, Rogue lost to 4th base. He's been kind of poor in this game. So I get it, like, he's not been in the killer position to kind of do everything off of Hive tech, but you can see where Hero thinks Rogue is going. Hero's building Tempest, because Hero's like, oh yeah, This guy could be kind of getting to Lurkus right now, you know. The Tempest really cover my bases in a lot of ways. Hero does not need those Tempests. He is playing against a low-tech army. There's no world in which he needs Tempest right now. But that's how bad a spot Rogue is in, where even Hero doesn't realize how badly done to Rogue has been in this game. He really thinks Rogue's on better tech or has better tech coming, and he just doesn't. Which really puts the pressure on Rogue, because now he has to go and try and take advantage. The Tempest might be something to help Rogue, because while the Tempest can still sit there and shoot defensively throughout, they're not the highest DPS in units. They benefit from attacking from range and never taking damage. If Rogue committed to a fight right now, this would not be about kind of taking a drawn-out fight. This would be about diving in and just surging for a win. He's going to build the Spire. I mean, I don't think Rogue can break in, so I think the Spire is correct, because you will want to deal with those Tempests. You can't just let them fire on everything forever. So yeah, I mean, it's not a wrong call from Hero. It just maybe could have opened. If say, Rogue was a bit better off and he was able to have a bit more supply, building those Tempests may not have created any of a defense from Hero, and then Rogue could have broken through and done extremely well. Obviously, in this case, that's not how it plays out. And letting Ravager find a few more shots. We do see the Spire about halfway done currently. And that Spire going to be coming online. Just the Roach Ravager Bane coming across. Rogue, again, don't be deluded by his supply right now. He's close to maxing now, but his quality of army is so low. Yes, he has some Hive Tech upgrades in, but it's just really not that meaningful in the grand scheme of things. Revelation goes down again. Stalks to the left side, going to get a Roach as we go also. Nice to see that being picked off. Now we have Ravager Bane back up at the top. On moving. Corrupt is coming about. +3 melee, +2 carapace coming in. More storms. Going to be seeing the Banes on the top side getting hit as well. Stalkers able to do well there. Overseer's getting pushed back also. That Mothership from Hero being brought into play, that is a big deal. As that Stalker's going to begin to go onto this hatchery. Bane Ravager coming through. Good storms, great storms. In fact, as the Banes do hit, a couple of Banes got in, some High Templars go down. I still feel like Hero got a very good start of this fight, and he's still here to just keep on fighting. Going to knock down Overseer's expensive units. Continuing to drop at the moment. Tempest coming about, the Mothership coming back over. Another Revelation here as Bane Ravager comes through. It's another Storm. Corrupt is taking damage. Ravagers as well. Archon's doing a little bit of the tanking at the front. One more Storm comes down. I mean, Rogue just scrapping, but this is not really an army to scrap with. Hero's army is way better for scrapping. Like, the thing is, it's not actually a scrappy game. Like, Rogue is scrapping, but he's scrapping in a game where Hero is set up to make, take proper fights with a proper army. This isn't Hero kind of, dragged out on bases, economy's gone down, last few units, mismatch of, composition. No, everything about this Hero army is brilliant. It's Rogue that is just in a bad spot here, and I think this might be the finishing moments on Whispers of Gold. As Hero shows up with a Mothership as well. That's not really that important. It was going to be game with or without. GG's Hero takes it, and it is 1-1. We're tied up in this best of 3 round 16 matchup, so Hero will not go down without fighting, and Rogue will not run away with this one just like that. We will take ourselves into game number 3. We're going to go to Amygdala for the final game of this series. Again, best of 3s all the way through this, guys, so bam, 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 best of 3s. I believe it's a best of 5 finals today, so yeah, that's what we've kind of got continuing to come around. Let's kick off into game number 3. Let's see what's going to come up between Hero and Rogue. Again, the beauty of this format is that we can just go straight in game. We really don't have to have much downtime. So let's do it as we go into Amygdala in the bottom left-hand corner. First of all, I'm going to put this game on. Yep, there you go. I didn't forget. I was just, my voice was going faster than my hands. In the bottom left-hand corner, our blue Zerg player took that first game. Just couldn't really get going in the second. It is Rogue. Top right-hand corner, the red Protoss player is going to be the wonderful Hero. Excited to see what he can do here on the PTR. Kind of hoping Hero and Rogue play. So just to clarify, I have a PTR tournament starting tomorrow. We have an open event, then we're going to have groups Thursday and Saturday, and a playoffs on Sunday. Kind of hoping Hero and Rogue can come and play. Would love to see them participate. Would love to see them taking part. I think it'd be fun to see them playing some more PTR games. Fun to see them play more PTR games. Yo, Eric Van der Kamp, thank you so much for the Prodos Clearly OP $5.99 super chat on the YouTube. Thank you very much. Get some love in the chat. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Thank you so much. I always love your rendition of picking the race that just won as being OP. I think it's a good way to do it, you know? Living in the moment. Living with the most recent statistics, you know? Protoss have won 100% of games that ended in the last 4 minutes in this stream. If that isn't a stat to live by, well, yeah, I don't know what else to tell you, you know? Nexus, Cybercore. Continue to come about. A couple of drones coming over. Stimulator coming through. A couple of Queenslings and drones all building. Hatch goes down, Stargate on the way, and Warpgate coming through. See our Hatch and our few links continuing in, link speed building up. It's going to be kind of self-settled here. Game number 3 of this best of 3. A couple moments to kind of set up and get going. Just going to take a quick moment to, as we have this game settling, remind you guys, if you're on the YouTube stream, to take a quick moment to scroll down below the video, below the live stream today. Give a click onto the like button. Takes 2 seconds. Super easy to do. Give it a like. Let YouTube know that you're loving it. YouTube will make sure more people come and love it. We love how that works. So do take a second to do that. If you're down there and you don't already subscribe to the YouTube channel as well, do consider subscribing. See when we're live with more YouTube live games as well as our daily YouTube uploads. Don't miss any of the StarCraft 2 because we're covering it all right now here on the channel. Thank you so much. As if you're on Twitch, fear not, you can also help. You can hit the follow button. Huzzah! It's okay, Twitch. You guys have it easy. If you're a Twitch viewer, you really don't have to do much if you already followed the channel. YouTube viewers have to like hit the like button once a day. And on Twitch, you just get the sunbed out, lay back, watch some StarCraft 2. Wardy renamed Carrier because he's carrying SC2. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know if I can carry an SC2. There's a lot of people doing a lot of great work for StarCraft 2, such as the Olimoleague coming back. Isn't that amazing? So nice to see the Olimoleague returning. I love that it's coming back as well on the on Tuesdays. Like Olimoleague was originally on Tuesdays as well. If you guys remember, Tuesday was the Olimoleague day. Way back when, back in my day, Tuesday was Olimoleague day. It's almost like the world of StarCraft is going back to its original state. I love that. Not really a big deal, just thought it was funny. Didn't think Olimoleague was a thing anymore. Yeah, it's not been a thing for 2, maybe 3. I think it was two and a half years. It's not been a thing for a long while. You're not incorrect. It has been a hot second, but yeah, getting some sponsorship money and running some events. Love to see it. There's +1 and Blink coming through on the side of Hero. Alley upgrade coming in on the side of Rogue. So going to play that melee style, get the Lings to be very terrifying throughout this. We'll see what the next step will be tech-wise. The lair comes online, options will open. Doors will be there for Rogue to kind of move through. As a couple queens take position, they're going to start shoving the oracles back out to the bottom. You watched Olimoleague in 2014? Yeah, Olimoleague has history, man. Like, this is a tournament with some, like... I mean, this is edition number 229, and I don't think they actually added to, like, the numbers for, like, the last year and a half of their existence, either. This is... And they also went monthly at some point. You know, like... this tournament goes way back, which is really cool to see. Flank's going over. Stalker's going to get grabbed. A few probes pulling into the corner there. The Stalker's going to fight back. Some Lings taking hits. Going to see the +1 attack about to finish from Hero, who has Temple Archives on the follow-up to this. So going to play that Blink into Storm. Very standard style lately. Very good against anyone who's open melee, because just having Storm against melee against the Lings is going to be fantastic. Storm is a good catch-all in this matchup. Oracles and Stalkers. Stepping forward once again. The +2 attack coming in. Overlord goes down. A couple Creep Tumors getting picked off. Another Creep Tumor in the center here goes down as well. Ling Roach Queen going to step through. Stalkers turn back around again. Again, Storm and +2 attack on the way up currently. Ling's pulling back around over in the middle. Step back here. Stasis Ward catches a handful of Lings. Good wraparound on the Stalker. That's going to take some shots as well. The rest of these Stalkers going to go back and forth. A couple cannons going to fight. Lings going to come in. And now Ling Roach going to be there. Stalkers get chased out. Storm halfway done. +2 attack is coming up. And 2 more gateways from Hero continuing through as the Immortal also coming up. Ravage is on the way. Ling Roach continues to push in for those Stalkers. I mean, Hero's just applying pressure, and these Stalkers now blinking away. You just need to stay on the right position. The Lings chase too far. The Oracles will activate. The Oracle's actually going to stay activated there. I thought he was going to go in and just... Well, he is going to go for the Queens. Now going to pop the Stasis Wards down, though. Can't run into that with the Stasis Wards. And that's what's so beautiful about these attacks. You can pull back to those Stasis Wards and do so much just by stepping back into those. It gives you so much freedom to kind of just keep on trading and keep on fighting for so long. Stasis catches. The few Lings getting caught. The Stalkers... Gonna blink back once more, catches another few Lings, and you can just see how much that does, right? So few Lings now to chase and to surround with. So much value found from these Stasis Wards, and again, we're gonna keep on seeing a lot of those. It's the benefits of keeping the Oracles alive, and of course you can energy overcharge them if you want to give them a little boost back as well in this PTR. Stargate, Fleet Beacon continuing to upcharge, +2 attack coming in. Another Immortal producing Oracles activate, Queen goes down. Ling Roach Ravager is going to come back through, open up the rocks once again. And make some progress over there. Open up this space. Again, Adrenal Glands, Baneling Speed. +2 melee, +1 carapace. All of that continues out as the Lings will finish off that set of rocks as well. So we're going to clean that up also. With a nice grab. The ship and Immortal still producing through. Stargate Arenio is on the way. Ultras will come up. Five more Ultras coming through. Lings is going to surround, a couple of Zards getting caught. Storm's coming in as well. Roach Ravager still taking hits. We will see 3 more carriers on the way. The Mothership finishing shortly, +1 air weapons and +3 ground attack. Coming up as well. Good Storms. Really good Storms. Going to soften up a lot of Lings. Still backing up into Stasis Wards. Ultras are good if they have support. Is this enough support for them? They're kind of on their own in the front lines now. And so hello, Immortals. 4 Immortals. Just gonna show up. And that's gonna be a goodbye to the Ultras. They back away immediately. I was thinking of Foracle, and I was like, what if we have the Importal? When there's 4 more, and it's just like, you know what? Like, this is just so terrible. I don't want to say it seriously or try to be it serious, but I just had to share that I went through my mind so you guys can hold me accountable in case I ever try and use it. Just tell me that it was a good idea to not go there in the first place. We're going to go down to 3 Immortals in a second anyways, as we do have them getting caught. The Ultras in the front doing very well there. Blink's helping out a lot as well. That Mothership continuing to show up and be big, actually, as we get through. Cloaking activates, detection lacking, Spore goes down. Mothership, ooh, look at the laser beams from that mama ship. Hitting all over the place, stretching out like a web of Protoss energy. And dealing damage here, there, and absolutely everywhere. There's been a couple cool fights here where suddenly the Immortals arrive, and then I feel like Rogue's kind of taking a better fight, and then the Mothership arrives. Hero just keeps kind of being like, oh, you're starting to win, let me bring my new hero into the game. next, what's he going to bring in next? The carriers, probably. Rogue's going to be like, oh, nice, I'm winning a fight. 7 carriers walk into the battle. Yay. Ling's caught in a stasis once again. Neural Parasite just finished, by the way, as well from Rogue, so we got Neural Parasite up. There's the Infestor coming through, the Queen in production, +3 melee, +2 carapace, all producing through. Carriers are going to go. The Stalkers blink forward, the Infestors get killed. Interceptors still flying about a little bit. Archon Immortal on the ground. Mothership overhead. As we step in toward that hatchery, the Ultras are going to try and make a little bit of a step through now. Stasis. Sorry, not Stasis. Time Warp going down. It's going to be very difficult for Rogue. Losing a lot of Infestors already is rough for him. No Corruptors in the sky against carriers. Basically reliant on the... completely reliant on the Infestors and Neural Parasite to save you here, which is pretty unreasonable most of the time. I mean, I'm not going to say it's completely, like, never going to work, but I don't love the idea that we're putting so much reliance on it. If that's what Rogue's got to, got to do, then it's what he's got to do, but yeah, I don't love it right now. Just have ourselves the +2 air weapons continue to come by as well. Oracles get back into the center. 3 more Void Rays on the way up. The Queen's going to be there as we... I don't know if we needed Microbial Shroud to drop down there. Is that the new Microbial Shroud as well, where it attaches to a unit and so it just sticks? I forgot that was an update in this PTR, right? That's what's happening there. You cast Microbial Shroud on a unit and it sticks to it, so the air-to-ground damage reduction affects a bunch of units. That is a thing, right? I'm not going crazy. Yes, update. Cool. That's one of those ones I read and never thought about again because Microbial Shroud gets used about twice a year in StarCraft 2, so when it happens, you don't actually need to know what Microbial Shroud does. You're just like, Microbial Shroud as a caster, and, you forget about it again for the next 6 months. It's a real life hack. You don't learn what half the units do because they just don't matter. What half the upgrades do. Carriers coming forward here. I just feel like Hero's army's too good. I love to see Rogue win a fight just to show me what the plan was. Oh my god, he kills all the High Templar! Oh my goodness, he actually got all the High Templar there. The worst recall of all time, which was also pretty good at the same time. But that's actually wild that he got all the HTs. They were super clumped. The Ultras just got to them. Okay, well, I mean, that helps. Hero is not super rich. Like, replacing 8 High Templars is not, immediately easily done. Oh, that's hilarious. That's so wild. I did not expect that to happen at all. Seen a great game on Amygdala here. I mean, stop the thing. We're 15 minutes in. Later game Protoss army. Seeing a lot of the bases being taken as well. I mean, we've got every base taken on the map from the Protoss. The Zerg struggling to get extra bases up. I do think Hero's been in control for the majority of this, and I do not think that is changing right now. Going to be seeing the rest of the army back into the middle. Carriers, Tempest overhead. Immortals going to be there. Great Aspire coming up as well. A couple of 15ers will get knocked down. Chain's getting dropped. A couple of spores are building. Tempest still shooting. There's a Neural Parasite, but immediately the Infestor goes down. Microbial Shrouds drop. The Fungal Growths drop as well. Show me a world, please, Rogue, where he can do something to win this fight. It's not even close from what I'm seeing. Microbial Shrouds are basically making no difference. A lot of the Infestors out of energy. A couple Neural Parasites coming through toward the end here. Tempest is still reigning supreme. Stalker reinforcements. Unfortunately, it's not a big epic grand finale on the side of Rogue. It is Hero who kind of controlled throughout, had this game in the bag early and kept it there. Hero takes it 2-1 and is going to advance through to the round of 8. Alright guys, I didn't think about how long all these games might take, but I really want to cast the next series, which is Zoun versus Byun from the round of 16 as well. I might have picked too many matches. I might have picked out too many matches, okay? But we are going to do, I do want to do Zoun versus Byun, so I think we're definitely going to do that. I'm actually going to BRB for just a couple of minutes here. I'm just going to take a quick break and nip to the bathroom, guys. I will be back momentarily. When we come back, we're going to jump into Zoun versus Byun, and then we're going to move into the round of 8 from there. So I'll see you guys in a couple of moments. And why did he concede so early? He had a huge amount of money to resupply. Yeah, if you lose a fight like that, resupplying doesn't do anything for you. You're going to make a worse army than you had before, and you kind of just got completely crushed. The Protoss is still maxed out. Like, he knows that spending his money is not going to make any difference there. Like, Rogue probably already knew going into that he probably wasn't going to win the fight. Rebuilding is not going to do anything for him, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the fight with that army in the first place, you know? He kind of got bullied from a leading Protoss, so... Alright guys, I'll be right back. Like I say, a minute or so, we'll come back and we'll get the next game underway. I'll just see you guys in 1 sec. Hello guys, welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us for a couple moments during some ads and all the rest. The ads aren't quite finished up everywhere, but we're getting back on track. As like I said, I think up next we're going to jump into Clem versus Zoun. I had to check something. Not Clem versus Zoun. Byun versus Zoun, right? I'm not even saying Clem versus Zoun. Clem versus Zoun, Byun versus Zoun. What are we jumping into? A Terran player, right? Byun versus Zoun. Yeah, I don't know who Clem plays, actually, in the next round. I hope we see Clem versus Zoun. That'd be cool. I don't know if he's going to play Zoun or Byun, but, yeah. Byun versus Zoun is what we're going to watch. Sorry, I was scrolling through, and I saw Clem's name in the replay list from his round of 16 match or so. He played against Hatsu, so I was just like, Clem versus Zoun, and it's right next to the the Zoun versus Byun replays. Apparently, Clem played Hatsu in the first round, a Zerg player. I presume he won that, guys. I think Clem might be in the next round. Like I said, I don't know what the bracket actually looks like, so... if we see Hatsu in the next round, then there's been an upset, though. I can tell you that much. If Clem's not in the round of 8, I'm going to really regret this, because I have said we're going to try and cast some Clem today. I've just assumed he's in the round of 8. If Hatsy's pulled off the upset of the century, then my bad. We're going to go to ley lines for Zoun versus Byun game number 1, so let's kick this off and see what we get ourselves into. So yes, what I had to check is because Zoun, for some reason, he's called Classic on the PTR. I think he made his name as a bit of a joke. Now, I was trying to double check how to... like... Oh no, now I broke it. Hang on. Yeah, I was trying to double check how to like maybe do this and like fix this, but I think the best thing I can do is just... I actually think I just need to do a quick little bit of magic, because so basically, like I say, Zoun is called Classic in game. So I think I just need to actually add in like a text. I've never had to do this on here. So I'm just going to write Zoun and put that on the bottom. Like I say, kind of awkward. Players don't usually call themselves by another player. I think he just made his name something funny for the PTR, and then probably didn't realize he was going to end up playing a tournament on it and not being able to change it. So such is the way of things. Perfect. Now I'm just going to have to make a Byun one as well. Okay. Oh no. God damn it. Hang on, guys. It's all gone wrong. Okay. Don't mind me. It's all going slightly wrong, but that's okay because I have been able to fix things in the past. Let me sort this out. Yep. Nearly there. Nearly there, guys. Like I say, we don't usually have to put the player names in position because usually the players just go by their actual names. Transition, play. The player names are in the right place. So I can shut this off like that. And we can cast this. Just pull this one over to the right a little bit. There you go. Alright, we fixed it. We fixed it. Alright, Byun versus Zoun. Like I say, so Zoun for some reason is called Classic on the PTR. I double checked. It's definitely Zoun. As we get this ready to rumble. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is going to be Zoun. This is very weird for me because I don't have names on the bottom like you guys do right now, so I'm not used to that. It's throwing me off a little bit as Byun is in the top right. Here on ley lines to open the map. I think the way this tournament works is that there's a bunch of maps set for there's a map set for the first game for each round. So clearly in the round of 16, the first map was ley lines. So yeah, that's kind of cool. So yeah. Ley lines to start us off in this best of 3 Zoun versus Byun. Yeah, you're going to see it say Classic when I mouse over him. You see what I mean? So he's got the Zoun tag because he made his name Classic, realized he couldn't change it, put himself in the Zoun clan so people know who he actually is. I found that kind of funny. I thought that was kind of a little bit hilarious if I'm going to be completely honest with you. So, yeah, an amusing couple of moments for me there because I loaded into the replay originally and I was like, oh, I clicked the wrong replay. So then I went down and I was like, crap, I just spoiled myself because that means Byun must have beaten Zoun if he's now playing Classic. So I jumped out of the replay and I went back to the one that says Byun versus Zoun and I was like, no, I went in the right replay and I was like, oh, he's called, because originally it only said Classic on the bottom of my screen. I didn't see the bit that said Zoun on the tag. And then I was like, oh, he's called himself Classic, but he's actually Zoun. I was like, oh god, that's funny. So yeah, I was a little bit confused for a few moments. I was a little bit confused. I was a little bit perplexed, but yeah, it's okay. We figured it out. We figured it out, guys. Isn't that lovely? So yeah, big brain Wardy figured it out. We're here on ley lines for map number 1 of this best of 3. And let's see what happens as we continue our way through this. This is our last round of 16 match that we're covering. After this, we're going to go put ourselves into some round of 8 games. Like I say, I don't know who that is yet. Once we finish this, I'll check the bracket, let you guys know what the round of 8 looks like, and then pick out a couple of round of 8 matches, cast those into the round of 4. We'll do both the round of 4s, and then we'll go into the finals. Stalker coming up, Warp Gate building, sentry on the Chrono Boost as well. There's going to be a wall-off at the front here, actually, from Zoun, so establishing a wall-off initially. As you just see, the couple of Stalkers will set out. Obviously, this is a matchup which has been heavily changed. Cyclone builds are not going to be as present because they're not good anymore. The old Cyclone sucks. In terms of being aggressive, you might see the odd Cyclone defensively here or there from Byun, but it has just returned to its very niche state. You're not really going to see Cyclones all that much. So we're going to see a lot more Widow Mine drops, a little bit more build variety is the hope from Protoss players. They don't have to just go Twilight every game, is what people said. I'm gonna be devil's advocate a little bit here, but I really feel like Protoss players were doing all sorts of build order openings in the in the current live server of the game, where I actually feel like we were seeing Protoss players playing Stargate, we were seeing them play Robo, we were seeing them play Twilight. So I know the Cyclone changes to kind of give Protoss some build variety back, but man, like, I don't know, I feel as though Protoss were not super shoehorned in, but maybe that's just me being ignorant, and maybe they really were just dying too much to certain things. But yeah, Cyclones are basically a non-factor anymore, so Terran loses that unit. Not the end of the world. Just kind of brings us back to kind of some of these Terran openings, which are probably going to be a lot of just double mine drops. I kind of forgot how much we saw this, actually, before the Cyclone was changed. Double Widow Mine drops are pretty much just going to be the go-to again, right? Cyclone and Marines and stuff were the go-to. Actually, I mean, so I really wish they kind of found a way to leave the Cyclone as it was and make a couple of changes to it, because I actually feel like watching the Cyclone Marine drops is a lot more fun than watching the Widow Mine drops early game, but I'm picking and choosing what I think is a little bit more fun to watch. I think overall this is a very boring way to fix the Cyclone problem, but it does fix the Cyclone problem because it just makes Cyclones terrible. So yeah, a boring solution, but sometimes I guess boring is easy and boring gets the job done. As that barracks is going to swap on over to the tech lab. And we'll see another barracks on the way. Again, 3 racks behind this. Siege tank production has begun. Gives you that potential to get out there and to get going. This was a misplay by Byun. He was pulling the starport over here to build the add-on. And then he rallied all of his structures here. And the starport started flying across, so it never landed. So a little misplay there. Starport in the sky longer than it should have been. Medevac folding up. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers actually do get rid of the Reaper and the Natural, so that will fall down without any further ado. Yeah, on ley lines for game number 1, Marine tank is going to start pushing. Remember, this is a pretty massive map, so as time goes by, definitely expect this to be a map which probably becomes. I mean, I think if this was in the best of 3 with vetoes, I think Byun vetoes it. But especially given some more time to kind of play on it and kind of figure it out, I think this becomes a Terran veto. Like I say, in the Olimoleague, we just have predetermined maps. So ley lines is the first map for every round of 16 matchups. So something to that as the Marines and a couple of siege tanks will step forward. Tanks will siege. Stalker's going to step back. The battery going to take some damage right from the get-go here as well. So battery taking some hits. Tanks putting the work in. Nexus taking some shots as well as the battery already going down. That one gets picked off. Battery just going to sit there unpowered. I mean, no third base. So Zoun loses that. Rebuilds up to the top side. So going to go up there. As the +1 attack. Stim and combat shields continue to come through. We do have ourselves the charge on the way up. Extended thermal lance on the way as well. Nexus building in the front. As a few Stalkers are going to settle forward. Concussive shells. On the way out, as a couple of medevacs are going to come boosting across. I see those 2 medevacs continue to come over. We do have the Marine's going to sit there as well. He's going to be seeing the Colossus and the Stalkers trying to come through. A couple of tanks getting set as well here. Again, just hold the position as long as we can. Sound doesn't matter as long as he's getting that base up over here. We're going to drop straight into this natural. It was Byun. Getting nice and aggressive, nice and early. He's going to honestly do so much damage with this. Widowmine's going to not need to go off even, so that's going to be able to remain there for a little while. I mean, right now, these units shouldn't do much more, but we're going to get forward to depower the Robo. Cybercore and that Gateway will be in trouble too. There is the blink away, so that Widowmine does not do much in the end, but man, gotta love what was done here. Depowering the Robo, slowing down further Colossus production is a big step in the right direction. Love that. As we do have the couple of medevacs loading back up together, and another drop on the way as Byun looks to keep momentum going. It's a great start for Byun. If there's one thing that Byun is good at though, it's kind of having starts that look like this and then not always making the most of them. Sometimes I feel like Byun is actually more liable to lose a game when he starts like this because he gets carried away. He's like, oh, I can drop you to death. And if the pros can string together a good couple defenses, sometimes I feel like it takes Byun a drop or two too many to realize that he just can't keep doing this, right? So I think that becomes a bit of a problem. Colossus, Stalkers keep firing. Medevacs and Byun's getting pushed away. Another Stalker gets there. Medevac goes down. So you see on the third base coming about as well, the army of Byun pulls back to the top side of the map. Medevacs will sit on that left-hand side. Plus one armor on the way out. A couple of Vikings coming through. Marine Marauder coming in as well. We continue to produce there. This army keeps on going. The Zealot up to the top once more. Marauder's straight in. Just going to go for that Zealot. And that Zealot will go down by units able to connect. Ghost Academy coming in, the +1 armor is building, Marine Marauder still producing. Byun's going to be able to jump forwards there. The Colossus does go down. We use the battery, the energy overcharge to recharge the battery up. We will get a defense going as the couple of Widowmines will get shot at as well. We're able to step a bit further forward. Widowmine's still taking some hits, and it's a good cleanup, getting rid of the mines without letting them fire. That definitely goes in the right direction for you. Now this Bio on the right side is going to go after a couple of the Zealots there, so some Stalkers taking some shots as well. A few more hits coming back around. Let's see, a few more bits and pieces coming back out the other direction. 2 more Ghosts, a few more Vikings, refineries as well. All of that continuing into play. And go back to the bottom left-hand side with the rest of this Protoss force. And yeah, for the moment, I think we're going to be settling in here, so things will calm down for a couple of moments. IO army coming back out. We do see Byun just going to establish a 4th right dead center in the middle of the map. We talked about how Terrans are going to love this base a lot of the time. Stepping through. It's going to be seeing this army getting going. How come Olimoleague came back? They basically Chizuk, the new Korean streaming platform, I think got in touch with Crank and said, hey, we wanted to give you some money to run tournaments on our platform. And so I guess Crank was like, sure. And so why not make it Olimoleague? You already have a brand, right? You already have something you can, work on. A brand recognition, name recognition is good to already have, so made it Olimoleague. As ooh, that overcharge on the battery keeps the Colossus alive a little longer as well. Now a few probes going down as another disruptor shot goes through. Marine Marauder taking hits. Archon's going to step through. The Bio continuing to go backwards. Ghost there pulling away as well. 2 more disruptors +2 attack on the Forge coming about. The army still settling in the middle. We've seen that Bio coming back out. You can see the command center. It's just going to be halted for a second. I mean, Zoun is fighting to stay in this. Obviously, the size of the map and the defensive, positioning of some of these bases up ramps and so will definitely help him to stay alive a little bit longer. It's definitely a nice little bonus. There's +1 ship weapons, +2 armor coming up as well. Get back toward the center here. Another scan overhead. A couple of shots coming through command center. Morphing into the planetary fortress even in the front. So just going to get that planetary in position. Get that morphed in immediately. Mortar turrets go down. There goes a cannon. There goes some probes. Damage being done in the back of this natural. So some good shots there. 2 more Vikings on the way in the starport. Obviously get that Viking count up because you're going to have to fight against these Colossus at some stage. So going to be important to be able to get on top of that nice and early. As again, +3 attack and +1 arm still coming through. The 2-2 upgrades and ship weapons still coming online. Medevac in that bottom left corner hanging about also here for the moment. Again, 4 more Vikings. The Marine Marauder still building. Fire going to step up. Couple of disruptor shots. Going to be able to start going, and we are going to see Ghosts getting caught. Ghosts still do get one shot by the disruptor, so connections on those Ghosts can be deadly. Don't want to have those Ghosts in the front if you can avoid it. +1 ship weapons and 2-2, like I said, Byun advancing those upgrades. Has the sense towers in place as well, allowing us to much more easily see any attacks coming in from this left side. So Byun, you know, he had a good start. Now deciding to kind of sit back himself and just play into a later stage of this game. Disruptor shot going to be good there. Able to punish Byun a little bit. And able to get some connections as we do see the rest of this Protoss army pulling back down the bottom left again. Still got the +2 armor finishing, +2 attack finishing soon. I feel like I've talked about those upgrades like 5 times already. For some reason, my attention keeps going back to them as the rest of this Protoss army gathers once more on the high ground. There's a 5th base to the south here for the Classic, so just going to get that put in place as well. And +3, +2 on the way. Dark Shrine starting. The rest of this army continues to come about. Couple of disruptors. Triple kill on the Ghost. That is 9 supply of Terran dead on the ground right there. Think about that for a second, guys. 3 Ghosts going down. Great disruptor shots from Zoun. That's definitely going to keep him in the game. Definitely helping in a big way. Like I say, this map naturally kind of defendable. I think definitely putting you in the right direction as you see Zealot Stalker Archon coming around the bottom toward the right-hand side now. Just going to relocate a little bit. Yeah, Zoun's getting confident enough to move onto the map. TC takes some damage. Byun's get there. A couple of Zealots go down. Oh, Byun's actually going to get a good catch here. Gets chased a Colossus. The Disruptor force showing up a little late. You want those Disruptors to always be there. You want them to be able to just kind of force this army away, right? If you can force that army away, there's so much you can do. Disruptor shot coming in. EMP going down. Zealot getting chased. 3-3 upgrades, +2 ship weapons. Cloaking for the Ghosts also coming online. Medevacs, Marines and Mines in production. We come to the right side, Zealots. We take a few more shots. The Disruptor shot will not land. Vikings back up into the center here. And it is, again, Zealot Stalker Disruptor on the right side. Going to get rid of a Ghost there immediately. Now the command center taking damage. It's going to go down very quickly. That will also fall. We're going to be seeing the Stalkers going huge. 20 SCVs going down so far. Another Disruptor shot landing on an SCV. 3-3 continues up. The Zealots are going to come in. Medevacs is going to get shot down as well. Another Disruptor not quite going to land. This map keeps fooling you into thinking there's a red army in the center because of the lava. Oh, that's so interesting. I guess you could see that at a glance. I guess it depends on the quality and kind of the size you're watching at, because I think yeah, I can see it. Like if I look at my preview screen, like it's a bit smaller and less kind of like, you know, quality. It's like it's harder to see the difference between that and the actual red army. Oh, that's interesting. Army to the top. Army, I mean, supplies are just even here this game. 60 workers each as well. End of that kind of weird state where this is not like massive economy. These disruptor shots could have been better, straight up and simple. On the top side, disruptors are trying to zone. They're actually hitting Ghosts, so those disruptors do well in the end. Byun going to plummet in supply a little bit here in this game number 1. Zell's going to try and charge up this ramp. Vikings are going to land. Zells are still being chased. A few more of those going down as well. The Stalkers and the Archon coming back over. The Disruptor going to find another shot up this ramp. Marauders and a Ghost will fall. More hits coming through, and we do have Stalkers continue to come in. Viking Ghost going down here. Rest of the bio coming out as well. Couple more carriers coming over. The Disruptor's producing. +3 armor on the way. Now an army of Classic just pulling back over to that left-hand side. Just reset. Sorry, not Classic. Zoun on that left-hand side. Sorry, I just moused over, saw Classic, and it's funny how much you rely on. How much you don't realize it, but you rely on like the visual cues to kind of just like jog your brain of what to say, I guess, as a caster. Like these are things I've never noticed until they happen. Another Disruptor shot. Bio stepping away again. Another Disruptor shot again. Goes on the way out. Carriers producing. Medivacs. 4 at a time, actually. Putting double starport production on the Medivacs. Get those numbers back up. Gun is now down 40 supply in this game. Zoun has taken a good set of fights. Resources lost 6k in his favor. Not like Byun is really super great economically. A little bit more mineral mining because he just dropped the Mule Hammer, but that's a very temporary process. As Bio going to stim and split against those Zealots. Disruptor is going to miss. 2 more Disruptor shots. Byun has to stay away from those. Good splitting, actually. This time the Disruptor is being handled much better. Another shot. Chasing in the end as Byun tries to play the denial on some of those Disruptors too. Doing what we can. Trying to land for a Marine. +2 air weapons on the way up now. Carriers in production, as I think we're doing the correct thing here as... Yeah, we're doing absolutely the correct thing here as Zoun. Just try and get up to a little bit of further tech in this game. It's going to be tough to win this game on Stalker Disruptor. You get Carrier Army up, and there's a lot you can do in that regard. Liberator Siege, Bio still pressing up, Ghosts are going to be there, another Disruptor shot coming back across, the carrier is going to keep on firing, Disruptor trying to land again, not quite able to just yet. Liberator shooting, Stalker's going down, carrier's going to get cleaned up as well. Byun is just about going to be able to win this fight up to the top side, but the Disruptor shot comes through, oh, denied! There we go, gets the Bio units there this time as the Marines step up, the carriers will go down. Both those carriers fall, now going to turn onto those Stalkers as well. Byun has turned the supply back around in his favor. This is so funny because we built 1 carrier. I guess we built 3 and we lost 2 already. I just feel like I saw 1 in production. I was like, why have we never seen any more? I felt as though we've had this one extra is what I was kind of getting at, and then we just stopped again. Clearly Zoun just doesn't think he has the money to keep on going. That's the issue with the fact they've both been on lower economies, right? Of 60-ish workers. Has an impact. This Disruptor shot lands, Marauder and a couple Marines. Still stepping up, a couple Stalkers taking hits. Disruptor shot lands for a couple Marauders and Ghosts there. That looks as though it's always going to land, so I started to say it early. The Bio Army regathering up. Disruptor's firing through. Just going to have ourselves Gun staying on the precipice of that engagement. The Liberator will come on the bottom and get itself a chance to deny some gas mining. I mean, you take any little thing you can right now, reposition, maybe get some probes long distancing. Could be a cool little move as well. 20 minutes here on ley lines. This map is actually providing quite a cool setup in terms of movement. You know, while it's a big map with lots of bases, there's actually a lot of different ways to move around, and I think that's really kind of keeping this game very interesting as well. A lot of different fights happening. Now we're going to lose a base 12 o'clock from Byun, but he's pushing to 6 o'clock. Cancel over here already. This base also likely to go down. That would knock down to 4 bases, but are very heavily mined. I mean, this is also a world where Byun is on 4 bases, so that's going to kind of equalize the base count in the game. Zoun immediately starts to expand 9 o'clock. Puts himself in a position where that new base could be very big for him, very important. Likely going to be the future of his economy if he can keep it alive. Beyond long distance in here, we'll relocate an orbital there to get some proper mining going. If he's just, again, finishing up that long distance trip. The Stalkers get there, EMP goes down, Bio will fight back, a couple of those Stalkers taking shots. Libs up in the sky. Marine Marauder Medevac still producing. Like northwards, we are going to jump onto the depots. Ghost Academy taking some shots. Another Disruptor just going to land for a single Marine. We will get that Ghost Academy in the end. It's a nice catch as a couple of DTs go after the SCVs also. Now Stalker Disruptor coming in this bottom side. A few of those SCVs will go down. Disruptor moves up, hits the Bioforce. Another couple of Disruptor shots coming around. Hitting some Marauders. Good Disruptors now. As, oh, we're getting some Ghosts here as well. Disruptor train is activated, leaving the station and landing all over the Terran army. Fire tries to dive. One Disruptor shot lands. Not beautifully, though. Zealot's getting scrapped up as well. This is a scrappy game. This is an army, you know, two armies which are not quite reaching their full maximum potential. Just kind of consistently going back and forth, scrapping and trying to find what they can. There's a point in this game, it was about a 6k resources lost lead for Zoun. It's now a 4k, so Byun has cut back on that, winning some fights. I think denying some of the economy of Zoun has been essential to the comeback in this, as Byun and Zoun both now mining different bases to what they were originally. On the left and the right, that's going to be where the economies are at. Stalkers. It's going to be taking some hits. Disruptor shot going for some bio. Another Disruptor shot hits the Marauders. Another Disruptor shot hits a couple more units as well. We get the carrier. The Zealots are going to charge back through. The rest of the Bioforce going the other direction. Bio trying to come in again. Disruptor fires but doesn't do too much. Another Disruptor shot shoots again. Stalker's on the way up. Marine Marauder coming out. Widow Mine's producing. On the left-hand side, Zealots are going to get caught. The Disruptors still trying to connect. We actually hit a few of the Marines on the bottom side. Oh, dangerous position. The Marauders are making a dive on the Disruptors. We had to pull back. Good Disruptor shot. But unfortunately, it's just too much going wrong as Zoun doesn't have any reinforcements anymore. He's running out of units and he types out GG. So Zoun taps out of the game. It is going to be Byun to open with game number 1 in his favor. And that was a hell of a game here on Leylines to open up this best of 3 of what will be the final round of 16 that we cover from this Olimoleague. Pop the ads in, and we'll go into game number 2 straight away here, I believe. I think we're going to go into El Dorado for map number 2. So let's get this one just straight underway. And keep these games going, guys. Keep the StarCraft 2 coming here today. As the games keep going through. Hey, Ellie, do you want to come say hi? Say hi quickly. Ellie's here, guys. I think she's, it's firework night, so she's hiding a little bit, trying to stay away. Don't usually come here, do you? Yeah. She's been at the groomers today, so she's real soft and fluffy and lovely. Game number 2, as we have in the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player who is down a game. It is Zoun. Taking on the blue Terran in the bottom right, we have Byun. Well, StarCraft continuing through, like I say, Byun versus Zoun. Then we're going to figure out which round of 8 matches we're going to cast, and then go from there. That's where we are at right now. How things are looking and how things are going. Excited to see what the round of 8 bracket looks like. I mean, we know Hero is there. We saw Trap advance. But I don't know who they play in that round of 8 still, so... Excited to see how this continues. I don't think this one was actually cast earlier, guys. I keep trying to press the button to kind of grab someone's camera, but there's no one in the game on these replays, so I think... I don't know if this was actually casted by anyone earlier. It might have been, and this may be the player's point of view replay as well. That is a possibility. Actually, I don't know if that makes a difference. Anyways, not really that important. As you see, a couple of SCVs going to nibble up on a probe. And next to start, our probe goes on a little bit of a journey out for a few moments. Again, out into the middle, try and see what's happening. Probe's continuing as our factory comes in, about halfway done currently, so that's coming along. Just having that probe. Chilling there for a moment. I'm really watching this probe, but there's not really much to see. Just going to hide on the top of the map. El Dorado, I think, is going to become a widely played map. It has that Golden Wall-esque element to it. I think this map just has so much potential to bring a lot of fun games. It's the kind of map that when you first play the PTR new maps, it's going to get vetoed a lot, because the natural instinct of players is to see something weird and be like, yeah, you know what? Don't got time to figure that out right now. But I think this one's going to see a lot of play if it comes into the ladder map pool. I think this map has a lot of potential. Gate coming up, medevac and marines on the way, the warp gate coming through. And the medevac building, SCV's coming over. Phoenix and the warp gate coming up as well here currently. As we take a couple of moments. Robotics facility will go down. Then just gonna see the Raven coming up, Marines coming through, Robo facility, and the Phoenix coming by as well. Phoenix is going to come across. We do have the medevac up to the top. Cyclone is on the way. As we continue to settle, Starport moves off the tech lab. Factory building the Cyclone. More Marines coming through. The extra barracks coming up as well. Thanks for joining together here. Sorry guys, I missed the Widow Mines. Apologies, got distracted. Ellie is, I'm worried that Ellie's just sitting there staring at me. As she heard her name, she's like, "Hi Dad, you ready to play?" I think she just wants to play. She's probably not used to the fact that I'm casting in the evening. It's been a long time since I casted this time. She's probably like, "Aren't you meant to be like, you know, give me love and playing and being my dad right now?" And instead she's like, "I just sat there doing that thing you do through the days, but at night." Don't think she's a big fan of that currently. Phoenix moving around then, as we do have Stimpack and +1 on the way up from Byun. There is a third. Go to the bottom side of the map here from Zoun. And the Observer coming across to obviously give him some vision. I'm just going to go with this Phoenix into Colossus play. Get the Colossus started up and start powering up in that regard. Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 all coming through from Byun. The trio of Terran upgrades coming online. Raven actually coming through and getting some damage as well. I'm doing a terrible job of observing this game, guys. Sorry, I've been distracted and I'm not re-establishing my vision very well. As Stim and Combat Shield continues up, like I say, when those extra barracks kick in and Byun has those upgrades, it will be Terran bio time out on the map. You ate my rices. Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime, by the way. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, guys. Yeah, we actually hit 1,000 subs yesterday at the end of the stream. Came live today. We dropped 15 overnight. I'm like, God damn it! Can't we have the nice 1,000 for more than 5 minutes of the stream? Oh, yeah. We're on our way back there. If you're enjoying the stream and you want to support, do consider using your Prime subs. Subscribe for free here on Twitch. Or if you're feeling generous, you can give some as well. Great ways to support our casting and coverage of StarCraft 2 tournaments on as regular basis as possible. Solid aside, we've really been following these Phoenix. Not a lot going on. I mean, the Widowmine harass, the Raven harass, yes, but kind of come down to the Phoenix shutting down the Widowmines. They didn't do much. The Raven got 4 probes, and that's been about it in the game. Now built up onto the bio play, and this bio army will start to get onto the middle of the map. So, bio army into the center, bit of bio from the right side as well. Temple Archives is going to start up here from Classic also. 6 additional gateways charge, producing multiple assimilators and pylons on the way in. The Bioforce still making its way to the left-hand side. Medivacs will load up. Where are we going to go? No one knows. It's going to go to the bottom. Drop off onto the watchtower here. A few Marines are going to stim forward and go kill off that Zealot as well. So it's going to go and grab that as a command center on the front. 4th base in the middle of the map continues to come into play. Is it Classic or Zoun? You see the big name on the bottom of the screen that says Zoun? That's the one you should follow. I probably keep saying Classic because when I mouse over, he's called Classic in game with the Zoun tag. So when I mouse over, I see Classic, and clearly a natural thing I do is use the name when I see it without really thinking, because usually you can call people what they're actually called, believe it or not. But yeah, that's a thing for this series at least. Kind of, honestly, love Zoun. Love to see him doing well. I'd love to see Byun win this match, because if there's another Zoun game in the next round, I'm going to probably keep calling him Classic. I'm not about that life, okay? I ain't about that. But yeah, you know what? I am a Byun fan anyway. My one time just to be a biased Byun fan, because I can't be bothered to deal with this silly naming system Zoun has made for himself. Phoenix gather on the left side, buy up to the top with a couple medevacs. We take the gold base on the 6 o'clock as well here. So Zoun will get the gold on the way up. So actually interesting again. Seeing 2 players taking different sides of the map. Oh no! Full medevac, 2 full medevacs going down. Great catch from Zoun. Yeah, Byun taking this forward base here. And just kind of playing the top side of the map. Obviously, Zoun playing the bottom side of the map. Zealots and Archons are going to step up. SCV is going to try and play the repairing game. Missile turret shooting the Phoenix, taking some damage, but all those SCVs are going to go down. That Planetary Fortress taking a lot of shots as well, getting very low. SCV repair did its good as it could for a while. A few Zealots got to the right side at the same time. Zoun, on the back of just denying the double medevac, just says, okay, you don't have map control or anything to kind of punish me from stepping forward anymore. Boom, steps forward on the map, gets in position, gets damage done, puts himself in a great place. Very nicely done there by our Korean Protoss player, taking advantage of Byun's mistake with those medevacs. Has not been able to really saturate this gold yet. That's the one thing that would be lovely if you can get that gold base properly mining. He is getting the probes there now. Obviously, it's going to be a big question mark to maintain position on that gold, not let the Terran player do too much to it. If Byun starts harassing in that direction, that could become very dangerous for Zoun. But I mean, Byun's not been to the bottom side of the map at all. Byun's actually very, very visionless, so yeah, he's not really got the realization that, hey, I could unload like 2 medevacs here, stim into this base, and then if nothing else, that's going to be a difficult split for the Protoss, you know? If he also wants to try and keep holding the top of the map, or at least it would move him to the bottom defensively, then your base becomes so much safer as well. You can get that online so much more easily. Maybe I'd love to see that as Stalker, Colossus, Archon moving back around. We've seen the EMPs coming down, the Phoenix going in, missile turrets coming through, another disruptor shot trying to get there as well. The disruptor shot coming through, SCV is going to pull in. Also got a few Zealots in the mineral line as well, starting to deal damage as well. +3 attack coming through, +1 ship weapons coming up. Zealots are still getting to work onto those SCVs. Damage being done, multiple SCVs going down already. 19 workers killed as the Colossus Disruptor Archon Force coming back forward. Just going to go straight onto this command center here. Bio Force going to step down, couple disruptors going off. Is going to load back up. I mean, we are going to be able to wipe out some of this Protoss army, but Byun supply clearly isn't good enough. He taps out of this game. We're going to see what... Yeah, he doesn't really have much bio left on the ground there. It's a little bit messy in the sky. There's like quite a lot of Vikings. The Colossus might die, but it doesn't really matter. The rest of that Protoss army is absolutely going to play the cleanup, right? GG's. Zoun takes it for game number 2. Can tie us up 1-1 in this best of 3. As Zoun takes the 1-1 tied up scoreline. We're going to be going to Whispers of Gold for map 3 here, guys. So let's just dive right on into it. I think if we go right in, we'll probably get away with no ads as well on the Twitch stream, so that's beautiful. Let's get it going. In the top left corner of the map, we are going to have our red Protoss player. This is going to be Zoun. And he takes on, in the bottom right, the blue Terran player. This is going to be Byun. Let me play swapsies on these names. There we go. Game number 3 of the series, deciding map. Who will advance from the round of 16 into the round of 8? Some long games, actually. I think Leyline's being map number 1 for the first round is obviously definitely lengthened the games a bit. It's definitely the map I think that trends towards the longer games. Yes, guys, it is Zoun. I know he's Zoun classic. I can only imagine the story there is somewhat amusing. Like, I thought it'd be funny to call myself classic, and then, you know, you can't name change on the PTR, and then people started running tournaments on the PTR, and Zoun sits there. He's like, yeah, maybe this will just pass. Give it a few days. Doesn't play last week in any PTR events. Now it gets to this week. He's like, okay, I guess it's time to just play. I guess I did I guess I did that thing where I messed up, and yeah, now you just gotta. I mean, not an issue for Zoun. He doesn't care. It's all the casters that just sit here, kind of having to explain it all the time and stuff. We're the ones that care. We're the ones affected. You know, we're the ones impacted by this silly name decision that Zoun made when he first logged into the PTR this season. You know, I'm not trying to say it's difficult being a caster. I get it. It's difficult being a Protoss player as well. But maybe Protoss players bring these things on themselves, right? A little bit, sometimes. Cyber Corps about to finish. Reactor building on the barracks. Factory coming up. SCV on the way. Reaper going after the probe. And the Reaper will come across towards the upper left side of the map. So it's going to get a journey into the northwesterly side of the map here on Whispers of Gold, as Byun will go to scout and figure out and find out what is going on in this game. Number 3. Beautiful day of StarCraft 2 here so far. Thank you so much once again to Olimoleague for allowing us to cast these replays, making sure we got a hold of them nice and quick so we could do a same-day cast just a few hours later from when the tournament was played. Again, we're not allowed to live cast unless we do it on the Korean platform. We're not going to do that. Cranky Ducklings did, so if you do want to watch Olimoleague live next time, you can watch the Cranky Ducklings channel on Chiswick. But we'll probably be doing the exact same thing of just going live at this kind of time and bringing you guys some later day streaming action. I like that. I'm a fan. As this Reaper does not find too much turned around. Didn't even get a scout off. Fall off here. And there's a Reaper jump spot here as well, but the Stalkers are far enough forward to kind of deny that, so that's fine. Good defense so far. Good information denial by Zoun at this point. As you can see, the Reaper moving back to the top. Just going to sit on where he expects to be the third base, see if he can get a bit of a preemptive information on that third base being taken. Our first Phoenix will pop soon. And so the Stargate's going to be directly into Phoenix play here. As the Widow Mine drop, I mean, this is something that was always a question mark, right? Is, you know, when you're basically going into a blind opening here as Byun, you don't know what you're playing against. Widow Mine drops very bad against Phoenix. Phoenix shut those down super easily. We, quotation marks, saw it in the last game. We didn't because I did some bad observing. But it did happen where 2 Widow Mines went down. The Phoenix just made sure no damage happened. Let's see if we can succeed in a similar way again as the Phoenix is going to start coming over. The medevac will take some chips. Both Widow Mines will burrow. Going to go off onto one probe. Now we will actually just lift the second mine, and that's going to be a kill on both. And the Phoenix are going to go chasing the medevac. Sork can come here to get the final mine that's already fired. 1 probe loss for 2 mines and a medevac is a beautiful trade. Great shutdown here from Zoun, and this is kind of the role that Dice Terrans have to play again. The power of the Cyclone builds is that the Cyclone build didn't really lose to anything. Like, Cyclone was good against Gateway Pressure, Cyclone was good against Immortal or Robo builds, Blink builds, Phoenix, Stargate builds, right? Like, there's so much less rolling of the dice on the Cyclone builds that obviously are less of a factor now. Because the Cyclone is nerfed, we are going to see a nerfed Cyclone in this game. So yes, you used to see, you know, for a long time, I guess, Terrans have been a little bit more able to just kind of guarantee a decent position into the next stage of the game. Not that the Cyclone was always unholdable. As the Cyclone here gets lifted, we do take some damage on a Phoenix. We're going to back away. We're going to get out of there for the moment and escape from that one. Robobay coming up. The Observer coming through. More probes coming out. Marauder producing on the barracks. So Cyclone was OP. I mean, it depends what you want to call OP as. The Cyclone consistently gave Terrans a more solidified opening. Does that make it OP? I mean, there's a lot of things which create solidified openings for other races as well. Are they all OP? Maybe, maybe not. Did the Terran need an option that was so one-sidedly kind of always okay to kind of go for? Probably not. You know? As these units trying to try and pressure in here. I mean, this is, you know, instant Marines against Stalkers. Micro-wise, this should favor Zoun. He should be pretty alright in this. Why not talk about it back then, pre-patch? Because it's not good to just pull things OP. It's better to just kind of look at the game. Look, I was the first person to say that the Cyclone changed when the Cyclone was changed in the first place. I came out and said it's stupid. Like, I came out and said it straight away. I said I don't think this was necessary. The Cyclone's kind of a cool niche unit, and now it's just going to come in and shoot and be able to fight everything. I said it when it was in the PTR back then. It went into the game. I'm not going to be able to fight it. No one's going to listen to me if I go out and tell Reddit that the Cyclone needs to go back and be reverted. I don't have some magical hold over the balance council, believe it or not. I think I might be one of the last people on the balance council's list of people to listen to. I mean, like I say, like, it wasn't necessarily OP, no. I just think it was a very consistent opener for Terran. Was it maybe a bit too consistent? Yeah, maybe. Are Oracles too consistent in PvZ? Do Oracles make Oracles OP because it's just almost never a bad idea to open an Oracle? Not really. Was the Cyclone maybe a bit more kind of powerful than an Oracle? Yeah, it probably was, but like I'm not playing the game. I'm just sitting here talking about it. I'm not the one to tell you what's OP and what's not. So yeah, that's why I didn't say it. I just enjoy the games. I think more people should just enjoy the games more often. I think you guys would have a better time. Some people would have a better time. Because Byun get caught here. This is a terrible position for Byun to be in. Colossus from the bottom side, just magically as well from Zoun. What a great place that was. Got some damage done. We're going to see a little bit of Byun running in on the left, but uh-oh. Zealots and now some Phoenix going to be there. Medevac will go down. The Marines are going to get lifted. Oh, great defense from Zoun. Phoenix in the right place. The Colossus in the right place. Now coming across the map, Zoun realizes some of the position he's just given himself. Able to continue coming down toward the bottom right side of the map here. So Zoun on a move at the moment. Brings everything as well. I mean, there's a bit of bio still on the map as well. So that's not going to be in position to defend. And this is going to be in trouble. As the Zealots fight, SCVs are going to be brought forward as well. We are going to be seeing bio coming from the other side. Jumping on the Colossus, this is the danger of being the aggressor as the Protoss, is that you put your tech units in risk, but 28 and counting SCVs have fallen in this game. Zealots are warping in from that prism, and so they are getting to the front to play protection. There's no splash damage anymore, but I think we've offset the numbers enough that we can actually just get through this without splash damage. The splash was there to start. It's offset the numbers now where you just have more as the Protoss, and with warp-ins, this is maybe just going to be good enough as Zoun is going to take game 3. He's going to get it 2-1 over Byun. He is going to turn that series from that 1-0 deficit into that 2-1 victory. GG's, and Zoun gets the win in the round of 16 and move on through to the round of 8. Alright, guys, let me tell you who is in the round of 8, because I've not checked yet. So the round of 8 matchups are... I've got this set up in a way that doesn't spoil it for me. So, the round of 8 matchups are Nicorakt versus Hero. Don't think we'll watch that one. I think we'll give that one a skip. Clem versus Zoun is a round of 8 matchup, so we'll absolutely watch that one. That sounds great. Said would you watch some Clem today? We will. Shin versus Goblin. That could actually be kind of cool. Shin's been great lately. I haven't cast a lot of Goblin lately. And then Ring S versus Trap. Ring S got a bye. I'm going to say that's maybe a skip as well. So maybe Shin Goblin and Clem Zoun. Is that a bit too much? I'm just wondering, because we did 3 round of 16 matches. Like, I'm just wondering if I want to basically cast the... I'm just wondering if I want to cast the Shin Goblin game. Don't think so. I actually think we're just going to do Clem Zoun for the round of 8 and then do both semis in the finals. Because we're already like 2 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. I think we'll give Shin Goblin a skip and do Clem Zoun and then both round of 4 and the finals. Just because I don't want to be... That was a very bright firework. Yeah, I just think that's a good kind of level of StarCraft to kind of go through. So, yeah, I think that's going to be what we... I think that's going to be what we do. Let's just do Clem versus Zoun, and then we can do, yeah, Clem versus Zoun, and then, round of 4 from there. Perfect. Let me just update that on the messages. Isn't it super late already for me? It's like 20 past 7 p.m. It's not late. I just I don't usually cast at this sort of time in the evening, and I don't want to cast it like 4 to 5 hours is good. I'm aware that we've just done 2 hours and 15 minutes on the round of 16, right? And if I do too much round of 8, that's probably going to be a mistake. I'm going to BRB 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. More StarCraft coming up. Stay right there. I'll really not be long. BRB. Alright guys, hello. Welcome back. Let's go into Clem Zoun. Thank you so much for sticking with me a moment. Let's cast Clem versus Zoun. I mean, it just makes sense to cast Clem Zoun. Hopefully that's not a shocking reality to anybody. Let's go and get. I'm just going to probably have to fix the names here a second. Give me a moment. Oh, they're in the right places at least. Zoun is going to be in the top right as our Protoss player. And in the bottom left, it's Team Liquid's Clem. Love that! As we get into game number 1 of this best of 3. Yeah, having to... The names will look a little bit weird on the bottom side, guys, just because Zoun's name is Classic. So if I don't put his name there, it says Classic. And that's going to be very confusing. That gateway and assimilator coming up, probe coming through, refinery in the barracks on the way, getting settled into a few moments of game number 1 Exciting times as we play Clem versus Zoun. So he's coming to bound probe. Gonna be taking some nibbles. Nexus Cybercore on the way out. Command center goes down. Orbital command coming up. Reactor will drop onto the barracks as the Marine is going to be there to push the probe away. Push that out up the left-hand side. Push that away for the moment. Do we have the servers for these games? I don't know. Actually, I've got no idea. I don't know how to check without... I could maybe press this. Okay, this is central. So game 1's sent. Okay, actually, I don't know if this is central played on or if this is just me hosting the replay on central. I don't actually know. But yeah, I don't know if it's central west, central or west, central west. It's all on Korea? No, you can't play PTR on Korea. Yeah, PTR is only central or west. Flight guns coming about, warp gate coming up, sentry on the way. A couple Marines going to be there to push the Stalker back in the other direction. And let's just have a Reaper going to fight through. A couple Marines going to be going for that Stalker as well. And get that pushed back up into the middle of the map as our battery will go down. And thanks for joining us today, guys. Some Olimoleague coverage. These two Stalkers and a Sentry going to be there to push that Reaper back away. Out down the right-hand side. And Blink coming up. Won't get about a finish. Medevac, Marine, couple SCVs, and a Widow Mine continuing to come on through. Is that Widow Mine in the center? Could have maybe gone off. It's just a hallucination, of course. Just some scouting here from Zoun as we continue on by. Good win over Byun, man. Zoun getting a win over Byun. Sets up a matchup against Clem. I love that. It's kind of interesting because I'd love to see a bit of TVT without the Cyclones. But, I mean, we kind of know how that works anyways. We've seen that in the past. So I guess it's not the most important to kind of check out and see. But I love that we end up with the PVT here because I would have put Byun as the favorite to beat Zoun originally. Obviously, that's just not how it's gone down. As Shepard PHX, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. Good to see you. As Rax comes through, a couple SCVs are building. Tech labs on the way. And the triple Widow Mine drop going to be the choice moving forward right now here from Clem. So, 3 Widow Mines. Going to move up into the back of the natural. 1, 2. Probe burrows, Widow Mine fires, probe goes down. Third one will just stick. The other Widow Mine there will just unburrow, reburrow. I think you can do that 1 time. Actually, it was too much damage output, so loses that mine. Should have just got the probe, because it didn't really deny much more mining time. At least there is still 1 mine in that medevac, able to go 1 more time as well. As we just see the Blink continuing up, Robo Bay coming through. The Raven producing on the side of Clem. As our Stalkers are going to get there, pick off the Reaper, and the probe is going to go plop down the Nexus on the 3rd base. They used hallucinations to pop the Widow Mines. Could have done. I wonder if he almost values the sentry energy a little bit more than a single probe. And also the effort of like hallucinating Micronet. Like, I don't disagree. He has been pretty consistent with the rest of the hallucinations on the map though. As they're just going to push onto this 3rd base here. Tank sieges. Auto turret goes down. Marines are going to push up, and this 3rd Nexus is in some trouble. So Clem gets into position on this 3rd base. This is where a lack of battery overcharge is going to become a problem, right? Where you just don't really have a way to kind of have a bit of burst kind of healing and a way to survive against the tank initially. But We are going to be able to blink forward here, get rid of that. The Marines are unupgraded, so they will continue to fall. And yeah, with some Prism Micro, this is going to be pretty darn neat. On the side of Zoun, very good defense, actually. Does not lose much. That's a very good defense from Zoun. I'm impressed. Great cleanup against Clem's army. Raven tries to come around the back. Is that the final shot of the Raven? Nah! It will go down, no? Can the Stalker not hit that Raven right now? Stalker, please. Don's not paying attention. There we go. Raven will indeed fall. So we get the kill on that. Lovely. Stalkers get to the bottom. SCV goes down. Command Center going to take a few more shots. Marines and Marauders coming across. Observer just going to sit tight. Fire going to be there to push the Stalkers back the other way. +1 attack and combat shield on the production tab as well. You know what? I love this map, but I keep finding it very jarring when I suddenly see that like big blue light of the planet underneath. I feel like it's so bright compared to the rest of the map. It really grabs my attention every time we like jump to it. I'm like, whoa! Probably just a case of getting used to it, but it just feels like such an eye grab compared to the rest of the map. You know, like the background. I keep looking at the background more than the other parts of the map when we go to those edges. Very pretty. I don't want to hate on it. I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying like it's eye grabbing, you know. As Senate Thermal Lance and Charge coming up. A few extra gates coming about. Templar Archives are building. Two more Vikings. +1 armor. Concussive shells are coming through. This Ghost Academy continues in also, so we get that going. Fire gets out through the bottom. And just to see where Clem goes for 4th base. We'll see if anyone feels brave enough to take the centralized gold and see if they can, you know, think they can kind of hold the middle of the map. More so imagine we're going to take one of the bases around the edge. As the Woodamine Burrows, the Bio are going to come across. And Zealot's just going to be going around there as well. Stalker's gonna get there. Marine goes down. Disruptor coming through. +1 attack coming in. Extended Thermal Lens on the way. Again, +1 and Disruptor coming through. A couple more robo facilities in production. Missile turrets on the way out. As we do have the Armory and Engineering Bay. Continuing on line. Couple depots coming through. The Ghosts coming up. Yo, Hulkins bro, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 26-month resub. Bio gathering up, Vikings coming around, 2 upgrades on the way, +2 attack coming in. And just gonna have our forge building, probes building. Let's get 2 upgrades coming up. Ship weapons on the way in. Wild Ghost going to come around. Obviously, we do have the army of Zoun starting to pressure forward a little bit. Let's see if we can get into some sort of position here to make something happen. And thank you, International Racer, for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. Good to see you. As Clem and Zoun continue to settle here. Units warp in, Zealots and High Tempers come through, Disruptors on the way up. Again, Marauders, Ghost, Medivac, 2 upgrades all coming in as well. The scan comes up, +2, +1 on the way. Ghost is going to come up. Disruptor shot goes down. Actually does clip a Ghost there, so the Disruptor going to be pretty decent to start off with. Another Disruptor shot coming through. And additional Vikings all on the way from Clem as we get this settled. Two upgrades coming about. Vikings, Marauders on the way, +1 ship weapons. About to be done as well. Command centers continue to produce. CC and missile turret's gonna go down. Sorry, towers as well. Clem really just establishing control of the map. Amygdala gonna get split up here a little bit. We do see Zoun gonna brave the attempt of a gold base. Clem going to be, I think, moving there very soon as well, getting to that point. +3 attack, +2 armor coming up, +1 air weapons is building. Gate Stargate cannons coming up as well. Viking coming across, the army coming down this ramp, just going to be starting to push through, a couple of Marines taking damage. Viking's going to come through, another Disruptor shot firing. Oh, that's a good Disruptor shot. It's going to be one of those ones that hits a lot of Marauders, so they don't die, but they're going to be weakened. I'm trying to chase forward. If you chase forward there, it's obviously with low HP units. The Medevac's putting in some work to try and heal back up. Archon's going down. Disruptor shot coming in again as 3/3 upgrades are on the way. Advanced ballistics coming about now. We'll see the Liberators coming into play as well. 5 of them on the way up at a time. Fire coming back over. Ghost going to be settling. Another Disruptor shot too. That's going to be beautiful. Gets a bunch of the Ghosts there. That's lovely. Love to see that, as we do have Zoun making some moves against Clem in this game. Absolutely getting some connections that are going to help him in a big way. Great stuff right there so far. Gonna see some extra Liberators coming back around. The army coming over on the bottom side. Gonna see the Stalkers Archon stepping up as well. Trying to take position for the moment. Rocks all go down. Vikings gonna get there. Another Observer or two dropping. The bio back over to the center once more. It's just gonna reposition in that direction. Now we have a couple more Liberators getting sieged up as well. The Liberators are going to be huge for zoning, but right now zoning is not the problem. He is just going to run to that bottom right side and go where it doesn't matter as a couple more of those libs get sieged up. Manson are going to lift off. We continue to move away once more. Just going to have another Disruptor shot coming through for the moment. Zealots will dive. A couple of Ghosts getting chased. One Ghost goes down. Second Ghost goes down. Disruptor shots firing in. Gonna miss the bio units. Stalker and Disruptors come down to the bottom right side. Planetary Force trying to move in here. Can Clem hold this position? Liberators are going to try and get sieged up. Repair comes in. The Disruptor's going to hit the SCVs, but the base will live. Clem only loses 4 works to that. Now we're going to try and move around the other direction. A couple of Disruptor shots coming over. Byun is taking hits. Disruptor still firing. Shots going here, there, and everywhere. The Liberators of our Terran players still producing 4 at a time, so a lot of libs. Map does allow for a lot of movement around different bases. I do like that. It does kind of, the thing with libs is some of the maps are just so good for Liberators, and some positions are always going to be good for Liberators as well, but definitely already seeing Zoun taking some possible advantages as we actually jump on this as the army was fighting the rocks. We knocked down some of the Liberators. Next Disruptor does go down. That was after some Disruptor shots were already pretty good, though. All these Ghosts going down. Tempest show up to push the Medevacs back. We're cleaning up pretty much everything. The Ghost Cloak going to be a little bit of a saving grace here, as the Tempest, though, and Zoun in general continues to play the chasing game. Clem taking damage. Units keep on dropping. Another Liberator falls from the sky. What a fight from Zoun as he continues through, keeps on going. A couple shots come in. Disruptor shot lands on a Ghost once more. Tempest's going to turn once again. Marine Marauder trying to fight. Surprised that Clem is still trying to make something of this. Like, his supply is good. It just feels like you're keeping on fighting into positions where the Protoss is taking great trades. So many good fights coming out of this from Zoun. So many good connections. He's now finally going to be able to go the other direction. He's going to jump onto this planetary. He's going to take it out. Bottom right base falls. And Zoun with a major win in the end with a big pushback. This all came because Clem pushed up to Zoun's position. And then Zoun pushed Clem back. Oh, what a shot on the Ghost! Zoun's Disruptors just keep on landing. So much damage done in this game. Disruptor shot after Disruptor shot just cannot stop hitting at the moment. Oof. Yeah, another base here as well. Zoun just does not stop. 17 minutes on the amygdala. He's winning this game so far. Clem on the ropes a little bit. Money in Zoun's bank still as well. We're going to re-engage forwards here. Disruptor shot fires through. A couple Marines go down. +3 ship weapons coming up. Viking, Marauder, Marine all coming out. And +2 air weapons coming in. Refineries and Vikings coming online. Disruptors moving about. And upgrades continue. We actually take a moment to settle. I think Clem will appreciate that as well. He does get Max back out. Good stasis ward there as well. Zell's going to get grabbed on the side. All the Ghost Snipes coming through, hitting some High Templars. Nice, as their Ghost was cloaked up, no vision there. I like the idea of the Disruptor just in case the Ghost is chasing. As the Bio just going to get the pylon. Nexus still over there. Zealot and the Stalker's coming through. We scan it up. We're actually going to take this little bit of a fight. The first few Stalkers will not stand there aground very well at all against this Bioforce. So let's chasing the Bio. Tempest in the sky. Continue to come through. Medevac goes down. Next Medevac is full. This was a good start for Clem, right? Killing off a lot of those Stalkers was great, but obviously not so great following up, as we're going to see the Bio jumping back onto the Nexus now instead. Gonna get to another base here as Clem's Orbital is going to be forced to lift and retreat. Zoun once again getting the push forward. Those Tempests helping so much in this army, actually. The Tempests are really doing a great job. As that Disruptor shot lands. They're doing a great job of just being able to consistently kind of clip and deal damage kind of throughout this so far. Really impressed by what those Tempests have been able to do. Bringing a lot of damage throughout all of this. Getting back in the center. Just going to be seeing the +3 armor coming up. Storm comes in. A couple Marines and Marauders taking shots. Tempest's going to fire. Oh, the High Templars are flanking. It's stormy weather up to the top side. And Disruptors from the bottom. Storms on the top, Disruptors on the bottom. Vikings will get through for the Tempest. We're going to land those Vikings. Now the Vikings doing bonus to damage to mechanical units. Clem's supply is in the lead. Another couple of Disruptor shots coming through as we try and play the retreating game here from Zoun. Sub 100 supply. It felt like Zoun was doing so well in so many of these trades, but that one goes in Clem's favor in a major way. Massive fight for Clem here on Amygdala as he takes the lead now in this opening game of the quarterfinals. Wow, what a fight that was. Like I say, High Templars to the top, Disruptors to the bottom. Crazy engagement. Come back in again. Whew. Well, Stalkers going in. I mean, Zoun's still going to hold the middle of the map apparently a little bit, so he's going to be able to keep some Stalkers there for the moment. 21 minutes deep now. Zoun's struggling to rebuild on the back of that. That was such a devastating fight in Clem's favor. Look at that army supply graph. It plummets. So many units lost. It's crazy, though, because the storms were so good. The disruptors were so good. But then the Vikings get rid of the Tempest. And while we took so much damage, there was no finishing damage. And so many units just lived through it. What a ridiculous fight, because that should have been terrible. It felt terrible for Clem, and Zoun was just missing that, like I say, last little bit of something to make it work for him. Orbital Command will get taken out as the Bio going to try and step up, move over to those Stalkers, chase those Archons down as well. 2 High Templars on the way up, Dark Shrine building as well. A couple more Disruptors building, Nexus on the way through. The Disruptor shot tries to land, as you just see the High Templars continue to move over to the right side at the moment. Bioforce moving about. Livers and Ghost on the way. Clem maxed out again. Zoun's going to struggle to remax. His work account is struggling as well. Look at the income graph, and it's been Clem favored for kind of the last 10 minutes in general. On the back of a fight like that, if you've been in the economic advantage and you win that fight as Clem, well, you're basically adding 2 and 2 together to get the result of that, right? These Stalkers continue to chase in. Marauder Medevac being pushed back. On the right side, we're just going to dive up, and this Nexus will be in trouble, going down in a moment. Nexus falls. Medevac still overhead. More Liberators will be sieging up. Stalker Disruptor try and come back over there. Missile turret trying to come through. Another Storm or 2 on the Bio units. It's an EMP on some of the High Templar as well. So the recall coming back over. And Stalker Archon still chasing back across, and Zoun is going to, for the moment, handle Clem. This army is low HP. Medevacs have not healed it up yet. Perfect moment for Zoun to chase and get some value. The problem is Clem has another army moving to the top. Eats the first Storm pretty badly. Stack defense here is going to help Zoun out as well. Zoun is still chasing on the bottom as well. Clem is losing units. That is becoming a little bit of a problem. Some issues for sure right now as the Stalkers continue to get there. Medevac's going down. Zoun going to get on top of this base. Clem's supply is good, but Zoun's army supply is fine. Loses a couple of Disruptors. That's not exactly going to help you. So much of Clem's supply is in production tab as well as we continue to play the chins game. Clem just needs to gather units together all in the same place. Here comes the rest of the units, but they're already hurting as well as they came from the north side. Disruptor trying to land. Zealots are going to charge forward. It's a massive fight here as Zoun gets the Stalkers involved. He is going to have too much. Clem is in trouble. Zoun goes through the natural into the main. He's going to be able to shut down production, and that may be an unwinnable game now for Clem as the starports are going to get camped. The Zealots are here. Disruptors are here. There's a few Marauders, but they're going to struggle to do enough as the starports are dropping. The Liberators are flying through, and Zoun is going to win this game as he pushes in, and Clem just did not get enough units back on track, did not gather enough up in the same place at the same time. What a ridiculous conclusion to game number 1. Zoun gets the map win. That is baffling. That is actually baffling. He is losing this game. Damn. Clem just had so many units everywhere that were low HP. I think fighting the top side was really bad for him because basically 2 High Templars and Cannons defended like 20-ish supply of Terran. Or more, even. That is bonkers. What a ridiculous finishing to that game. Zoun gets the first map off of Clem. That is a result. Ooh. 24 minutes as well. Zoun, my boy. Playing some StarCraft 2 today, isn't he? How did Clem have 160 supply? I think he had a lot of supply producing that was getting picked off one by one, and then obviously the Medevacs in the sky were still in good numbers, but without anything to heal. Great hype casting on that too. Incredible experience. Whoa. Whoa. I'll have you know, I do not hype cast. I'm a very bland, boring caster that just says what's on the screen. Just, I would hate to break tradition, right? I'd hate to break the mold I've set for myself over the last 10 years, okay? So it's almost like when exciting things happen in the game, we get excited. Imagine that, guy. I've been trying to tell people on Reddit this for 10 years now. So, yeah, Wardy just doesn't care. Boy, Wardy never gets 6 today. Why am I letting Reddick bother me today? I don't know why that's a thing. Game number 2, we're going to go into ley lines in the bottom left corner. The red Terran player down a map? What a ridiculous ending. It is Team Liquid's Clem. As in the top right, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player Zoun for game 2 of this best of 3. Hello everybody, thank you for joining us today. So good to see you. Over on the YouTube stream, do consider scrolling down a little bit and clicking that like button. Just takes a second, does not take long, helps out a whole bunch. We've got 400 people on the YouTube stream right now, only 126 likes. Take a moment to go hit the like button, helps out massively, like I say. Great way to support the content as we get into game number 2 of this best of 3. Again, just want to let you guys know as well, we do have a PTR tournament starting ourselves tomorrow. So tomorrow will be the open event. A bunch of players will qualify into the main event from that. There's a little bit of prize money as well. And then the main event will start on Thursday with Group A, Saturday Group B, playoffs on Sunday. Basically the same format as what we did last week. Just get some different players in, play some more games on the PTR. Super excited. So game number 2 of this best of 3 series is all best of 3 again today, guys. Apart from our finals will be best of 5. We'll be heading into the semi-finals after this best of 3 as well, after this round of 8 wraps up. Cybercore battle complete, Nexus halfway through. Again, Stalker in production, Factory and Reactor on the way. Command Center still building as we settle ourselves into game 2 of this best of 3. Hey guys, these replays are indeed like 5 hours old. They're really not very, I mean, in terms of like replay cast, this is pretty much as fresh as you get. The tournament finished about an hour after the tournament ended. They sent us the replays. About 45 minutes after that, we went live. Something to that effect. That was about the timeline. So yeah. We'll be doing this for all of the Olimoleague days, as long as it works on my schedule, which so far it does. So basically, if Olimoleague is on, we can't cast it live, but we'll come and do an evening cast for you guys, so you can keep up to date with all of the awesome Olimoleague action. Game number 2. There's a couple of Hellions on the way up on the side of Liquid Clem. A little bit of a different opener then with the Hellions on the way through Starport building. How many Hellions are going to be on? Just the 2 into some Widow Mines. So a couple of Hellions running at the front, while the couple of Widow Mines will probably drop. But this is all going to be with a a Stalker and a wall off at the front. So these Hellions probably can't do too much. There's no Reaper here, so you can't grenade the Stalker out of the way. And the medevac starts. That's expected. This will be a 4 mine drop. We'll start 2 more mines after the first 2, I'd imagine, and they aren't going to be on the way right now. Again, Blink is building. 2 more gates coming online. A little pylon down the bottom side as well here currently. Let's just get that settled. The gate finishes up, and the medevac will go boosting 4 Widow Mines inside that medevac. Making their way to the top of the map currently. Let's see what this medevac and Widow Mine drop can do. We got Blink over halfway done. Obviously, Zoun is proxying up a gateway, so is looking to be an aggressor in this game. Hellions have been poking, and they've not really found much just yet. A couple of Stalkers. Oh, gonna move out. Well, Widow Mines will unload. How many do we unload here? Probably 2. Probably take 2 to the main base as well. First Widow Mine unburrows, goes down. Gonna have ourselves the Widow Mine here, unburrows a second time. Oh, retargets. Good retarget as well. Great retarget. Gets 4 probes in the main base. Widow Mine gonna go for 12. Oh my goodness. Patch this. Balance Council. How do you make it so that Widow Mines don't kill all your mineral lines? Yeah, well, that one's just rough. That's just a miss micro from Zoun. Got carried away, probably a little bit shocked by how much was done in the natural, and then loses control in the main base. And such a shame, because such an awesome game number 1 is going to result in probably an underwhelming game 2, unless this counter-attack blink is going to get some serious damage done in the next couple of moments. Not sure if that's quite going to be the case, but we will see. A couple of Stalkers already coming to the front. The bunker, it's going to go down, but a second bunker is about to be there. SCVs will surround that bunker and make sure this one does not drop. Stalker pressure doing well. Siege tank going to be there, though. If you jump on that tank, I mean, remember, this is off a very low economy, so the follow-up reinforcement waves are going to be pretty limited. Stalker's going to go up the ramp as well. Oh, they're stuck. They are very stuck. And there's a tank in the main base that is absolutely shredding as Clem. Widow Mines. Very nicely done defense. Yeah, very nicely done. Clem just capitalizing on the position there and gets himself game 2 nice and comfortably. As we all go into game 3, guys. Give me one moment. I'm just going to have a couple bites of my dinner this evening. Ellie's lurking now that I have food. Alright, one more bite. I'll host the game up, okay? That's the dealio. Oh! Oh! Just bounced the wrong way. Evening stream. This is what brings the money, you know? I can't help it. You watch, in the next 2 minutes, we are going to see so many subs, primes, donations. The Eaton streams just get it going every time. As we have got, in the bottom right-hand side, the red tearing player. It's going to be Team Liquid's Clem. As in the bottom left, our blue Protoss will be Zoun. Thank you for all the SE2 content. Absolutely no worries, mate. Thank you so much for watching today, tuning in. We're going to have games for you this week. Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. The only day I'm not live this week will be Friday. Excellent gas coming in here as we get ourselves into this quarterfinal game 3. We will be going into the semi-final coverage after this, guys. Excited to see what those matchups will look like. I've not looked at the bracket myself yet, so unsure who's going to be coming up a bit further down the line. Next in the Cybercore continue to come through. Get ourselves going. For a couple moments. Some calm before the storm. And there have been some pretty hefty storms in this series, so maybe it's not a bad thing to take a little bit of calm first. Factory and bunker coming about. Stalker coming in. Nexus going through. And there's the Stargate coming up as well. As the reactor finishes, 2 Marines will start up. We have a CC coming in on the natural as well. We need to get that underway. So we take a few moments to fully set ourselves. in this map number 3, El Dorado. In mentioning how I really like this map, I really actually expect this map to get a lot of love. I think if this makes the ladder map cool, it's going to become very popular, especially viewership-wise. I think it does a good job of being very interesting without being especially broken. Because it almost gives you so many options that everyone has a way to play it, you know? Which is kind of neat. Kind of funny how that works, almost. Phoenix popping. Marines producing. SCVs are building. And a little wood of mine. Marine drop. Gonna come across the map. 6 Marines in a mine. The main very shortly. I was just gonna go dropping straight through. Raven and the siege tank coming in. Phoenix are gonna get there. Medevac taking some shots. Just gonna be seeing the Phoenix still taking some damage. Medevac's gonna die. So they look pretty good defense. Great micro from Zoun. Look at the Phoenix just getting out of there on low HP as well. Beautiful defense from Zoun. Stunning. 1 probe goes down in this game. He kills a Medevac, a mine, and 6 Marines. Do you have the robo facility coming up? Look at that Phoenix spread, by the way. Just trying to catch it and see if there's anything else coming across the map here from Clem. Just in case like you followed it with a lib or so, and it was like moving around the map, and then obviously the main drop got denied, and now sounds just doing his due diligence to be like, okay, just double checking nothing's hidden up here. On the way, Stim +1 on the way. Another Phoenix building on that Stargate. We are going to see that Phoenix count rallying over to the right side. Sim combat and +1 all on the way, so the upgrades for the Terran. Kicking in the near future. Is that Robo Bay building up here as well? On the side of Zoun's. Just going to move into the Robo Bay. Twilight Council 2. All of this on the back of the Phoenix. We've seen him play this earlier as well against Byun. A couple more Marauders will pop. A 3rd CC goes down as well from Clem as we settle ourselves in here. Again, great opening for Zoun. You play so well defensively that one of the main things it'll do is it's going to scare Clem from being aggressive again, right? Does Clem really want to be like, oh yeah, I can go on the map and do things right now? Like, no, not really. In fact, that's one of the last things that Clem wants to do, right? So he probably wants to stay clear of that kind of concept. Medevac's load up. We come around the bottom side. Got of shells. +1 attack coming in. Medevac's Marauders and Widow Mines coming up. Phoenix keep on moving through. The Medevac's on the bottom. Medevacs keep on boosting across. Phoenix gonna fly. Viking taking damage. Just gonna jump across. Gonna be seeing the Colossus coming over, the Phoenix coming over as well. Gonna be seeing the Byun, gonna continue to be just completely cleaned up. Great defense again. Clem I don't love this decision to come with 2 medevacs in a game where there's Phoenix. There's nothing else going on at the same time. Yeah, I don't love that at all. I just feel like that's a very uninspired setup against... I mean, you could almost see this one coming, right? I just expect more out of Clem as well. I love the Widowmine trap here. Could be huge if it lands. But if it lands, then I mean, like Zoun would probably be kind of AFK. Might not. It would make a pretty big difference, I guess, right? If you lose all these Phoenix, but I mean, he just lost so much as the Terran. Look at the resources lost in this game: 2k, 500 to 300, 175. I mean, incomparable, quite frankly. Zoun goes completely around the Widow mines, so they do absolutely nothing. We are going to see one mine landing here. The EMP went off. Was that an EMP? No, it was just the first Widow mine. Sorry, splashing the Phoenix. No EMP. Ghost Academy's not done. Zoun just pushes into this natural expansion. I mean, I want to make this more exciting, but I don't think it is very exciting because it was obvious he was going to win this from so much damage done just defending against Clem. Clem does a horrendous job attacking, and obviously it's exciting to see Zoun beat Clem. That's not what I'm saying. Just the actual fight isn't very exciting because, well, we knew it was going to happen. There's no way Clem's recovering from an attack like, or the way that his defense, or the way that Zoun's defense went. Clem got messed up in that one. Jeez. Alright, guys. I'm gonna look at what our semifinals are. Our semifinals are Zoun versus Hero, so going to be some PvP, and Shin versus Trap. So no upset from Goblin. Okay, so Zoun versus Hero and Shin versus Trap. We're just going to do both those back to back. We'll probably start with Zoun Hero. I'll update the brackets and stuff. I'm just going to take a quick break and finish off my food so that we can be powered up for the semifinals and finals. We'll be back in about 2-3 minutes. Just for some background info, that pink thing she's got her head on is her new toy. She just went to the groomers today. When she goes to the groomers, she gets the toy. She picks it out from the store. And so that's her new toy. She loves it. I don't think she's let it out of her sight all day. And now she's just asleep on it. So, just maximum cute value. Alright guys, give me 30 seconds and we'll be heading into our semifinals. Alright guys, we're going to start off with the PvP on the semifinals with Zoun and Hero. That's just the ones that appear first in my replay list, so let's do it. And then we'll go into Shin versus Trap after. Let's start up on Whispers of Gold. Thank you for sticking with me through a little bit of a longer break. Like I say, just finishing up some food so that we are powered up and ready to go for the rest of this series. I just need to delete these. Oh, no. I do not want to delete those. No. I want to reset the time on. Give me a sec. No. I'm getting confused. There we go. Alright. So Zoun is our red Protoss and Hero is our blue Protoss. Can't wait for this to completely confuse me for the rest of this best of 3. It was bad enough with the names before in the PvTs and stuff, and now we got PvPs and the names are there. Oh god. Obviously we got a no Terran semi-final. So PvP and then PvZ. 3 Protoss, 1 Zerg. Kind of cool that we got a Zerg at least, but could be a PvP heavy ending to today as we get into game number 1 here. It's a gateway, now 2 gateways. PvP, pretty significant changes, right? This matchup relied so much on the super battery. So, yeah, kind of funky that we are going to be kind of funky to see this in the patch, because I do genuinely believe that this should be, like I say, without the super battery, a little bit interesting. Definitely a question mark of like how aggressive can you be? Does aggression just get too good right now? Well, Stalker's coming up. Probes are going to chase each other around. Nexus drops in. And there we go. 2 sentries on the way up. So, obviously, sentries early in the game. Energy overcharge. They can have a ton of hallucinations and a ton of scouting. 3 sentries used to be fairly popular PvP. Actually going to see a 3rd one here. So, we are going to see. I was going to say, is that something that still is viable or necessary? Robo facility going down already on the side of Zoun. So he's going to get the Robo going. The Nexus coming up on the side of Hero. So Hero expanding is going to become the defender. But it seems as though Zoun, I mean, unless Zoun's just going to expand himself with the Robo, but he's going to be so much later, it would be kind of wild if he did. And yeah, I think the choice to go for a 3rd gateway is a much smarter choice, honestly, across the board. Because now, I mean, I think that was the intention in the first place, to be clear. Just, yeah, if it was going to be like, from this position, do you build a 3rd gateway or a Nexus? I think you always want to build the gateway, right? Is what I'm trying to get at. Station moving around, a couple of Stalkers firing onto a pylon already. Sentries will take another step forward and actually chase those Stalkers away just a little bit, so the Stalkers getting pushed back slightly. Stalkers and Sentries still stepping forward, just going to have ourselves a little bit of pressure. Obviously, you want to start applying pressure here early. You know, drain those batteries of energy. That's more important than ever before, as we do drop a good force field, though, from Hero. Guardian Shield helping a lot. He's winning this fight. The Sentries do well against shields nowadays, remember. That's actually a really good start from Heroes. He's going to push this back. This isn't a scenario where you are just building the Prism as well. Because the Robo's not proxied, it's just going to be a Prism to try and micro and so on and to bring reinforcements through. So losing units already is really bad for Zoun. It's going to give Hero a much better chance of playing defense. Gets a couple more Stalkers just warping in. We will see a couple Stalkers out in the front as well, trying to set up for the moment. Just going to try and get there. Stalkers continue to come through, just going to be firing in. And I mean, honestly, with an Immortal out defensively now from Hero, this feels like a complete flop from Zoun. He has to commit because he has no Nexus. We're up against an Immortal. I mean, he's going to have a lot of Stalkers, but if that Immortal stands back a little bit, I think we're just going to be fine. We have a battery to the left with plenty of energy currently as well. Stalkers step up. The Prism's going to be here. A good pullback. Great pullback, as it actually allows you to keep the Immortal alive because the Stalkers can't all get in range. You do lose your Prism, which is a little sad, but I think this Immortal has already done its job. A little bit more healing once again, and Hero is making a very comfortable defense in this PvP. Way to make a statement coming into this semi-final opening game. And just looking like he's going to have an absolute blast of it as a few more Stalkers and Sentries keep on trading. We're going to try and get a warp in here. It's just, you can just see there's not enough at all from Zoun. Hero takes game one comfortably in this opening game of the series. Yeah, I mean, Zoun needs to do more, right? At the end of the day, if he wants to really get in a good position there, he just has to go do more. He didn't really manage to do more. That's what it comes down to. I think just the initial trades going Hero's way before Zoun had his Prism there. That's going to be one of your big advantages. Having that Prism micro starting to overwhelm numbers-wise with the third gateway kicking in. This was a game that obviously kind of got, you know, trades happening and games being, you know, fight being decided before that even took place. So, yeah, it becomes a little bit rough as we get ready for Snowpiercer for game number 2. We've not really seen Snowpiercer yet today. Just kind of interesting because I feel like this map did get a decent amount of love prior. So, yeah. As we have in the bottom left hand side, our red Protoss player. This is going to be Hero. I'm going to have to turn the names around. Hang on. Okay, give me a sec, guys. Because they couldn't just stayed on the same side of the map or so for a moment, could they? Ay. Why did Zoun have to go on a run beating Byun and Clem when he has this troll name? Seriously. Bottom left-hand side is Hero. Top right-hand side is Zoun. As we get this PvP going. Isn't live replay an oxymoron? Nope. It's a live cast of replays. Yeah, I mean, the problem is if I say it's a replay cast, then loads of people come in and they're like, huh? What? It's a replay? Wardy's not live? That's just... This actually provides the least amount of questions. Usually. Okay, we're coming up. Assimilators coming through. We get settled in. And set up. Probe moving around a little bit. Getting set up for the moment. Okay, it's Cybercore coming through. Probes continue to produce in. It's not live replay, it's live replay casting. Well, that is what the title says, yeah. I would say it's live replays, though. Like, I'm live cast. It's live replays. Like, these replays are live in the sense of. So, here, okay. I'm not going to spend long on this, but TLDR for me, this is a live experience because I don't know the scores. You guys don't know the scores. You guys don't know the results. This is not like a tournament that happened last week where everyone knows pretty much what happened. Everyone watched it. Like, to me, this is almost as good as watching live, you know? So, I don't care whether it's right or not. I still see this as essentially just being live content. You guys can hate on me if you want, as yes, it is 1-0 to Hero. Sorry, thank you so much. Got that dead. Probably going down as we get this PvP underway. The problem is, there's no good way to really phrase it because people are always going to pick an issue with how you phrase it. So, I think live replay casting is the best to say it, but, yeah. Like I say, the whole idea is to bring it to live experience. If I didn't say anything, and people just didn't ask, no one would notice that it was replays, apart from, like, when a pause happens and the game doesn't actually pause. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not like someone's gonna come in, well, I guess someone could come in and be like, well, actually, I watched this on Chiswick earlier. So, like, yes, that can happen, but, like, for the grand scheme of things, like, if people aren't dicks and spoil it, then yeah, it's probably just going to be okay. Like, people wouldn't notice, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, you can actually tell because the score screen at the end doesn't have one of the options or one of the buttons if it's a replay, which really was the death of replay casting without Twitch chat going crazy, because that's the easiest way to spot it. Otherwise, you could kind of just have people not mention it, and everyone's experience improves. So, yeah. Do people care that it's a replay if they've never seen the games before? Yes, loads of people do. Loads of people do. But I really think that if people just... Like people do, but at the same time, it's like if you just don't ask in the first place, you could just assume it's live, because then it's probably the exact same experience for you. Like, this doesn't make sense in my head, but apparently everyone's brains work differently. Who would have thought? As a couple of probes go down, Stalkers keep moving over. Probes coming about, and a battery on the way as well. Getting that on the go as our Phoenix keeps on moving. As the Stalker's just going to get there, the Phoenix gets pushed away out on the bottom side. You can tell. Yeah, I know you can tell because there's like a very easy way to tell if it's a replay, but that doesn't... If the score screen wasn't a replay, like didn't have a different score screen if it was a replay or not, then you would not be able to tell. It's not like the gameplay is like, oh yeah, Hero's really playing this as though he played it 5 hours ago instead of right now, you know? Stalkers are coming across. How are the fireworks? I'm hearing some. Yeah, I see a lot out my window actually, because I'm at the top, on the top of a hill, so I actually get to see like a lot across the city. And I keep getting distracted, honestly, because they keep going off, and I turn away, and then I look back, and I forgot what I'm looking at, while also trying to read Twitch chat. As you do see, our Stalker's going to fight a little bit. Sentry! Gonna go down. Pretty exciting fight here, as we do see Hero coming out ahead on supply. 6 probes go down, so Hero gets worker lead. The problem is going to be that he's going to now go into the Dark Shrine. Can Zoun just get detection up? He's going to have a Stargate. He already has an Oracle. I worry a little bit that Hero's just going to, you know, without Blink is going to be in a worse position, but he is going to have access to build Immortal, so that's going to be nice as well. Again, Dark Shrine coming up. As we continue through. As a YouTube watcher, this is more live than I usually watch SC2 games. Yeah, that's the cool part, actually. The YouTube viewers on the live stream just don't care, because they're used to watching games from like a month ago. Stalker's going to shoot. The Phoenix is going to go down, so that will fall. Not the end of the world, as the Oracle is going to be kept alive here. Shadow Stride starts from Hero. Oh, nice Stasis Ward. Is Hero getting a bit too adventurous, getting Shadow Stride for the Dark Templar? Seems kind of crazy. And as our Stalker shoots, a couple DTs continue across. The Immortal coming in, Gateway is building. It's going to be having a couple DTs. One in the natural, one going to go into the main base. As our DT just going to get through there. So we're actually going to get quite a few probes. Hero going to deliver, what, 7, 8 probes of pain onto Zoun right away there. So some good damage being dealt. Stalkers are going to fire. Another DT going to shoot. And we do have our +1 attack upgrade coming in as well. Revelation goes down. DT going to get caught in that. 15, 16 probes going down is obviously very serious amounts of damage, though. That's a lot more damage than you're really kind of expecting to take against DTs when they arrive. Shadow Stride on the way for that DT blink to just... You know what it is, though? Like, what if Hero had just started regular blink? Oh, no, he has regular blink. Well, I guess that's why you don't start regular blink, because you already have it! Yo, this fight's way too far away from any batteries, though, and that's a lot of Stalkers. They're going to come through. This game is going to get tilted in the favor of Zoun, maybe, because he's going to get rid of the Immortals. Now the Stalkers, he has not got an Observer, but he's got the Oracle. Continuing to come through here in the natural, and Hero just doesn't have enough units right now. He was super reliant on the Immortals. I didn't realize he had Blink because he had so few Stalkers. So that Blink didn't really do anything for him, and he just gets completely outmassed. Immortals are dying too quickly, not near any sort of battery or anything. And Hero loses power to his robot facility, and Zoun, after taking a beating and a half across the map and having really no right to be in this game, is going to just win it. Coming across the other side, Hero not in a defensive position at all. No respect for the size of his opponent's army, and it's going to cost him game number 2 as Zoun is the king of turning games around in this tournament, apparently, because that game he turned around against Clem was pretty sick. We're going to do what here against Hero. Hits that pylon, trying to depower those gateways. There's still power. There's another pylon right there. I don't think Zoun saw that for a moment. Stalker's still flying. A couple more Stalkers taking hits. DT on the way up. Probes still building. The pylon just going to get taken down. And the Nexus going to get shot at. 27 probes dead. I mean, Zoun has continued to lose units and workers himself as DT's got active across the map, so damage continued to be done. DT blinks into the main base and tries to get away. It is currently revelated, so it is not going to be hidden. It is just going to go straight in after those probes as well. DTs across the map do a lot for Hero, but I just don't see him winning this game on the back of a couple DTs. More Stalkers get out to the center. What a wild game. I mean, we're going to see a couple DTs coming over. I mean, I still think it's just extremely favored to Zoun. The only issue is DTs are taking a while to clean up, but we are going to get the second one as well, and that's another DT I just don't think you could afford to really lose here as Hero. Kind of had to keep some more damage going because you're down 20 army supply, and now these Stalkers are going to get a good chance to come across the map. Your DT going across the map will take a little while. Here, trying to make it scrappy. I just don't think it's scrappy enough. Like I say, these Stalker numbers are looking fantastic as they are going to come through. Push straight into the natural. Just going to jump straight forward. Stalker going to take a couple of shots. Battery taking damage as well. We continue to kite backwards. A few more probes going down. The Stalkers keep on blinking. I mean, probes going down across the map as well as the DTs get active once more. This time we will get the pylon. Depower those 2 gates. No more gates available. DT's still going to town. The thing is, in a base trade, I just don't think you can ever win unless you lose the Oracle. If you lose the Oracle, then yes, maybe the Oracle should step back a little bit just in case the Stalkers dive for it and you try and win a base trade off of DTs. But, I mean, I appreciate the pro pull as well. It's the right idea from Hero. Just try to win this. Yeah, the Oracle stays back, being kept pretty safe. Zoun is absolutely trying to babysit that, and rightfully so. He has an Observer as well. No, Hero has an Observer. Zoun does not have an Observer, sorry. So, yeah. Zoun only on the Oracle. No money to build anything else. That Oracle was his only way to keep on detecting. Now still 2 DTs on the map as the Stalkers all go down. And now we just focus on structures, but I mean, Zoun has a few probes left as well, and his damage output on those Stalkers is way more than 2 DTs. And that is going to be game. And Zoun takes it to 1-1. We're tied up heading to game 3 of the semi-finals. So we're going to go the distance in this first semi-final already. Should he dive on the Oracle? I think he should have done. I think that's his best chance of winning. I think he should. I mean, it might not have worked. It might not have gotten it. I think he should have tried. I think that's absolutely your best chance of winning in that situation. So, yeah, I think that would have been the play personally, but it doesn't go like that. Doesn't make the attempt. I think that's his only way he wins. Kill the Oracle and just hope the DTs do enough. I think he needed like 1 or 2 more DTs though, because I think he needed 2 DTs on the other side to do any amount of damage. And then he would have needed some DT to chase around the Stalkers, and I think that's the issue. Because I think if he has a DT at home, then I think he just blinks on the Oracle and hopes the DT can like keep on hitting the Stalkers and make it more difficult at least for them to just target down buildings. I think with both DTs on the other side of the map, he's just like, no, like he just has to try and fight the Stalkers and see if he can just knock their numbers down and ignore the Oracle. So I actually understand why he did it. In a way, I think that killing the Oracle was the only way to win, but I think he needed to kill the Oracle and have another DT or 2. I think that's a fair statement. Like, I think killing the Oracle is the only way to win, but he was also missing a piece of that puzzle as well. So yeah, he was just missing a few units. That's why like catching 2 DTs going across the map was huge, because if those 2 DTs were the ones that were across the map, and then the next 2 DTs didn't go across the map and stayed at home, that game could look different, right? 100% you could see that game turn around a little bit. As we go to game number 3, they've swapped colors and sides. I hate this. God damn it. Top right hand side, Hero is our blue Protoss player. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Zoun. After this PvP, we'll have some PvZ. Shin against Trap. We do have our Nexus Corona boosting away, getting some probes out. 2 gates apiece once again. I am fascinated by this PvP matchup in a world where, like I say, there's no battery overcharge. It feels like that has been such a defining factor of how PvP works. You take away something as big as battery overcharge in a mirrored matchup, this seems like a huge deal. We could have a PvP finals. We could, yeah. Trap beats Shin. It's not impossible at all. Am I in Dark in this tournament? No. I don't think Dark's playing anything anymore. I think he's stepped back. He's playing in a couple of things still for a little bit, but I think he's just done now. I haven't seen Dark play in a little while. He didn't reply last time I asked him to play something either. Oh no, he played in something. What did he play in? Hang on. He played in something the other day, apparently. Trying to get the match history open. It's loading slow. I mean, the assumption is Dark is going to be going to the military soon, so he's probably not going to be playing for much longer, but yeah. He actually played in the KSL on November 2nd. And he hadn't played in anything for about a couple of weeks. He's been playing in a couple of things, but he took like a 2-week break. He's pretty much only playing in KSL. I wonder if it's just like that's something that's at like a good time for him, and you know, otherwise he's not really super focused on SC2, so yeah. But yeah, Dark has to, I'm pretty sure Dark has to go do military, so it was kind of expected that he would settle down over this off season and probably not come back for the next season. But, I mean, if he doesn't have to go to military, then that might change, but that's just my understanding of it. Stalker's going to hit on those adepts. Batteries coming through. Twilight Council building on the side of Hero. Do have both players heading to the Nexus here for this game number 3. Deciding map to see who gets to the finals. It will be one pros in the finals at the very least. That much is for certain. As we cancel there, just always trying to keep those adepts out. Very adept heavy from Hero to start. Oracle shows up, runs into a Phoenix. Second Phoenix on the way from Zoun, but Hero's on the way to Blink, so he's going to be going straight through there. Heading to that Blink upgrade. Get that on the way up. And, yeah, see where that's going to go. It's going to be seeing the Phoenix getting to the top right side. Again, Blink building, couple probes, and the Stalker. I mean, obviously, with Blink on the way, you've got to question what is the tech choice going to be here from Zoun. What are we going to do, buddy? Right now, sitting on, well, a proxy gateway. So, just going to try and send this. I mean, this is nice because you're going to hit before Blink is done. A couple Phoenix are nice because they can obviously lift a couple units as well to offset the numbers into your favor. So Zoun going to get very aggressive. He's not really looking to use that natural. Here we go. Probe goes down already. Going to lift up a Warping in Stalker. That's cute because it'll never finish. And we can outnumber that one. Batteries are not ready just yet. Utilizing the probes. The Adepts are going to come in from the other side. Phoenix out of energy. Oh, nice stasis ward across the map. The Oracle getting a good catch there. As Hero tries to chase back. Bought himself time to finish up one of these batteries. Was hitting that Phoenix, but it's not the one that had energy to lift, so no point continuing on that. Better to hit the units while they're in reach and trying to deal damage themselves. That's exactly what Hero will do. I like these Adepts because they're still now in the front. You know, the fact that he already had them, obviously, yes, but, you know, now putting them in the front, they're able to tank a little bit. Love the battery overcharge, not the battery overcharge, the energy overcharge onto the battery. Gives a little bit more life, and I think Hero is making a hold here. This does not look scary at all from Zoun anymore, and now Hero is about to have Blink, and that's obviously a very one-sided affair. Blink against no Blink is very rarely going to go in the no Blink favor. Blink is just such a powerful upgrade, and we are chasing right now all the way to this gateway. Phoenix are going to be able to maybe get a lift off. We blink backwards because we're a little bit unsure maybe about the numbers, and especially with the Phoenix lift or so, but I don't think Hero was honestly on the wrong idea. He is definitely going to have an advantage here with the Blink, and he's going to start trying to make use of it. Blinking back going to be very difficult to get any kills. The Phoenix will be able to guarantee kills. You just can't blink back when they are lifted. But yeah, he's just been approaching this in the right way. Just blinking back what he can. Yeah, if the Phoenix force one kill, that's fine. Overall, as Hero, you're going to continue to play extremely efficiently in comparison to your opponent. And that's going to allow you to be in a winning position. Here in this game 3, Zoun is going home. In fact, Zoun's not just going home. Zoun is leaving this game. GG is called. He's going to tap out of there. And that is going to do it, as that is going to be our best of 3 going the way of Hero, who gets through to the finals. Hey, Hero wasn't kidding when he was saying he was excited to play on the PTR on the patch. Cool for him. He's going to do very well there. So we get ready to go into our second semi-final. So he is blocked out of his natural. Yeah, he's walled in his main. Like, he fully walled to stop the Adept Shades from getting through. I mean, that comes with consequences, you know? You can't just do that freely every time. Alright, guys, we're going to be going into Shin versus Trap. This is our second semi-final. After this, we've got a best-of-5 finals against, or between the winner of this and Hero. So that's going to be coming up as well. And dive into this in about 30 to 60 seconds. You don't like when the player color gets swapped mid-series? Very hard for your brain. It's tough, man. It's also very tough to tell the players to swap colors every single time. It'd be really easy if we could just be like, this player is blue, or this player that spawns in this slot is blue, and this player is red, but that's not how the game's coded. The players have to swap it, and the players, because one of them goes blue and one of them is red anyways, then one has to move off of blue, so the other guy can go to blue, then they can go to red. The beautiful thing is that, at the very least, on the bottom of the screen, the names are in the colors for the current game. Yeah, I know it's not ideal. I mean, when there's proper admins and stuff, they make sure it happens, but it's, yeah, it's just tedious to keep on top of in events like this, so. Are they going to swap back? Well, probably not, because it's the end of the series. You'll miss the big bubble letters in the players' names. Look, guys, I was just trying to... You know how hard it is to make text on a screen? Like, the text on my screen is like this big because it's in a small window in the corner. And it's like this big trying to make the text like the right size. Like, it's just impossible to do. Yeah. Alright, let's go into Whispers of Gold for Shin versus Trap. Game number 1. Didn't know it was complicated. It's not really complicated, but it's not like I say, it's not like something I can just set, you know? I mean, I especially can't do anything about it when it's replays, but yeah, it's just one of those, honestly, as well, like, I think I've gone to the point where I don't think about what color a player is. The moment I leave that last game, like, I don't think about what color they were, so I don't remember to tell them to go back to the way they were or something. So yeah. Can you see the Broodlord model? Sure. I can take you guys on a little quick adventure over here very quickly. That's as far as my webcam reaches, but there you go. Broodlord, Mini Broodlord, BC, the Carrier. They're very cool models. Great series of StarCraft 2 merch. Don't get enough of that now. That was probably the last great StarCraft 2 merch to ever come out, I think. Unless we see a resurgence, but you know, be a little bit realistic, I guess. Yeah, really cool, high quality. Really sick. Bottom right side of this best of 3 semi-final as we kick this off properly. It is going to be Shin, and in the bottom, top left-hand side, our blue Protoss is Trap. Are those Blizzard official? Yeah, they're officially licensed by Blizzard. They were made by, I believe it was called Dark Horse Comics made them. But they were officially licensed by Blizzard. I mean, the mini versions, so the big versions you had to pre-order. Because they only made a limited amount of the big versions and they all sold out, so you had to pre-order them. The mini versions were available on the Battle.net store, or the Blizzard store. I can't remember what it's called. The Blizzard store, I think. I think it was just the Blizzard store, right? Yeah, the mini versions were available on the Blizzard store for quite a long time. So yeah, they were official licensed products. Very cool. TVZ time here, guys, as we kick off into game number 1 of our second best of 3 semi-final. Following this, we'll have that final. Winner of this takes on Hero. That will be best of 5. So we're just crossing over, what, 3 hours, 40 minutes live today? Okay, it's going to be a pretty good length stream. I like it. I was a little afraid I picked too many round of 6. I don't think I actually picked too many round of 16 matchups out. Because obviously we should be able to cast more in this in the same length of time as usual, because we don't really have much downtime, right? Like, we don't have players hosting lobbies, BRBing, going AFK when their opponent's suddenly ready. We're having to wait for them to finish matches because we're just working off the replays, right? But the round of 16 matches actually had some long games in them, so I was a little worried that maybe we went a bit overkill in the round of 16 games, but they were fun, man. Like, they were fun players, they were fun matchups. Wouldn't change it, especially now, as I think I'm going to have a good length stream at the end of the day. My brain's just not used to having to work StarCraft-wise this late in the day. My brain's like, yo, it's time to chill out and, you know, take a nap. It's like, oh, it's nearly 9 p.m., buddy. We don't work at this time of day anymore, you know? Well, we do today. Mr. Dingleberry, thank you so much for the 26-month resub on the Prime. I'll just take a quick moment to say thank you, everyone, for tuning in and watching. And again, if you are enjoying the stream, do consider supporting on Twitch. You can obviously follow, use your Prime subs as well, and all of that goodness. Across the board, you can check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, to support our tournaments. And if you're on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. We just added a whole bunch of new emotes if you are a channel member as well. So you can support by that. We've actually added some new tiers of channel membership, so it's cheaper than ever before, and there's options to support further if you want to see more prize money into tournaments. Lings get through, though, as some of them get into the main base. They're actually going to hit this natural as well. Adept will go down, and Shin is going to get in and cause some trouble. Not too much, though. Oracle having to activate, loses a lot of energy, but with energy overcharge, you can get that Oracle active and full of energy again, so it's less of an issue than before. The Oracle shows up, can activate too. It's a pretty good defense from Trap, considering those Lings kind of got in. You lose 2 Adepts and a Stalker, 3 Probes, 20 Lings. It's kind of just about good enough on either side, because Shin obviously cut workers to make those units early. I still think I like it for Trap, because I feel like this could have been much more disastrous. Like, 3 or 4 more Probes, and I really like it for Shin. I actually do think it's pretty okay on both sides coming out of this here in Whispers of Gold, so a little bit of aggression from our Zerg. And now we settle into the next stage as Shin is going to wait to show us what his next plan is. No real gas mine or anything from him just yet. 7 Overlords on the way, working his way out of a big supply block apparently. And on the side of Trap, he drops the Twilight Council down for stage 2. He's already on the triple Oracle, so yeah, just the Twilight Council, a pretty natural next step here. And this is going to gather. The Resonating Glaive's coming about. What's up, Mustang? Normally on your Twitch, but you said you wanted to increase your YouTube viewership, so you watch on YouTube now, back when I had less than 100. That's awesome, man. An old school WardiTV, I love it. Thanks so much for supporting us. Our oracles, and you're turned around by the queens. We've got these oracles just moving about a little bit, and it's kind of going to be the excitement with these adepts. Resonating Glaive's the choice, though. So, I mean, Trap does have this nice aggressive follow-up on the way across. Glaive's on the way up. The Robo Facility coming through. Additional probes coming in as well. Adepts not going to commit to that shade. We didn't look at it, but they were surrounded by Zerglings, the shades, so it kind of makes sense. Couple more shots. The Lings take damage. Again, Pylons, Probes, and Adepts continue to move about. On the production tab, as soon as Glaives is done, Trap's obviously going to be trying to do something a little bit extra here, so we'll see how successful that can be. Kind of love that Shin has a counterattack on the go. You know, force some units back. I mean, you see the Adepts, maybe you just don't commit. Still going to actually try and get some Probes. Adepts were not in range. So yeah, actually that works quite nicely. How do we deal with these Adepts on this other side? Ooh, not the best position immediately for Trap, because things were a little bit split up. Queen goes down, Oracle's activating, the Queen's still getting pushed about a little bit, a few drones going down, the Lings looking to get wrapped around there as well on those Adepts. The problem is these Adepts are not clumped together, right? So the Lings get a lot of surface area, the Queens are shooting, the Roach is starting to spawn and deal with this as well. Very well handled, I would say, by Shin. He does, at the very end here, it's probably the worst part for him, loses multiple drones there. I think otherwise, honestly, a pretty fine defense. There's still quite a few Adepts around, but now the Roach count is pretty seriously good, and Shin is already going back into drones. Spire is also going to finish very soon. That's something we don't have a great set of answers to right now. We'll see what the Spire can achieve for us here. Shin, he's got 800, 900 gas, so a lot of meters able to be made immediately. Don't hate that. The Oracles will come through. The Queen gets taken down. Both Oracles going to get out to the bottom. Ten Mutilates continue up, +1 missiles on the way through as well. All those Mutas are going to spawn, and we'll see if Shin can definitely create now some opportunities with those Mutalists. You know, when Mutas are on the map, there's always going to be some danger for a Protoss player. Can Trap deal with that? I mean, Blink will be done, so that's something at least. He is getting an additional cannon ready. Mutas are going to end up going around the left-hand side to begin with. Going to dive in. There's a few Stalkers in this main base, so Shin is going to try and straight up take the fight. He is working with Ling Roach in the center. Only 68 drones, so definitely a pretty aggressive style from Shin. He's been pretty aggressive on this PTR in general. And this is going to be no difference as Roach Ravager continues through. +1 missiles is building. Just going to get to the front there, knock down that pylon. Ling's going to get caught in that stasis. Going to try and push to the front. Files going down. Cybercore taking damage. Turn back onto the right side as a couple more units just going to get grabbed first. So Val's going to pop the force fields. Just escape away. Just going to see the rest of that Roach Ravager still busting forwards. Shin. No +1 missiles yet. I mean, this is one of those typical scenarios of just trying to make the Protoss overcommit on the muted defense and then the Roach Ravager wins out, but it's not been as simple as that because I think Trap didn't really overcommit to the muted defense. I think he's got just about enough to limit what they can do. They didn't do great initially trying to fight the Stalkers either, so that definitely helped Trap to be just able to be in position and ready for the Roach Ravager as well. Roach Ravager steps forward again. Mutila's going to go jump onto that cannon. A couple more Corrosive Vials blocking up those force fields. And Roach Ravager continuing through again. The gateway gets dropped. And turned back over. Oracle still active up in the skies. A few more Corrosive Vials. Going to knock down the cannon there. Zealot Immortal. High Templar's coming in from the left side. The extra Zealot's coming about. Going to be seeing the Stalkers coming through. Roach Ravager going to move down bottom. Trap is going to get the hold in the end of this, isn't he? He's going to push this away. Now, Shin has started tech behind it. Baneling Nest is up and built into Baneling speed. +2 missiles on the way as well. He obviously is still only on 67 drones, though. That economy is not where you usually want to be as a Zerg. You want to be much higher, so that definitely is where some of the issues come from. And you can see right now as this game does slow, he's immediately like, okay, you know what? Boom, let's bang some more drones into play. He realizes what he needs for the next stage of this game. As Trap has made a hold, though. And now Trap is coming onto the map. Now, Trap needs to be careful not to be too aggressive, because Shin's still kind of just making units. It's not like he's teching into, like, Hive or Lurkers or, you know, something that's going to take much longer to get to, so he's not there yet. So, yeah, Shin isn't there yet. As you do see, the Oracles continue to fight. 7 drones go down. Roach Ravager going to come through and just keep on pushing those Oracles away. Again, the +2 attack upgrade coming up on the side of Trap as well as we continue to get that going. Extra Baneling is just going to morph here. Baneling speed finishing shortly. +2 missiles not far from being done. I think Shin has honestly hit a pretty nice level of timing on the transition, which is like he transitioned to like a bit of a better army, but he's still playing hecking aggressive. You know, this is not like Hive Tech like SA or like attempting to go Lurk. It's like this is still just Roach Ravager, but now Ling Bane with the Banes being an emphasis there. +2 missiles here as well. He's just going to get ready to attack again. I honestly, I don't hate it. I like the idea. He realized it wasn't going to get done before, but maybe now he can find some success. Let's see as he comes forcing his way up the front. Team Muir is just going to try and absorb some shots, deal some damage where they can, may as well. The Bane's still rolling on forwards, forcing the split backs, using the Corrosive Vials to zone. Actually getting on top of these Immortals. Prism Micro has to be good. We're using that Prism Micro as best we can, but the Ravagers are still holding off the Stalkers on the right side. Roach is breaking up to the top. Prism has a couple units inside. Those Immortals are getting lower and lower. You're going to start losing them. You're going to only micro so much. Oracle gets caught in the Corrosive Vials. The Ravagers, though, low HP bars, all in the red. Does that matter? Yes, because now they'll get cleaned up so much more easily, and that might be the swinging point for Trap, trying to defend this 4th base. Lings are showing up, though. The Lings are going to be extremely good. There's not much to deal with Lings right now. An Immortal goes down to Zerglings as well. A few Zealots showing up, but there's no Archons or splash damage. Shin is going to finish the 4th as well. I mean, he lost all of his Ravagers, so all of his tech goes down. I think Trap is just a little bit too far behind in what is honestly a pretty close trade out. I think Trap just went in maybe a little bit off, and Shin is going to come out a little bit too far ahead. I mean, again, full reset on tech units on both sides. Like I said, the Ravagers are gone, the Banes are gone. Most of the Archons are gone. We just built a couple more. Most of the Immortals died. Very aggressive fight. And Shin obviously really feels like he needs to get the job done. He knows he's not on the greatest of economies, but this time, Trap only has 42 workers. It's not 68 versus 68 like it was when the last big round of attacks ended for Shin. No, this time he's got a serious income advantage. He might just be able to get away with rebuilding and going again. Important part of rebuilding and going again is actually letting yourself rebuild, though. Those roaches taking damage and losses, that's not what you want to be seeing. You want to keep them alive, right? So, something to kind of, you know, note there as that stasis. Trap is going to catch a couple Banes. Bane's going to go rolling into this top side. Probe's going to take a lot of shots. 6 workers going down immediately on the left side. The Roaches going to go on top of the Archon as well. Take that down. The other Lings and Banes going after those probes. Stalker's still taking damage. Traps is going to say GG. What an effort by Shin. I mean, it's not every day that I say Zerg kind of all in has to really work for it, but my goodness, this one did. He had to put his heart and soul into these attacks because it was close. It was extremely, extremely close to Trap holding on there, as we're going to be going to ley lines for our second map of this best of 3 semi-final. Hope you guys are having a great day once again. Hope you guys are doing great. Let's jump into ley lines and see what happens next. Need to buff Toss some more. I feel like Toss has honestly been pretty... I think Trap has struggled in PvZ, by the way, just generally lately. I feel like that's the matchup he has the least success in. In the top right corner of the map, our blue Protoss player from Gen G. This is Trap. In the bottom left, our red Zerg is going to be Shin. Trap just wants to macro, but Shin keeps throwing doo-doo at him. The problem is he's not throwing doo-doo at him. He's throwing really good units at him. Roach, Ravager, Muta, Ling Bane. None of that's doo-doo. That's all really hacking good. Alright, I'll take a moment to catch my breath. Yeah, been going pretty non-stop all day. It's been a fun one. Hatch gas pool coming up here to start things off. Just gonna see our Nexus coming up as well. And hatch pool coming in, couple drones coming on in. Do you have our Overlord heading to the upper right hand side as well? Overlord's gonna come in, and Dep's gonna Chrono Boost. Dep's gonna go shading. Again, Stargate coming about, Link Speed coming through, the couple Queens and drones all producing. See, Chrono Boost continuing. Adept walks across the map. I love this map so much, it's so pleasant to look at. Yeah, I think I like this map too. I actually kind of feel like this is a large map that doesn't become super turtly. Maybe I'm going to be wrong on that, but I kind of like the way it's laid out, honestly. To be honest. I'd be very interested to see the progression on this map and see if it just becomes that kind of... If it does just become that kind of golden aura where it just succumbs to its size and so you just naturally see long games. I don't love maps like that because to me that's boring map design. It's like, oh, it's big, so now it's uninteresting a lot of the time. It's just kind of how it rolls. Or not straight away, like, you know, no map starts out like that, but that's how, you know, if a map gets played a lot, if it's big, it oftentimes just trends toward people figure out how to defend. It being big leads to long games. Nothing wrong with long games. Just sometimes it feels like they more get forced there because people figured out the map too much, right? Same can happen on a small map if it's turtly. Just large maps naturally become kind of like that anyway. But yeah, this one kind of has that layout which draws people to the middle. I don't feel like it's I just feel like there's something about it that might have some potential. I haven't watched some games so far. I'm kind of feeling it. If it's small, people find out the best attack and win with it every time until it's reviewed. Yeah, I mean, small maps suck too. That's why I think most people kind of just like regular maps. Standard maps. Standard maps are good. That's why when a long game happens on a standard map, it's more exciting as well, because it's like, oh, you know, you never know what you're going to get on a standard map. You can end early, you can go late, but it's never a guarantee. We're going to get there. Oracles take damage. Twilight Council and Forge coming up. We're going to grab a drone. One drone goes down. Oracles take some shots. Get through to the bottom as Twilight Council and Forge continue to build. Nexus about to complete. A couple more depths coming in. This depths is going to go shading. A bunch more drones. 4, 5. Work is going down. 6, 7. Serious damage done by Trap. Great play with the Oracles. There's a lot of damage being dealt. +1 and Blink continuing out. The melee upgrade. A couple more extractors coming through as well. You bring all of that into play for the moment. These Oracles still setting up in the middle of the map here currently. Gonna float it out over to that far left-hand side. There's a lot of depths down on the 6 o'clock. 4th hatchery building into play. That coming through. The melee upgrade is building. 10 additional drones, plus the extractors coming up as well. Ends up getting cancelled there, so no 4th base allowed from Shin. Definitely feels like a good start so far on the side of Trap. Good damage done. Now moving into +1 and Blink. Maybe playing the melee upgrade, so very happy not to see Charge Shot Archon here. If you are Shin, it being Blink, your Blinks can obviously help a lot against that, so that is a big deal. As those Oracles begin to move back out toward the center. Temple Archives coming through. Again, +1 and Blink on the way in. For the moment. Those few Stalkers going to start activating onto that hatchery. Adept's going to step up as well. Going to start dealing some damage. The Queen's going to pull back a little bit. Overlord getting pinged a little as well. And the Adept's going to go shading through toward the natural expansion as the hatchery gets cancelled. Shin is expanding on the far left, and he is now going to go Hydra Den after the melee upgrade with now missiles to support the Hydras. So that's going to be his approach there, as the Lings actually going to step forward. Adepts and Stalkers running back a little bit, trying to get out of trouble just for now. Hatchery continues to go. Shots coming through again. Storm charge, +1 armor coming up as well. Those couple of gateways still coming by. Stalkers and Adepts keep on fighting. Just going to blink up. Some more Lings going down. Lings go around the top as well. Hydras continue to build. Infestation pit coming through too. Extra drones on the way. Gateways and cannons reducing as well. Things will be there. Stalkers and Adepts come about. Going to be seeing a Stasis Ward trying to go down. We get a single Ling out there just to pop that Stasis Ward. Hydras coming over. The Stalkers going to get chased as well. Hydras and Lings continue to push. The Stalkers taking big shots for the moment. Lings going to try and get by. Obviously, Hydra's still pushing up. Storm a few moments away. Hydras probably don't really want to be here. If they eat a Storm and there's no Lings to protect them from the follow-up kind of unit attacks, probably going to be a very bad time for them, so I think good that they end up backing away and moving back around. We do have the Lurker Den still coming online, the Evolution Chamber here in a few moments as well. One's coming up, Hydras and Queen's going to get there. Oracle going to take a few more shots. Another Storm comes down the bottom. Not being very aggressive here, pushing in. I mean, I love the Hydra arc. Going backwards as well. Shin has that lurker den up and available, but can we get a chance to get some lurkers out? Trap continues the pressure and keeps himself right in the forefront of the Zerg's face. If you push yourself up into the Zerg's face long enough, I think you're going to continue to see some success as we just going to see those Lings, those Hydras. Going to get active again. Oracle's activating to try and chase some of those down. Nice storm. All the Lings are dead already. And as Trap keeps on pushing through, the High Templar going to morph into an Archon. Uh-oh, Stalkers though starting to drop a little bit. There's the blink backwards. That should help a lot. First Lurkers are going to be here. Trap, are we going to still fight in these Lurkers? First Archons are going down. The Lurkers are still there dealing damage. Stalkers back away, but the Archons abandoned. 2 out of 3 Archons going down, and Shin's Lurkers save the day. Seismic Spine's not far from being done. That's going to aid the Lurkers in being able to handle that Protoss army as we start to get the Fleet Beacon on the go. I'm a little bit afraid that Trap does not have much right now to deal with Lurkers if they got across the map. I think if Shin finds his way to the upper right, some way, somehow, that I think Trap could be in a lot of trouble. Oh, he's got a Nidus Network too. Nidus Network on the way. That could be his way to get to the other side. Zealots will come diving down to the bottom for the moment, though. They're going to go into this mineral line. Lings and Hydra's going to get there. They're going to go after those Zealots. Hydra's not using the Frenzy Rush stem. They don't have it upgraded yet. Shin was actually very adamant about using it the other day when we were in our WardiTV PTR event. And I'm sure he would get there as well now if he wasn't on the brink of death. I think that's the problem. It's an upgrade which is nice to have, but it's probably not going to save you in a moment like this, so you guys got to put your money into unit numbers, right? If this game ever settles down a bit, we might see it as he is going to start making his way to the right side. The Nidus Network available. Oh, there it is, just now going to drop into the main base. So Nidus Network activating in the main. No response from Trap. That's terrifying as he's pushing the left side. I mean, Lurker's just going to walk into the natural effort anyway. Never mind the Lurker Den. Oh, sorry, the Nidus Network. These couple Lurkers defensively will go down. But Trap's going to have his natural siege. Access to the main base being taken advantage of as Lurkers get into the main as well. Oh, this is terrifying. That cannon going to help us. So the Lurkers in the main won't do much. But honestly, I feel as though Trap did what he needed. Shin did what he needed to, just getting that army across the map. Trap loses his army over here. Hatchery doesn't even go down. Archon will fall. Everything dies. Every last unit. And now you've got to deal with this Hydra Lurker force. You don't have the tech units to really deal with Lurkers, though. And that's going to be a major issue as the Observer continues to try and chrono boost out. Hydras are getting to work. Nexus going down on the natural and third base. The Lurkers continue to do very well as the Zealots run forward. Lings are tanking. Let the Lurkers do their job. We're going to target fire down the Nidus Network. Stop reinforcements from getting here. The supply of Trap has just plummeted, though. Does not get an answer to Lurkers in play in time. The Lurker's going to dive up onto this third base now. Burrow up again. He didn't even have adaptive talent. It's been that kind of tense of a game from Shin. He really put everything into attacking, and it, man, worked out for him. It really went the way it had to. He attacked around the right. He got across the map. The army from Trap shows up. It's not really good enough to stand there and fight. Fantastic ending as Shin will advance 2-0 into the finals. And that means we have a grand finale set up here today, my friends, of Hero versus Shin, best of 5. I'll get into that in just a couple of moments. Game number 1 will be on El Dorado. I'm just going to throw you to a break screen for a couple moments here, grab a drink while we get ourselves ready for the grand finals. Hero Shin best of 5 coming up to round out our day in the Olimoleague 229. Welcome back, everybody, as we are ready for our final Shin versus Hero best of 5. Just get into it. It's been a nice stream, 4 hours. Final best of 5 coming up. Nice. Let's kick it off, guys. Let's get it going. The bottom left-hand corner of the map. Our red Zerg player. We have Shin coming through against Trap 2-0 to get into game number 1 here against his Protoss opponent in the finals. In the bottom right, the Protoss opponent is Hero in the bottom right. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us throughout the day today. Hope you have all had a good time with us covering Olimoleague. Shout out to Olimoleague for letting us have the replays and covering this. Really appreciate it. It's amazing for us to be able to have some content that is not made by me. it is obviously, you know, I love running my own events and everything, but it is nice to have something in the week where it's like, okay, I didn't actually have to make this event. It's very chill, you know, chilled out for me because I can just get the replays and cast, and yeah, it's a really nice change of vibe, and obviously it's great as well because we get to get the stream live without having to spend as much money, because usually we have to spend money to stream essentially. So yeah. Thank you so much, Clip and Flapjack, for the 100 bits. Thanks for the games. No worries at all. Appreciate it. Go and join. Of course, do consider following, liking, subscribing. Get those primes out on Twitch. We're pretty close to getting back to 1,000 subs. I think we're about 9 away on Twitch, so if you're feeling generous, do consider subscribing. See if we can get back to 1K before the end of our finals tonight. We are here tomorrow as well with the open portion of our PTR tournament for the week. And then on Thursday, we'll be here with Group A of that tournament as well. No idea who's going to play yet. I've not invited anybody. I'm going to see who signs up to the open tournament and go from there. As we settle into El Dorado. Love this map. I keep saying it. I will never not say that I love this map, okay? I'll never not say it. There's a couple of Queens and Lings coming through. The Cybercore building pile and getting going. Nexus as well. Another probe coming up as we rally down to the low ground. And the Stalker just going to Chrono Boost out of the gateway and Warp Gate on the way as well. Probe gets over to the right. You're just going to giggle as this Overlord comes through. There's no Overlord pillar. I think is maybe what he's giggling at, so he's going to be able to get this Overlord kill. If we add translation on it, we used to get translations all the time in Olimoleague, but maybe those days are gone. Hero definitely finds it funny. That much I can tell you. That's the laughing in Korean. So yeah, I can tell you guys that much for free. So you just have the Stalker patrolling out on that left side. Just gonna have our Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. Link speed still coming through. Dolda. Wonder what that means. As we get into a couple of moments here, chilling, waiting. Gets set up. We've seen the Oracle activating, a little bit of damage being done to start off with. Killing's going to get to the other side. Apparently, I did some translating, guys. Shin said it's tough. I have no idea what else he said. That word stuck out to me, but it apparently means it's tough. So whatever he said, it's tough. Maybe, I think they're probably talking about the Overlord, lack of Overlord pillar. Shin's probably like, yeah, that's kind of tough, man. Kind of tough to play without being able to scout everything. Gonna get a couple of drones. Queen's gonna fire back. The Lings move around. Ollie upgrade coming in. Again, Lings and the drones continue up. Twilight Council Forge building. Next is about to complete. There's a depth shade into this mineral line. The Lings are gonna wrap around. Plenty of depths dropping currently. 11, 12 drones killed off right there. That's a huge amount of damage done. So Hero just gets mega damage to start off with on El Dorado. You're not really meant to take damage like that, plain and simple, to be honest. A little bit of a disaster there. Things coming over, couple probes taking damage. Oracle's going to activate after those Lings as well. Oracle's coming about. Queen's going to be firing away. Some damage being done. We're seeing another upgrade coming up as well. Again, halfway done here. Currently 20 Lings on the production tab. Roachron in production too. The Oracle's set up. Our cannon finishes on the right side. Lings coming back around in the upper right. +1 missiles on the way up. Lings, Overlords. Going to come around again. Blink is about to finish. Charge and +1 armor coming through as well. Let's see that charge and armor upgrade coming about. +1 missiles coming through. 26 Lings in production. They're going to get a latch onto the assimilator there. A bunch more Stalkers warping on the bottom side from here on that watchtower. Oracle's overhead, and we are going to start pressing in toward this gold base. Remember, Hero's had a very successful start to this game. It would not be surprising to see him just maybe run away with it right now. The Stasis Ward doing a great job as well, keeping a lot of the Lings away. Forcing choke points that the Lings have to run through. The Stalkers just completely taking advantage of it. Playing off the watchtower as well. I mean, Shin's trying to get away with this gold base, but Hero's just having none of it at all. And so we'll be able to blink back down to that low ground. It's a nice choke down there as well. As honestly, is very tight area. Some Lings will come from the right, and there's a Stasis Ward that Hero can utilize as well. Just lose one Oracle, but hard to say that Shin's really getting much done at all. Hero's on a work lead and trading 2k to 3.5k resources so far, continuing to be in his favor. More Stalkers just got warped in. The Lings keep on dropping. A few Roaches starting to arrive. We're going to need some Lings to be in front of those Roaches. Roaches on their own I just don't think are going to do it. As the Stalkers continue to fight, the Roaches going to trade. Stalkers blink back. A few Lings on the right-hand side, but the Roaches just not going to be there. GG is called, and Hero is going to open this series with a Game 1 victory on El Dorado. El Dorado. I wonder what sort of flavor you could kind of say that with. El Dorado. Alright, GG's, and that is going to be Game 1 going the way. Very, very simply there. Over to our Protoss players. The Hero is going to get a win. Going to set ourselves up into the next game in a couple of moments. It's going to be Amygdala. This one's been pretty fun. We've actually seen some pretty good games off of this one as well, I would say. This map's been... I think this map's like weird, but not so weird that it won't get played, so I kind of like it. I think it's a good level of weird, if that's if that can be a thing. If that may be allowed. Alright, let's head into the second game. I was just giving it a moment for the those couple of ads we just had to play. Just in case. PvZ, you've always got to be ready for maybe a long game to come through, so I'd rather be careful with the ads on Twitch, because sometimes they can run during the game if we're not careful, so just being sure. As in the top right, unable to really get started, taking too much damage early and dying to the follow-up Blink Stalkers. As Blue Zerg looking for better go around here on Amygdala, it is going to be Shin. Bottom left, our red Protoss player is Hero. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Best of 5, sorry. Simulator comes up, and getting this hatchery coming down from Shin as well. Overlord out into the center. Probe keeps on moving around. Just going to set up a little bit. Moving across here at the moment. The Nexus and Cybercore coming through. Take a few moments early, guys, as we settle in. Representing out this front, Stargate coming up from Hero. Link speed, couple queens and the drones all on the way out. A couple links continue to head over to that far left-hand side. We'll continue to go after the probe for a little bit. Hatchery will go down onto the third base. Things gonna nibble. Orcs take some damage. Again, link speed halfway done. Stargate about to complete. The Adept and the Warp Gate continuing through. We are gonna have ourselves another Adept. Just gonna try and shade the Lings. Going after said Adept as well. Just gonna shade back. And just gonna be sitting on the wall. Warp Gate still coming up. Link speed coming through. Queen Overlord coming around. Hatchery coming in as well. Continue to get that going as the Adept goes down. The Oracle gonna get up into the center of the map as well, so it's gonna move out over there immediately. God, Horston's such an idiot. I don't even know what to say. What do you say to an idiot to just I think just thanks. Such a nerd. Damn right I am. Things coming up, a few drones coming through, a couple oracles gathered together as the Ling's just going to be going onto a set of rocks, nibbling up a little bit. As we do have 8 more drones coming through, evolution chamber finishing in a moment, extra gates on the way up as well. And melee upgrade, then the choice of Shin is once again going to meet him +1 and blink setup, so melee upgrade, we'll see how well that works for him, as the couple of stalkers are going to go after the overlord. We're just going to turn back around that right side. Lings are coming through. Again, melee upgrade and the lag coming up. A couple of overlords coming by as well. This is going to grab an adept there. We do have ourselves the queen's going to fire it up, an oracle. Very nearly goes down, not quite though. And +1 blink still building by. Blink is going to get a little wraparound on a couple of stalkers on the other side of the map, so these Ling run-bys can be quite the danger. Battery goes down, the oracles will activate, the Lings turn away. Quite a lot of the Lings do die, but you know, they did get damage done. Fleet beacon building from Hero. Continue to get that underway as well. The Lings run across, going to get a wrap around adept and a few stalkers taking some damage. The oracles will activate, still chasing after those Lings. Stalkers continue to go. The Ling is pushed all the way out. Another Zealot warping in. Again, not far from seeing +1 and blink completing in these next few moments as well. Keep ropes continue up. Couple queens gonna fire. Oracles take some damage. I see the mothership on the way from Hero. He is playing a little bit of a funky one right now, isn't he? Couple of shots. Oracle's taking hits. Let's get back in the center. We do see how +1 air weapons, armor, charge continue to come about. Hydra's completing, infestation fit done soon. Entry's still building. The mothership will chrono boost. The stalkers are going to be there to push those Lings back the other direction as well. And that mothership just about to finish up here. The stalker's going to get underneath. That overseer will already be killed. That'll be 8 minutes deep on an amygdala. Game 2 of this grand final. I like Hossam really threw me off my groove. I don't know why I feel so disconnected from the game right now. I let the YouTuber get the better of me. God damn it. You do see Lugaden coming up, the hive building. 8 more Hydras in production with the missile upgrade and the muscular augments. Mothership, gonna get a couple Lings. I kind of love that we just have the mothership up. I've got no idea why we've got the mothership up right now. I think Hero's just having some fun, guys. I'm gonna make a prediction that the mothership cannot fight 20 Hydralisks. Just, you know what? Call me an analyst. Next time they hire me as the freaking side of stage desk person at eSports World Cup, you guys should be like, wait, what about Wardy's insane analysis of mothership versus Hydras? Get that man on the technical analysis slot. Scrap Lambo, scrap State. This guy knows PvZ. Stalkers will back it up. We do have our Lings chasing. As the Hydras are going to come across as well. So we do see the Ling Hydra. Just getting a bit of a push. The mothership is back overhead. And that mothership overhead. Again, it's so weird to see a mothership at this point in the game with nothing that's really provoked it. Is the mothership good enough to justify rushing it out like this? I feel like the answer is no. Is it bad to have a mothership? No. Is it worth putting so much money into the mothership as what Hero has done? Probably, yeah. Probably not. It probably is not worth that at this stage. As we are going to, I guess, have it as a threat to recall elsewhere. We're going to see Shin doing his thing. hitting the lurkers down the left-hand side. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, the Ling Hydra's still trying to break through as well. On the left side there, are the lurkers going to siege the natural of the Protoss player, so Hero's going to have to go and deal with that. So he's going to have to go handle it as the lurkers burrow up. The structures in the front will start to take damage. Seismic Spine's on the way. We're going to actually start losing production here, including the Robo facility, if we don't deal with this in sufficient time. A few more shots coming about. Damage continues to be done. It's going to be seeing the lurkers doing what they can. I mean, the cloaking is pretty nice from the mothership there, helping out a lot. As Hero, though, is getting attacked on the right-hand side at the same time. Lurkers continue to pick their way through this Nexus. I can't believe the mothership has been as influential as it has already been, to be honest, as this Disruptor Shot going to land on quite a few Lings. That's nice. It's a really nice pick off as the rest of the Ling Hydra Lurker continues back over. +2 missiles, Hydra's on the way up. +2 attack, Disruptor, and more Zealots on the way as well. On the side of Hero, we are going to be seeing the Hydra Lurker trying to hold out here. Stalker's going to take position. We do see the mothership showing up again. Hero just, I mean, I've never seen a Protoss fight on top of Lurkers as much as Hero has in this game. Nidus Network in the main base is going to give Shin another opportunity or location to attack. As Hero tries to chase those Zerg units down, they escape to the Nidus Network. And Shin is going to be away from there as this cannon is going to clean up the Nidus. A few Hydras get out of it. So they're going to pop, get into the main base. Hero will warp the Zealots to play the defense. Actually morphs a Lurker there. Let's see if that works at all. Shin definitely in control. 170 to 106 supply. The numbers are in his favor in a big way. New Nidus goes down immediately. I mean, Hero's going to start Storm. That's a very hopeful Storm upgrade, if, to say the least, right? Thank you, by the way, Sean JJ 1982 coming in with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A couple of Tempest, the Disruptor, and Storm all continue to build. The Cyber Core coming. 3 more High Templar on the way. Hydra Lurker moving in from the right. Overseer sets up, pops down. Disruptor shots will fire, but they don't really go anywhere. I just pop. It's just going to be seeing the Lurkers popping out of that, so I mean, playing a game where, plain and simple, where just, you know, Hero's lost control of this. Shin just has to put the finishing touches and make sure you can actually fight the army, which is not necessarily the easiest of things. It is going to be a lot easier if all the High Templar die, though not a single storm was cast this day. As Shin, he is the weatherman. He said there was no storms in sight, and the High Templars disappeared. GG. Hero is going to tap out. Shin is going to take game 2. We get tied up in this best of 5 final. And we are going to have at least 4 games of this. Very exciting. Now, give me one moment, guys. I have ran out of hard drive space. Just trying to think what I can delete. Probably all of them. Is that enough for now? Yeah, that should do it for now. Perfect. Don't know if I really need to record the last bit of these games, especially when I lost game 2, but that's okay. Good to get it sorted. Alright, I think we can just go straight into our next one. I just saw an error message pop up on my OBS, and I was like, no, what? But it was just like, you ran out of disk space. It's like, oh, wow. I don't know. Are we really going to go and... You know, do we really need Shin Hero? Well, I guess if it's a great grand final, I'll probably regret this statement, but... It's been pretty fun. As we go into game number 3, Whispers of Gold. Bottom right-hand corner, the red Zerg. Is it going to be Shin? In the top left, our blue Protoss player is Hero. As we settle into game number 3. And thank you for joining us today, guys. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're here for the last couple games still. 2, maybe 3. Hope for 3. Fun to watch Shin. Fun to watch Hero building a super fast mothership. In the end, turns out the super fast mothership was not the play, though. Alright, so game number 3, and our probe is scouting here. Very fun to do an evening stream again, guys. I know I don't stream in this sort of time a lot anymore, but like I said, cool to be here, cool to bring you guys some games. Hope you have enjoyed this evening. We'll be back at our usual streaming time tomorrow. That's in about 14 and a half hours from now. We'll be live with the WardiTV PTR Open event. Wasn't that Shin's second win? No, Shin lost the first game on El Dorado. He took a bunch of damage and died to Stalkers, hitting him on the bottom side on his goal base. Nexus, Cybercore, both coming up. Probe, going to move about. Where can you get replays? I do not have permission to give out these replays. I don't know if Olimoleague are giving out these replays at all anywhere. You know, Olimoleague used to have a Patreon page, but I don't know if they reactivated it for this because I don't think it's a community-funded event. I think it is straight up just sponsored. So yeah, I don't think these. I don't know if these replays are really available anywhere. Like I said, I can't give them out, unfortunately. Shout out to Olimoleague for sending them our way, though. As the Twilight Council and Robo Facility coming up. What's the coolest thing I've seen on the new patch? What is the coolest thing I've seen on the new patch? I don't know. I kind of like some of the other day Shin was using the Hydra Dash. That was actually pretty fun. I mean, I think I've seen a lot of cool games. It's just I'm trying to think if there's anything that's really like patch specific that I've seen. I mean, I think a lot of the some of the energy overcharge kind of usage stuff has been kind of cool to watch. A mothership actually killing something, yeah, I guess. That as well. I honestly think Hydra Dash might be it, which is maybe kind of alarming, but I don't think this is a patch to be kind of snazzy and cool and ooh, look at us, you know, look at us, look at these cool things. Like, patches aren't really like that nowadays, right? Prism is going to go to the bottom as Hero is going to have the Dark Shrine finish, so DTs to try and hit Shin early, hit him hard. You see the Prism heading down the left, again a few Lings and a couple Overlords coming up. 4 DTs will begin to build. We do have a Spore about to finish here, so it's going to be 3 Spores, 1 for each base. Just need to make sure you've got the units to make sure the DTs cannot just left-click the Spore or right-click the Spore down. You don't left-click it, right-click it. That is how you attack things in StarCraft 2, as, well, those Queens are a little bit far away from this Spore, though. We're going to be able to start doing some damage, and we lose 2 of the DTs. Messy, messy, messy on the side of Hero. He's dropped back down. Yeah, that sucks, because the power of this build is being able to have 2 Archons and a Warp Prism harassing after the initial DTs. Zeps, DTs coming across here for the moment. It's going to be, I mean, again, you can obviously warp in more DTs, but the problem is the fact that now you've warped in more DTs, that kind of comes at a cost, right? Observer goes down, we got 3 drones here. In the end, I guess this wasn't so bad. this nation pops up, we are going to see the blink coming about. Nexus, Forge, Battery, all continuing up. This nation moves into the main, just going to have ourselves the Queen. Hitting that Spell Crawler as well. Aaron Roaches on the way up, Evolution Chamber building. Continue to bring that through for a moment. Are libs normal again now? Yeah, they changed libs back from the update that they made to them. It was kind of a dumb update. So yeah, I believe the libs are just completely reverted. That was one of the things on the patch that was just straight up silly. That's one of those things where I feel like someone suggested the numbers and people are like, yeah, I can see that. Take a bit of lib range away. Maybe, we give it something back. Okay, sure. And then they didn't look at what that actually looks like in game. It's like, if you just read it, it's like, okay. But if you see it, you're like, who ever thought this could be acceptable, What was the lib change? It was like -2 range, but range change. But the circle was just massive. On advanced ballistics. So yeah, it was, I think kind of the right intentions, just they gave it the wrong little push. But I don't know, they could have just reduced the range by 1, I think. Like, people forget how much area changing the radius affects, You gotta go back to your math, pi r squared. That's the area, right? Pi r squared. You gotta realize that radius number, it's squared, but the area, like, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. It's gonna be seeing the Ling's gonna wrap around it. That the ball's gonna get caught. That's a great run by straight into this natural expansion from Shin. It's gonna be seeing the couple of extra Zelts trying to warp in. Muta's on the way behind this hero. Gonna have to deal with that in the near future. Ling's going back the other way. Archon just going to get there. And +2 attack on the Forge starting up. It's really a question of what preparation do we have against the Mutas. It seems like very minimal. Cannon in the mineral line is going to be a step in the right direction. Roach Rav just stepping up. Just going to have quite a lot of supplies from Shin. We'll see where the Mutas head to. As Hero kind of pokes forward, forces some Banes defensively, and then just steps back. I like that. Those are Banes which I don't think actually needed to be made right in that moment. Muta's going up the left-hand side, by the way. They're going to head into the main base next moment or two, so into the main they go. Cannon will start to shoot. A few probes begin to take some shots. 2 workers down already, make it 3. Archon's going after the Mutas too. See the Stalkers continue to hit, the Mutas taking damage. Awesome thought it was a nerf versus toss. I mean, it is less range, and like, at the end of the day, a lot of the time range can be impactful based on like what you're trying to... It depends what you're trying to defend, right? The thing is though, like, I appreciate that range is less, so maybe that's better to engage into, but at the same time, like, a lot of the time Protoss engage surely by like blinking past Liberators, and if they just cover more area, you have less space to kind of get past them in, if that makes sense. That's what I thought of it. I can kind of understand it, but like, yeah, I mean, I think 0.5 range, if it lost more than 0.5 range, I maybe agree, but 0.5 doesn't seem that much. As Roach Ravager Bane gonna bust through here. Do we have enough? This does not seem like a good enough fight initially on the side of Shin. Those Archons of Hero are holding the hell up. Look at him go! Whacking away. Roach Ravager gets turned around. Banes do crash into the mineral line over here, but only 9 probes going down, so that isn't even all that crazy. Stalker's now chasing. Roach Ravager being hunted. Hive on the way up. Ling Bane on the way through. +2 melee upgrades coming up. Our Colossus knocked down a few additional Zerglings. And Hero took a very good fight there. Now these Stalkers quite far forward, but the Colossus are going to show up as well, and Oh, loses the Prism. Muta's in the main base, by the way, and they're going to try and find further damage. But overall, I think Hero has a very good hold. There's another scenario where Shin's economy is not the craziest in the world, right? 75 drones. It's not terrible. It's not out of this reach from Hero, though, so... I think Hero probably sits and looks at this and says, yeah, you know what? This is a pretty funky position I find myself in. I'm not sure where he goes from here, actually. Looking at this. I mean, do you want to attack right now? Probably not. He's going to try and find a little bit extra, but not really going to succeed. The extra Stalkers, Disruptor, +1 armor coming through. Observer Sieges up to the top side. It's going to be the end of the Mutas. Really felt like they could have been more impactful, but Shin just didn't find a way for it. Ultra Cavern on the way, Vipers as well. Starting to see Shin's late game idea, which is going to be a pretty aggressive identity for him still. You know, you're going to go from Lingbane Ravager to Lingbane Ravager Ultra, a couple Vipers. I mean, that's really just bare minimum amounts of tech to try and make this army a bit better, but still have the same, like I say, same idea behind it. Just brute forcing your way through, trying to attack in from a couple different sides, and really just trying to overwhelm the Protoss is going to be the main goal of that kind of composition. Stalkers continue to turn a few units around. The Colossus and the Disruptors gathering back up as well. +3 attack coming up, +1 armor on the way. Templar Archives about to complete. Gateways building from Hero. Bane's going to get shot at. The Stalkers continue to go through. Again, the Chitinous Plane coming up, +3 melee, +1 Carapace coming in. The Bane's going to roll into this mineral line. Here it does start to pull him away. It's a very loud explosion. As 10 probes meet their death. Get back to the center, Shin. Vipers, Lings, Banes, Ravagers. Let's see what we can do as he starts to attack. Oh, a couple Colossus will be huge against the Lings. Bane's going to hit that mineral line. Abduct on the Colossus. Colossus doesn't go down straight away. Archons and Disruptors from the other side. Okay, hello. The Banes end up having to roll into that army a little bit, but Hero, because he came from the other base, able to do very well. The Banes crash in. They did get a lot more probes, so that is a factor. They're actually still going. Then over here, 28 probes lost from Hero, but his army supply, 114. A huge deal right now. Yeah. Well, I think that one's about that, guys, as the hatchery goes down. 161 to 140 supply. Yeah, I mean, Hero... The thing is, the supply doesn't tell the tale because Shin has so many more workers. The army supply, 115 to 50. It's like double army supply for Hero. Shin's making low-tier units. This one is done. And Hero's going to take the lead in the best of 5, 2-1 in his favor. Shin trying to get creative with the planning cloud and so on, but yeah. That's the rough kind of part of these fights. It's like you're trying to deal damage to the economy and kind of trade a bit, kind of like a bit scrappily, but if you get a little bit too over aggressive and you lose too many units without killing enough, you just kind of die as well. Hero just instantly knew, okay, I lost a ton of probes. I can just walk across the map. And he didn't look back, you know? He just like, oh, probes die. I actually don't know my probes are dying because he's not going to look back at home because he just knows all he has to do is kind of move on forward, you know? He knows what the deal is. He knows what the deal is. Alrighty, guys. We are going to head into this game number 4. It's going to be on ley lines. Hey, big map. Let's see what happens on it. Load this up and get this going. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss up 2-1. It is going to be Hero. Taking on the red Zerg in the top right corner of the map. Shin. What if, guys, okay. What if instead of the Oliveira siege zone being a circle, it was an oval? So you reduce its range, but you can also just make it skinny. Like, wow. Make this a really forward and backward fighting unit instead of side to side, you know? Is this finals? Yes, this is the final match of the day, guys. Thank you for joining us. Maybe the last map of the day as well. If you guys have been enjoying, again, I ask you one more time, hit the like and subscribe buttons over on the YouTube channel if you do not already. If you're on the Twitch, follow the stream, see when we're live again in the future. We're live Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday this week with more PTR action for you guys. We'll have more information on that tomorrow once our open tournament kicks off. Obviously, open tournament, anyone can play. And we'll be inviting most of our players from the open tournament for the event for the rest of the week. So that'll be going on. It's insane how many PTR games we've had in this channel. Well, we gotta test the PTR. Everyone wants to play PTR. Everyone wants to watch PTR. We will test and watch and play and enjoy as much as we can. Again, shout out to Olimoleague because this one was not on me. This one was Olimoleague putting this together today. I believe Olimoleague is back next Tuesday as well. Let me look at my schedule and I'll just tell you guys actually instead of guessing. Yes, Olimoleague is back next Tuesday and Saturday next week as well, actually. And then I believe Olimoleague have their monthly finals at some point as well. I think that's on the 26th, so just before Home Story Cup. Stargate halfway done. Ring speed building. A few lings come down there. Going to go after the pylon. Aim for that straight away. Those lings will go nibbling. I'm just going to move about. I see the drones moving across. Link speed coming in. Evolution chamber. Overlords continue to get going. The drones get back across. These guys are very chatty with each other. Queen's going to fire. Dev going to take some shots. Just going to be seeing the drones pulling about. Going to see one drone going down. Hero with these adepts trying to find some value early. Oracle will fight a little bit. Just going to be seeing the second Oracle on the way up as well. It's been a pretty fun series, this one. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little drained. The late night cast is not one I've done in a while, man. Put a lot of energy into some of the early games as well. We had some epics. That round of 16 we cast, by the way. Byun Zoun and then Clem Zoun in the round of 8. Those were some banger games. Feeling it a little right now. Gonna have to rest up tonight. Get ready to go again for tomorrow. Like I say, been fun to cast in the evening though. It's just been a little while. Queen's going to be there. The Oracle's take some shots. We have a few more drones coming up. Oracle's still chasing. 2 workers going down. Queen's continuing about. And again, the Nexus halfway through. The Assimilator's still building upwards. And those numbers are rising as the pylon finishes. And the Oracle just comes back around the side. In the back of that mineral, I'm going to try and set up the stasis ward, but it's just going to catch a drone. Nothing really too crazy at the end of the day. Queen's gonna shoot. Oracles will take some damage. Adepts continue across. Twilight Council Forge and Gateways coming up as well, so we get all of that ready to rumble. Obviously, there's triple Oracle and those group of adepts so good at potentially trying to deal damage. Queens get there. Oracle gets turned around the other way. And +1 and Blink will start up on the side of Hero. The Adept's going to get through. A couple of drones going down already. Queen going to fire some shots back. The recall goes down on those Adepts. Lings are going to get there. +1 and Blink continue through. The extra gates coming about. Battery coming by. Just going to see those Oracles. Going to get a kill on the hatchery on the top side. It's not a cancel either. So Shin, and a little sloppy from him, unfortunately, it seems. Let's go back the other direction. Might chill out for a moment or two. I forgot that Shin was actually on CGNtis for a while. I think him and Hero probably were pretty darn good friends because of that, actually. Probably why they're so chatty. That's way back, probably like, what, like 2015 something? 2015, 2016 or so? I think Shin was on that team for a couple of years. Towards the end of Pro League or some around then, as those Stalkers get through, picking off an Overlord. Just thinking of the fact that they're so chatty today in this finals. It's fun though because actually, like, the players chatting in the games is such an Olimoleague thing. Like, it feels like Olimoleague was one of those places where the Korean players would always be chatting to each other as the games went on. What a throwback. Anyways, I'm reminiscing when we should be looking at this game because Blink is done and Hero will have that option open to him here in the next few moments. See the Storm coming through as well, so we have Storm on the way up. Again, +1 missiles and road speed coming about. Oracles will drop a Revelation. Queen's just going to be seen. It's Swarm Host from Shin, so something a bit different for this game than before. See how effective the Swarm Host can be. Man, I have nightmares of that solo attempt of playing Swarm Host yesterday in this Max Pack. That just went so badly wrong for him. It really could not have gone much worse, actually. Was that yesterday or was that in the was that on Sunday's game? I think that might have been Sunday, right? Well, Swarm Host is going to have an Idis to the bottom side to get out of and try and deal damage in that location. Oracles will activate. Ling Roach going to be taking shots already. That's that favorite first round of Locusts. A couple Stalkers warp in. I don't think 2 Stalkers in the cannon defend this, guys. They're going to try their best, though. 1 Locust goes down, and 2, and the Stalkers are dead, and the Nexus is dying. Another couple of units come back the other way. Drops in, just going to see the Ling Roach continuing around the left-hand side. Stalker's going to get jumped on. Cannon getting jumped on as well. The Oracle's still activating up. Lurkaden Hive continuing into production right now. +2 missiles building from Shin here. And Drew Spine's upgrade coming up as well. The Stalkers continue to chase the Roaches. So let's go again. We're already getting the Lurkaden and Hive ready. See that Ling Roach coming through. Going to try and take position. A couple Storms coming down. As in fact, Heroes just across the map. He just says, I do not care about the fact you have Swarm Host on my side, which is kind of a failure on Shin. If Shin hasn't done enough to make Heroes scared of the Swarm Hosts, yeah, I kind of feel like that is on Shin. The Nexus did go down, but I think maybe just a good call from Hero as well to say, you know what, take my Nexus and I'll just go and busy myself with, you know, killing you. And he's going to get a base himself, which is fantastic. He's already got the top left, so it's 3 bases to 3 at the moment. His Roaches are hurt and they've eaten some pretty chunky Storms. As Hero pressing forward, a couple of Archons going to help out now as the Storms were depleted. Locusts going to show themselves as the Locusts show up. We're just going to pull back. Nice stasis going to catch a few swallows there. We do lose a high tempo at the very end. Hero rotates back around. I mean, this was already a great fight for Hero. This definitely feels like... I mean, Swarmhosts are basically meant to keep you from ever having to trade your own units that don't, that cost money. But that didn't happen there because we fought just straight onto the roaches, and now it's going to happen again. Because you're playing with such a low drone count when you play Swarmhost, you can't actually afford to just take fights like this, unfortunately. A few more Locusts popping up. Stalkers retreating back. This is pretty much just going to be it, I think. As Hero has 140 to 100 supply. And Hero is going to put the finishing touches on game number 4. 3 extra Stalkers warping in here. And it's going to continue to go through. GG is called by Shin. And Hero takes game 4 of the best of 5. GG's, well played. And Hero's your Olimoleague 229 champion. Your first Olimoleague champion in a couple of years. Congrats to Hero. That's freaking cool. That he comes in and wins today. Love that. When was the last? So the last edition 228. Do you guys want to make a guess of who won edition 228 in 2021? Give you guys a moment to play the guessing game. It's kind of crazy because actually Hero didn't play Olimoleague back then. Like Hero was one of these top tier players that just didn't play the online events. In fact, wow. Hero hasn't won an Olimoleague since 2018. That's crazy. There was some Olimoleagues that weren't necessarily just these open events. There were some like monthly finals and stuff, and there were some invitationals. Hero did win one of those. The last player to win an open Olimoleague, number 228, was Zest. How about that? GG's. Alright guys, hey, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolutely amazing day of StarCraft 2. Thank you again to Olimoleague for giving us the replays and the permission to cast this and bringing this to you guys. I hope you enjoyed the format. Obviously, like I say, basically we just take the replays and we cast any game that sounds cool from the tournament. Obviously going through the whole thing, guaranteeing the set. Like, trying to make it like a live cast, but taking advantage of the fact that we can do multiple round of 16s if there's multiple cool round of 16s, basically. So, seemed like fun. Felt like fun. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, do not forget to follow, like, subscribe, prime sub as well. And don't forget to have a great rest of your day. I'm going to run a set of ads on the outro on Twitch and YouTube. On Twitch, I'll raid someone when we're done. YouTube will just go offline. I'm back in about 14 hours for more StarCraft 2. You guys have a great rest of your night. And I will see you guys next time, aka tomorrow. Or if you can't make it tomorrow, come in and join us on Thursday or Saturday or Sunday. We're live all week, apart from Friday. I'll see you guys later. You guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you, goodbye, and good night.